Protagonist reflects on a significant milestone, stating that he has now graduated. Standing amidst bookshelves, protagonist declares himself the valedictorian of Seoul National University, having finally met the basic requirements. He vows to find Yuri and bring her back, urging patience. With a chilling intensity in his eyes, protagonist's expression hardens as he promises to make his enemies weep tears of blood. His feet move purposefully, driven by the singular goal of revenge, knowing it is the only path forward. A document demanding the withdrawal of unfair dismissal is prominently displayed, highlighting a past injustice. Protagonist identifies the towering Gwangin Group building as the entity responsible for his family's ruin, realizing that only immense power can challenge such a conglomerate. He acknowledges the politicians' role in the downfall, their influence as pervasive as the building itself. Protagonist walks through a corridor, his mind consumed by thoughts of his parents and his younger sibling, whose whereabouts remain unknown. On the day he bid farewell to his parents, vibrant red petals scattered around him, almost blinding his eyes with their beauty. As protagonist walks, the petals linger, as if trying to convey a message, and that night, he experiences a strange and vivid dream. In his dream, a voice emphasizes their collective pursuit of success, while another acknowledges the sentiment, noting that Song Hae-jin is far more capable than Do-jun, who lacks influence. The wealthy client, with a calculating smile, highlights the crucial connections for the upcoming general election, remarking on the immense support a particular individual could provide, which is met with agreement. A hand extends a gift, congratulating Director Oh on his daughter entering high school, while protagonist recognizes the voice from somewhere before. Protagonist's dream reveals the face of the calculating regional chairman Baek Young-sik, a figure he now identifies as the wealthy client. With a pleased smile, the assemblyman accepts the offering, as protagonist identifies another key figure in his dream, Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik. Dream shifts, revealing a cluttered regional committee office, its details now becoming clear to protagonist. A yellow candidate registration form for Kang Do-jun, youth committee chair of the Daehan Advance Party, rests on the desk. A hand reaches down, firmly grasping the yellow folder. Protagonist turns and walks away, the yellow folder now clutched in his hand. His foot steps forward, moving with a determined pace. Protagonist holds the yellow folder, its contents now his to control. Suddenly, the yellow folder is violently crumpled. Candidate registration form is shredded with furious intensity, an act protagonist perceives as utterly insane. Protagonist's eyes snap wide open, filled with a profound and shocking realization. He gasps, jolting upright in bed, his mind reeling from the vivid, unsettling images that just flashed before him. Still panting from the nightmare, protagonist questions the disturbing vision, wondering what kind of ill omen such an unlucky dream could signify. The mundane sound of a hairdryer whirs to life, a stark contrast to the chaotic dream just moments before. The scene shifts to Enyang City, revealing the Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee building, a hub of political activity. Protagonist, now sharply dressed in a suit, enters an office, offering a polite greeting to an unseen colleague. An unnamed woman beams, complimenting protagonist on his sharp appearance for the youth committee chair election, even suggesting he should meet her daughter. Protagonist dismisses the idea of dating with a confident smile, reflecting on the almost 10 years he's spent at this office, making it feel like a second home. The empty office serves as a backdrop as the narrator explains that protagonist's early involvement as a parentless high school student at the election office initially puzzled everyone. From that point, protagonist's influence grew, allowing him to navigate Enyang City as if it were his personal domain. His determined footsteps echo through the hallway, a symbol of his unwavering commitment. Protagonist approaches a colleague who stands casually by a water cooler in the office corridor. A smiling male colleague, surprised, greets protagonist, asking if he's early, then quickly adds a request for him to wait. The male colleague leans in, whispering to protagonist about rumors of Chairman Baek Young-sik introducing a parachute candidate, a fact protagonist admits he'd heard from the Merchant Association president. Protagonist acknowledges that his current success isn't purely skill, but rather the connections he's cultivated. His colleague immediately challenges him, questioning why he downplay 10 years of hard work and call himself weak. His colleague presses him, demanding if he truly believes the parachute candidate offers a superior youth policy. Protagonist's non-committal "I don't know" draws an incredulous response. The colleague passionately declares that with protagonist's confidence, victory is assured, urging him to face any challenge. Protagonist responds with a grateful laugh. His colleague continues, mentioning the submission period from next Monday to Wednesday, finding it strange. A new figure, Oh Dong-sik, the executive secretary, greets protagonist with a wide smile, playfully calling him the hero of Enyang City. Protagonist humbly denies the hero title, but Oh Dong-sik laughs it off, insisting he's merely stating the obvious, questioning if anything in Anyang City happens without protagonist say so. Protagonist smiles, countering that if his influence were truly that absolute, they would have won both the general and local elections, as Oh Dong-sik's expression turns serious. Oh Dong-sik adds that even the merchants are quietly anticipating his success. Protagonist chuckles, attributing the elders' support to their desire for him to thrive. The narrator reveals protagonist's ambition. The youth committee chair position is a strategic move, a powerful springboard for a young politician to rapidly gain recognition within the party. The youth committee chair position allows for the accumulation of crucial political experience and achievements. It grants access to major party meetings, enabling the protagonist to exert significant influence on sensitive issues. This invaluable role serves as a massive asset for future public office campaigns. As a young face, the protagonist can symbolize innovation and reform within the party, potentially leading to unexpected nominations. The wealthy client, impressed by protagonist's humility, playfully suggests he would consider protagonist for his daughter if he's still unmarried in 10 years. The assemblyman playfully interjects, calling the wealthy client's suggestion a curse and stating protagonist would be long gone by then. The wealthy client chuckles, asking if that's truly the case. Protagonist, now serious, asks the wealthy client if he knows the person running against him for the position. The wealthy client responds with a non-committal The wealthy client's expression tightens, a clear sign of surprise or recognition at protagonist's pointed question. The wealthy client quickly denies any knowledge, stammering, "What are you talking about? How would I know?" Protagonist observes the wealthy client's flustered reaction, recognizing his discomfort. Protagonist recalls his past confidence, reflecting that despite his wide network there were no rumors of other candidates, as no one dared to challenge him previously. Observing the scene from above, protagonist's thoughts echo with a growing suspicion. Could his premonition have been more than just a simple dream? The neon glow of the city lights illuminates a subway station sign, marking a shift in the setting. A glass of beer is slammed onto the table with a sharp sound as a friend emphatically declares, "Protagonist, don't worry, I'll win this for you." His friend notes protagonist's unusual anxiety, remarking that he's never agonized like this before, appearing strangely worried. Protagonist takes a sip from his beer, clarifying that his concern isn't about the individual opponent but rather the underlying situation itself. Protagonist's friend presses further, asking if he's worried about a parachute candidate being dropped in, reminding protagonist of his previous confidence and questioning if he fears unfair play. Protagonist elaborates, stating that people can easily mask their true feelings with words and expressions, especially when it costs them nothing. Protagonist poses a rhetorical question, challenging his friend to consider the true motivations behind people's participation in party activities, implying it's not for the greater good of the city or country. As a hand reaches for another piece of chicken, protagonist continues his cynical explanation. Loyalty in politics is transactional, shifting to whoever offers greater profit. His friend, still incredulous, points out protagonist's decade of effort in Anyang. Protagonist counters, acknowledging that his current recognition is only because of that long-standing foundation. Protagonist's eye narrows, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he scoffs at the idea, asking if his friend truly believes a nomination would be simply handed to him for being an aide. He explains the harsh reality of proportional representation, requiring at least 7 years of grinding as an aide. Protagonist dismisses this, stating that 7 years is simply too far away for his ambition. His friend, surprised by protagonist's urgency, points out that 7 years would still only place protagonist in his mid-30s. Protagonist's hand rests firmly on the table, a silent acknowledgement as he simply states, "I know." His friend, sensing a deeper purpose, trails off, realizing the implications of protagonist's ambition, his gaze fixed on protagonist's intense eye. Protagonist sits up straight, his gaze unwavering, confirming his friend's unspoken thought. "That's right," he declares. "My goal is to become the youth committee chair this time and then aim for a nomination in the next general election." Protagonist's hand clenches in frustration, his resolve hardening. He acknowledges the political machinations, stating that it deeply bothers him that Baek Young-sik is attempting to install a different youth committee chair instead of him. Protagonist's friend, Hyun-soo, looks up with a nervous sweat drop, responding with a hesitant yes as protagonist addresses him directly, implying a serious request. From across the table in a quiet cafe, protagonist, seen from behind, calmly asks Hyun-soo to acquire a camera, setting the stage for his next move. Under a bright, clear sky, a political campaign sign stands tall. The narrator reveals that the strange dream protagonist experienced had not faded with time, as a new voice, "Hello," enters the political arena. A confident young woman, Song Hae-jin, bows respectfully, introducing herself as a newly registered candidate for the youth committee chair of Anyang City, expressing her eagerness to work with everyone. Protagonist's eyes widen slightly in recognition, murmuring Song Hae-jin as he realizes this is the very name he heard in his recurring dream, while her voice echoes, asking everyone to please take good care of me tilde. Song Hae-jin stands before a small crowd, declaring her full dedication to the Daehan Advance Party as supporters cheer Daehan Advance Party fighting and woo in encouragement. Song Hae-jin offers a warm, confident smile, her expression radiating charm and composure amidst the political backdrop of an office. A hand extends gracefully, fingers slightly splayed, in a clear gesture of invitation or greeting, hinting at a formal interaction. Protagonist looks on, his expression unreadable, as Song Hae-jin greets him with a polite hello and then confirms his identity, asking, "You must be Kang Do-jun, right?" Song Hae-jin stands opposite protagonist, her hand extended for a handshake as she proposes a fair competition, stating, "Let's make sure we compete fairly and accept the results gracefully." Protagonist offers a subtle, knowing smile, his silence conveying a deeper understanding or a hidden agenda as he processes her words. Their hands firmly clasp in a handshake and protagonist responds with a confident yes, of course, sealing their agreement with a formal gesture. Song Hae-jin stands opposite protagonist, her hand extended for a handshake as she proposes a fair competition, stating, "Let's make sure we compete fairly and accept the results gracefully." Protagonist offers a subtle, knowing smile, his silence conveying a deeper understanding or a hidden agenda as he processes her words. Their hands firmly clasp in a handshake and protagonist responds with a confident yes, of course, sealing their agreement with a formal gesture. Song Hae-jin bows and turns to depart, announcing, "I'll take my leave now, then," and offering a polite "see you later tilde," while protagonist bids her good work today. Protagonist confidently dismisses Song Hae-jin as nothing special, but Hyun-soo, covering his mouth in thought, challenges his assessment, highlighting the significant role of appearance in politics. With a determined expression, protagonist turns to his team, urging them to action with a firm "come on, let's get to work, move it." Protagonist stands with his back to the viewer, looking up as a casual voice from off-panel asks about their lunch plans. Hyun-soo leans in with a worried expression, suggesting to protagonist that he should check the party member list for any potential foul play. Protagonist dismisses the idea with a gesture, firmly stating, "No, don't do that," which prompts a surprised her "Why not?" from Hyun-soo. Protagonist stands tall, explaining his strategy, "Don't let it show that we even suspect them of foul play." He instructs Hyun-soo to just keep a close eye on things under the pretext of routine pre-election maintenance, concluding with a "knowing you know what I mean, right?" Hyun-soo listens intently, a single sweat drop indicating his understanding and perhaps a hint of apprehension regarding protagonist's subtle political maneuvers. Narrator observes Song Hae-jin walking confidently, noting that she is likely on her way to greet Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik, pondering her mysterious origins. Song Hae-jin, where on earth did she even come from? A serene cup of tea sits on a table as an unseen speaker remarks warmly, "You've grown up well. How long has it been?" suggesting a reunion after a significant passage of time. Song Hae-jin, seated calmly on a couch, responds to the unseen speaker, confirming, "I believe it's been about 5 years, highlighting a long-standing connection. The protagonist, holding a coffee cup, acknowledges the passage of time, remarking that it has indeed been 5 years, then inquires about the well-being of the chairman. The protagonist confirms that his father frequently speaks of the chairman. The wealthy client, with a self-deprecating chuckle, dismisses the compliment, stating he hasn't done much for the protagonist's father. A young woman pauses, considering the situation, then remarks on the formidable reputation of Kang Do-jun, acknowledging he won't be an easy opponent to overcome. The protagonist, taking a sip from his cup, firmly agrees, emphasizing that Kang Do-jun is an exceptionally difficult opponent to defeat in Anyang. The young woman, lost in thought, muses about her own position, recalling her bold promises to Song Ju-chan. She questions how she could possibly allow her friend's daughter to lose, then voices her uncertainty aloud, wondering if things will truly work out. The wealthy client, with a reassuring smile, advises her not to worry, urging her to simply do her best. He adds that true achievement comes not from guaranteed victories, but from effort regardless of certainty. The wealthy client's gaze intensifies as he continues, emphasizing that even in the face of impossible odds or defeat, persistent effort will ultimately lead to success. The wealthy client then assures her of his unwavering support, promising to manipulate events behind the scenes to ensure the party members will adore our Hae-jin. He reiterates that she should focus solely on her efforts. The young woman, her face now alight with renewed determination, confidently declares her understanding and vows to give her absolute best. Chilling thought crosses the protagonist's mind. If his dream of his candidacy application being destroyed were to materialize, it would create a singular, critical problem. He realizes that every single member of the regional committee is already fully aware of his candidacy application, making any attempt to simply erase it highly conspicuous. The protagonist ponders the limitations of even a powerful regional chairman, concluding that such an individual couldn't simply discard his documents and expect everyone to remain silent about it. On a brightly lit stage, a speaker addresses an audience, calling for a round of applause for everyone who contributed to the day's event, a policy debate on new railway lines. As the protagonist claps among the crowd, he mentally notes that this particular debate had been finalized approximately a month prior. He reflects that, given the project's long history and its significance to Anyang City, he hadn't perceived anything out of the ordinary when the debate was initially finalized. An unseen voice resonates through the large hall, declaring the day's importance and urging everyone to remain sharp and move with efficiency. Female voice inquires about who is managing the Art Center Convention Hall. A male voice responds, confirming that personnel from Seoul are handling it, then asks if it's Kim Sung-jun, pointing to a name tag. The protagonist raises his hand with a bright smile, confirming his presence and affiliation with the Gangseo-gu Regional Committee. A cheerful man with glasses arrives, greeting everyone enthusiastically and announcing his presence to offer assistance. A voice directs the group, acknowledging the Gangdong-gu Regional Committee and urging them to begin working immediately. The organizer emphatically instructs his team to meticulously prepare for the debate, noting the expected attendance of over 100 people and demanding attention to every detail from seating to microphone tests. In the foreground, the protagonist observes, a thought crossing his mind, so, this is their strategy. The protagonist mentally acknowledges that if events continue to unfold precisely as they did in his dream, he would have no choice but to commend Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik for orchestrating this elaborate setup. He observes the meticulously planned schedule, noting a series of major events spanning the 3-day candidate registration period, with debates and briefings slated for not just today, but for the following 2 days as well. Assuming his dream continues to manifest in reality, the protagonist predicts that once these events conclude, the temporary staffers will vanish and his crucial documents will disappear along with them. The protagonist's face hardens as he grasps the full cunning of the scheme. The Gangdong-gu office, having received his documents, would eventually offer a distant apology for their mistake, but by then, it would be irrevocably too late. He recognizes this as a classic case of murder with a borrowed knife, using another's power to avoid direct blame. Man asks Do-jun if his papers are ready. Do-jun confirms they are, stating he is about to submit them. A hand firmly grips a yellow candidate registration form for the youth committee chair of the Daehan Advance Party, bearing the name Kang Do-jun. The protagonist, holding the registration form, is greeted by a desk worker who asks if he is there to register, to which the protagonist responds with a polite affirmation. The desk worker extends his hand, introducing himself as a member of the Gangdong-gu Regional Committee of the Daehan Advance Party. Protagonist introduces himself as Kang Do-jun, and the desk worker then inquires about his specific role within Gangdong-gu. The desk worker chuckles, clarifying that he is merely a member of the youth committee, while a narrative box reveals that Chairman Baek Young-sik was once a figure in Gangdong-gu, Seoul. The narration continues, explaining that after 7 years as vice-chairman, Baek Young-sik became the regional chairman and ran in the general elections with high hopes. However, a shattered image of Baek Young-sik appears as the narration concludes, detailing his defeat, subsequent expulsion, and relocation to Anyang. Desk worker confirms the receipt of the documents, deftly sliding them into a yellow folder. The protagonist then inquires if it's possible to obtain a receipt for the document registration. The desk worker appears slightly flustered, admitting he hasn't heard of such a procedure, to which the protagonist simply replies, "Is that so?" Desk worker reassures the protagonist, stating he will add him to the registration list and ensure the receipt is issued by the afternoon, a time frame the protagonist acknowledges. The protagonist's hand reaches down, retrieving his smartphone from the desk. His footsteps echo softly as the protagonist walks away, leaving the office. The protagonist stands with a contemplative expression, his hand casually in his pocket, an ID badge visible on his chest. Song Hae-jin greets a colleague with a cheerful bow, then shakes hands with another, while the desk worker from earlier comments on her perceived annoyance. Song Hae-jin playfully challenges the protagonist, asking why he's been staring if he finds her annoying, suggesting he finds her attractive. The protagonist deflects, stating their political views simply don't align. The protagonist clarifies his political stance, expressing his desire for active state support for youth employment, prompting the desk worker to mention Song Hae-jin. The desk worker points out that Song Hae-jin appears to be approaching the issue with a similar approach. The protagonist vehemently retorts that the details are entirely different just as a system notification announces the imminent start of the public debate. Flashes illuminate the room as cameramen capture the scene, a narrative box stating that a debate is, in essence, a performance. A politician addresses the audience, speaking into a microphone as a narrative box explains that this debate reflects a long-standing wish of Anyang City. Further narration clarifies that such events, while not guaranteeing immediate results like a new railway line, serve to garner public attention and exert pressure on the central party. On stage, the politician and Song Hae-jin are seated, engaged in the debate. The narration continues, highlighting that if the budget becomes the central focus, the accumulated data and efforts from such discussions will eventually yield tangible results. Song Hae-jin turns to the protagonist, inquiring about his thoughts on the ongoing debate. The protagonist looks back at Song Hae-jin, clarifying if she's asking about his opinion on the construction of the subway line. Song Hae-jin laughs, remarking on the protagonist's stiff demeanor and overly formal way of speaking. The protagonist responds with a nuanced answer, stating his formality is both present and absent depending on the situation. Song Hae-jin then deduces that he reserves such formality for those he isn't close with, a statement the protagonist confirms. With a knowing smile, Song Hae-jin suggests that perhaps his formality might lessen once the election concludes. The protagonist, with a hint of a smirk, directly asks if she's implying a desire for them to become closer after the election. Song Hae-jin laughs again, playfully chastising him for focusing on intentions before openly admitting that, yes, that's exactly what she meant. Protagonist, with a serious gaze, counters that he suspects her intentions will be difficult to achieve. He then questions why, noting that he heard everyone in Anyang is close to Do-jun. Song Hae-jin smiles, playfully challenging him, asking if he would hold a grudge just because she ran, even after he had previously beaten her. She then teases him further, wondering if he would be upset about losing to her. The protagonist looks at her, remarking that Song Hae-jin doesn't seem to understand much about politics. Song Hae-jin's eyes widen slightly in surprise, questioning his assessment of her. Protagonist continues, explaining that in politics, individuals with differing ideas can become friends, only to turn into rivals at any given moment. Song Hae-jin challenges him, asking if that isn't their current situation. Protagonist retorts that her very perspective is why he believes she doesn't understand politics. Protagonist's gaze sharpens, a serious expression settling on his face. He elaborates, stating that people in politics never forget when someone attempts to maliciously trample over them, concluding that such individuals can never truly be friends. Song Hae-jin smirks, asking if he truly believes she's trying to maliciously trample him and if he's genuinely afraid of her. Protagonist chuckles, dismissing her suggestion entirely, and cryptically tells her she'll find out later. The scene shifts to a large gathering where Song Hae-jin and protagonist stand among a crowd, observing two figures on a raised platform. A quiet hallway is shown, featuring a simple door and a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. A voice echoes through an office-like setting, stating with regret that the situation simply cannot be helped. The wealthy client grins sinisterly, holding a yellow envelope, his expression hinting at a hidden agenda. The wealthy client turns and quietly closes the door behind him, his actions deliberate and secretive. An eerie silence fills the now empty space, the quiet amplifying the recent clandestine act. The office remains still, save for a subtle flicker of light, hinting at something unnoticed in the quiet environment. Hidden amongst a stack of papers, a small camera with a glowing red indicator light silently records its surroundings. The title card for Chapter 3 appears, revealing a politician who sees the future. A news article flashes across the screen, proclaiming the Daehan Advance Party paints a new future for Anyang, accompanied by an image of the assemblyman speaking confidently into a microphone. 3 beer mugs clink together in celebration as a voice expresses gratitude for everyone's hard work over the past 3 days. Amidst the lively chatter of the celebratory gathering, one person exclaims that the effort was worth losing a few nights of sleep, with another enthusiastically agreeing. From behind, protagonist is seen among the revelers as a voice wonders with anticipation if tomorrow is finally the day. An official document confirms the registration of Song Hae-jin as the sole candidate for the Youth Committee Chair of the Daehan Advance Party Anyang City A District Regional Committee. A man with glasses stares in utter shock, a bead of sweat tracing down his temple, clearly dismayed by the revelation. A crowd gathers around a notice board, their hushed murmurs filling the air as they react to the displayed information. A man exclaims, demanding to know what happened to Do-jun, while a woman beside him vehemently declares it insane, insisting that he definitely submitted his papers. The bespectacled man's shock intensifies as a voice cries out Do-jun's name in alarm. As the alarm rings out, protagonist, calm amidst the chaos, simply acknowledges the unfolding situation, stating he is well aware of it. A man with dark hair and glasses, evidently in charge, frantically demands to know the whereabouts of Do-jun's papers. He insists he clearly saw them submitted in a yellow envelope, questioning how no one remembers among so many people. From an overhead perspective, the man with glasses sighs in frustration, continuing his search through documents on a desk while others stand by, observing the fruitless effort. The bespectacled official, his back to the viewer, asks what they are doing, suggesting they question everyone calmly. However, a voice from off-panel confirms that the papers were not in the collection box, and a thorough search yielded nothing. Her indignant voice continues, arguing that if Do-jun submitted the documents, they absolutely should be present. The bespectacled official, his face contorted in anger, shouts back, vehemently denying the papers are there, asserting they are simply not to be found. Protagonist, maintaining his composure, questions why they aren't actively searching. He suggests that perhaps external staffers brought in for the event might not have stored the documents properly. The official, removing his glasses, sighs again, reiterating that they have thoroughly checked and the documents are not there, implying that Do-jun simply failed to submit them. Protagonist asks for the next steps, to which the official coldly replies that without documents, there is no registration. Protagonist, his expression shocked, declares the situation unacceptable. The official, seemingly annoyed, dismisses him, promising to personally question the external staffers and telling protagonist to wait. The official's hand is shown dialing a number on his phone, the screen displaying the contact minute HONUK from Gungdong-gu. Protagonist stands with the female staffer, observing the scene. Everyone looks expectant, hoping for a resolution. Protagonist's eyes narrow slightly, a subtle hint of his inner thoughts. He reveals to the audience that he already knows the inevitable outcome of this call. The bespectacled official speaks into the phone, asking if he's speaking to Hyun UK, then inquires if Kang Do-jun registered as a candidate for the youth committee chair 3 days ago. The phone screen remains visible as the voice on the other end, presumably Minute Hyun UK, responds with uncertainty, claiming to have been too busy preparing for the event and barely remembering any documents received that day. A knowing, almost imperceptible smile plays on protagonist's lips, confirming his premonition that the documents would indeed be missing. The voice on the phone continues, rationalizing that if he doesn't remember, then it must mean the papers weren't there, a weak attempt to cover up the truth. Protagonist steps forward, interrupting the call and asking the official to listen to something, hinting at a crucial revelation. The official's eye widens in surprise, a bead of sweat forming as he anticipates what protagonist is about to reveal. 2 phones are displayed, one still on the call, the other playing a recording. The recording features Do-jun introducing himself and asking about Minute Hyun UK's role, who replies he's just a committee member. Another close-up of an eye, intense and focused, as the recording continues. Do-jun's voice asks if what he's holding is the registration form, and a voice confirms, that's right. Protagonist triumphantly declares that there's a recording, proof that the documents were indeed received, while the bespectacled official looks on in stunned silence. The official's face is a mask of shock and dismay, his mouth slightly agape as the phone call to Minute Hyun UK continues in the background. The official, recovering slightly, demands to know where the candidate registration documents are now. Protagonist, with a subtle smirk, ponders internally how Minute Hyun UK would ever know they went straight into the shredder. Minute Hyun UK's voice on the phone, now clearly cornered, apologizes profusely, claiming a lack of memory and accepting full responsibility for the oversight and any required punishment according to party rules. Protagonist observes Minute Hyun UK's hasty confession, wondering if he is already taking the fall for a larger scheme. The bespectacled official, a slight, knowing smile on his face, dismisses the gravity of the situation, stating it's merely a youth committee election, implying any penalty would be negligible. The official, regaining control, declares that the executive office will discuss and decide the matter, then abruptly orders everyone to quickly return to work. As the official regains control, protagonist reflects that since the incident was deemed a mistake, the matter will likely conclude with a simple verbal warning. Later, on a staircase, protagonist encounters a smiling woman and they exchange a polite hello. The smiling woman's expression shifts to one of concern, a hint of worry in her eyes. Outside, the smiling woman poses a question, asking protagonist if he was aware of a certain truth. She continues, stating that she knew a situation like this would unfold. Protagonist responds by reminding her that he had warned her before, emphasizing that a politician can never truly be friends with those who seek to undermine them. The smiling woman, her face etched with distress, asks if this current predicament is what protagonist had meant by his earlier words. Protagonist remains silent, a thoughtful ellipsis hanging in the air as he processes her question. Suddenly, the smiling woman's frustration boils over as she exclaims that protagonist doesn't even believe her. With a passionate gesture, she declares that she has never lived her life in such a way and never will, vowing not to stand idly by if this was an intentional act rather than an accident. Her anger rising, the smiling woman confronts protagonist, questioning if he is mocking her and if he considers her a joke. Protagonist, with a dismissive gaze, retorts that she clearly still misunderstands the nature of politics, reminding her that her position was not achieved by her own efforts but through a recommendation. He continues, challenging her claims of unintentionality and integrity, asking if she even comprehends the true nature of the work she is involved in. Protagonist presses further, questioning if she truly believes her presence here was solely by her own will, emphasizing her lack of self-awareness. As protagonist begins to walk away, he curtly dismisses her, stating that he is busy and they can talk later, implying her inability to grasp the situation. Protagonist walks away, leaving the smiling woman standing alone, a stark image of isolation. A knock echoes at the door of the regional chairman's office, followed by an invitation to come in. Protagonist enters the office, where two men are already seated, both looking up with surprised expressions. Table with 2 coffee cups sits between the seated men as protagonist stands nearby. One of the associates informs the chairman that protagonist has something to say, offering to step out for a moment. The associate rises and exits the room, leaving protagonist and the chairman alone. Chairman looks at protagonist with a stern expression, demanding to know what protagonist intends to do. The chairman invites protagonist to sit, acknowledging that he has heard of the unfair treatment protagonist has endured. Sipping his coffee, the chairman reflects that such frustrating and anger-inducing situations are common. However, he cautions that in politics, moments like these are crucial, as getting worked up can lead to poor judgment and cause trouble. With a knowing glance, the chairman imparts a fundamental rule: in politics, one must never forget their place, emphasizing this as the very first principle. Protagonist sits on the edge of the table, his expression filled with uncertainty as he internally wonders about his future. As protagonist grapples with his uncertain future, the wealthy client leans in, his expression shrewd, questioning if protagonist has yet chaired the university student committee. Protagonist's eye narrows, a silent beat of contemplation before his thoughts surface. The wealthy client wants him to play house with mere political novices. The wealthy client continues his calculated persuasion, promising to speak favorably with the central party and highlight protagonist's name to the higher-ups, presenting it as a grand opportunity. With a calm eye, protagonist's hand deftly pulls out his phone, commanding the wealthy client to take a good look at the screen. The wealthy client's eye widens in sudden shock, a visible tremor of realization crossing his features as he processes the information on protagonist's phone. The phone screen displays video 014, showing a figure entering a room, followed by a mysterious white, bat-like object swiftly darting out, captured in a damning sequence. Sweat beads on the wealthy client's brow as he stammers, recognizing the footage. Protagonist's voice cuts through, revealing the video proves his application was deliberately shredded. Protagonist, now clad in a sharp suit, delivers his ultimatum: report Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik to the Ethics Committee and fire him, or the video goes public. The wealthy client's face contorts in a desperate attempt to deflect, but protagonist's sharp retort pierces through, exposing the wealthy client's direct order behind the secretary's actions. The wealthy client, agitated, demands to know if protagonist truly needs to go this far, but protagonist calmly counters, questioning the wealthy client's audacity to expect his silence after such an attempt. Protagonist's hand rests casually, his demeanor unyielding as he dismissively asks if the wealthy client's meager offer is all he has to give. The defeated wealthy client, burying his face in his hands, concedes to appoint Song Hae-jin as the youth committee chair, prompting protagonist to press further about his own demands. A subtle, knowing smirk plays on protagonist's lips, a silent declaration of his victory in the unfolding power play. Protagonist, in full command, states his true objective: with Executive Secretary Oh Dong-sik's imminent firing, he demands that vacant seat. The wealthy client's face contorts in fury and disbelief, his voice rising in outrage, questioning if protagonist has completely lost his mind. Protagonist remains unflappable, meeting the wealthy client's gaze with unwavering resolve, asserting that he speaks with absolute clarity. The wealthy client's protests escalate into a shout, declaring the demand unprecedented and questioning the absurdity of a 26-year-old serving as executive secretary. Protagonist calmly cites the party bylaws, explaining that the regional chairman holds the authority to appoint key administrative staff, including the executive secretary. He continues, highlighting the absence of an age limit for the position, implying that if the chairman trusts their ability, even someone in their 20s can be selected. He then challenges the wealthy client. Are you questioning the party bylaws? The wealthy client forces a strained, awkward laugh, a transparent attempt to mask his discomfort and entrapment in protagonist's logical snare. Hand flicks a cigarette butt into an ashtray, a brief moment of tension and contemplation as the wealthy client attempts to regain his composure. Metaphorical impacts strike protagonist, symbolizing the wealthy client's desperate countermaneuvers, yet protagonist remains unyielding, absorbing the pressure with stoic resolve. The wealthy client, though visibly shaken, stands firm, reiterating his absolute refusal regarding the executive secretary position. Internally, the wealthy client considers the immense value of the position, musing that he would rather endure a physical slap than concede the executive secretary role. His internal struggle continues, even considering giving protagonist his expensive car if it meant protecting the executive secretary position, while protagonist watches on with a knowing smirk. In a desperate mental plea, the wealthy client considers offering the vice chairman position instead, anything to divert protagonist from his true target. Wealthy client's frustration explodes, declaring the executive secretary position an absolute impossibility as the narrator explains its critical function, holding the purse strings of the regional committee. The narrator emphasizes the profound impact of the role, illustrating how without funding, policies cannot be drafted, organizations cannot move, and elections become unmanageable. The executive office, as the narrator explains, is the central hub through which all funds and manpower for every event, seminar, and nomination duty flow. Expanding on this structure, the narrator reveals that the executive secretary controls the entire budget, personnel, and all crucial data, making them an indispensable figure. This makes the executive secretary a position of immense power, even closer to a regional chairman than a spouse. The wealthy client internally seethes, questioning how he could ever surrender such a vital role, feeling as if someone holds a grip on his very throat. The protagonist, calm and collected, confirms his understanding. He states his intention to proceed with releasing the incriminating video and recording exactly as they are. In a sudden burst of panic, the wealthy client lunges forward, desperately shouting no, as he tries to snatch the phone from the protagonist's grasp. With a firm grip, the protagonist effortlessly blocks the wealthy client's attempt, his voice a quiet command for the older man to simply sit down. From a low angle, the wealthy client's voice questions if the protagonist truly comprehends the sheer influence and importance of the executive secretary's position. The protagonist, composed and confident, affirms that he knows it well, explaining that the position is crucial for supporting the regional chairman and securing victory in the upcoming election. The weight of the situation crushes the wealthy client, who buries his face in his hands, overwhelmed by silent despair and frustration. Still clutching his head, the wealthy client's silent turmoil continues, his mind racing with desperate thoughts. An extreme close-up reveals the wealthy client's eyes burning with a dark, murderous intent as he grapples with the thought, should I kill him? Should I just kill him right here and now? Across from him, the protagonist maintains a faint, almost imperceptible smile, his expression unreadable as he observes the wealthy client's struggle. The wealthy client's internal monologue continues, emphasizing the need for perfect synchronization with his executive secretary, whose actions should feel like his own hands and feet. The protagonist confidently asserts his intelligence and solid reputation in any ang, daring the wealthy client to find anyone more capable than him. With a sinister smirk, the wealthy client dismisses the protagonist's claims, coldly stating that he wants to make one thing crystal clear. The wealthy client's tone turns menacing as he declares that traitors are never let off easily, asserting his power to bury even a valedictorian orphan with zero connections. The protagonist simply smiles, reassuring the wealthy client that such a situation won't occur, as he understands his place and won't run wild. Finally, the wealthy client dismisses the protagonist, who bows respectfully, promising to await the news by the end of the day. The moment protagonist leaves, the wealthy client's composure shatters. He slams his fists onto the sofa, the sound echoing his simmering rage. His hand trembles and clenches, veins bulging, a physical manifestation of his barely contained fury. With a furious roar of motherfucker, the wealthy client hurls a coffee cup, smashing it against the door in a violent outburst. The shattered pieces of the cup lie scattered on the floor as the wealthy client's internal monologue blames that bastard Song Ju-chan for his predicament. Slumped and defeated, the wealthy client sighs heavily, staring blankly at his phone, utterly exhausted by the ordeal. A grey-haired associate cautiously peeks into the room, his expression shifting to surprise as he takes in the scene. Broken coffee cup remains on the floor, a stark reminder of the wealthy client's earlier rage, now observed by the newly arrived associate. The gray-haired associate fully enters, hesitantly asking the wealthy client about Kang Do-jun, sensing the tension in the air. The wealthy client, still seething, reveals that brat brought a video with him, prompting the gray-haired associate to inquire about its contents. The wealthy client's eyes widen in a sudden, enraged realization as he identifies the subject of the video, a recording of himself shredding Kang Do-jun's candidate application. Enraged, the wealthy client berates the gray-haired associate, furious about being blackmailed by a young punk due to his incompetence, while the associate cringes, attempting to explain himself. The wealthy client furiously dismisses any explanation, stating that the protagonist intends to release the video and recording. He then demands to know what the gray-haired associate intends to do, who frantically shouts no, questioning if they can't stop it, to which the wealthy client retorts, "Then what?" An executive delivers devastating news, informing the protagonist that Kang Do-jun wants you fired from the executive secretary position. The protagonist, stunned, can only question the sudden turn of events, asking, "That is?" The protagonist's legs buckle beneath him, collapsing to his knees as the weight of the dismissal crushes him. On his knees, the protagonist desperately pleads with the chairman, reminding him of his unwavering loyalty and begging, "Please spare me just this once." The chairman looks down at the kneeling protagonist, questioning his ability to overcome the situation, stating, "I want to save you and crush that brat, but do you think you can manage that? I guess not, right?" Chairman, now kneeling beside the protagonist, reveals the immense pressure he's under, explaining, "He says if I don't report you to the ethics committee and fire you, he'll go public. What should I do?" A hand is dramatically raised, 4 fingers extended, signaling a critical period of 4 years. The protagonist's face contorts in anguish as he vehemently protests, shouting, you can't just throw me away like this." Hand interjects, now showing 2 fingers, as a voice proposes, "No, wait, just take a break for exactly 2 years." The protagonist's mind races, repeating the dreaded 2 years, realizing that in the world of politics, 2 years is an eternity. The chairman, looking pained, insists, "I'm doing this to save you." He promises to handle the ethics committee and reinstate the protagonist after 2 years, but for the protagonist, the thought of 2 years echoes like a death knell. The scene shifts, revealing a modern urban landscape under a twilight sky, hinting at the passage of time. Inside, a young woman with short, light brown hair stands thoughtfully by a window, a pensive expression on her face. A crucial document rests on a polished table, its contents yet to be revealed, hinting at significant developments. The document is an official announcement. "We hereby announce the winner of the Youth Committee Chair election as follows, with Haijin listed as the sole candidate." Haijin stares at the document in disbelief, questioning what is this, and wondering, am I really being elected like this? Haijin, still reeling from the news, quietly takes a seat on the couch, lost in thought. Haijin's mind races, connecting the dots of the fact that Oh Dong-sik was reported to the ethics committee, wondering, what does it mean? Haijin overhears a conversation confirming the rumors. It's true, they say he disposed of the documents on purpose. Haijin covers her face in distress, calling out "Dad" in a moment of despair. Haijin realizes the truth. My dad must have bribed Oh Dong-sik or won over Chairman Baek Young-sik. And then, unluckily, no, he got caught by the quick-witted and smart Kang Do-jun. Haijin's frustration boils over as she internally protests, asserting, "It's not like I asked them to do it." Despite her frustration, Haijin's conscience weighs on her, realizing, still, I should at least apologize. Haijin bites her lip, a silent struggle reflecting her internal conflict and growing resolve. Haijin attempts to make a call, only to be met with the automated message, "The person you are calling is unavailable." Voice greets, "Oh, hello, Haijin," confirming a connection has been made, to which Haijin responds, "Yes." Haijin looks on as the protagonist speaks with another man, recognizing him with a surprised question, "Do-jun?" The protagonist stands with a stern profile, his expression unreadable as he observes the situation. Standing beside the protagonist, Haijin expresses her lingering guilt, feeling, "I feel like I've done something wrong." Haijin's worry persists despite reassurances that it's fine. "It's already over," she admits, but still, "I feel so uneasy about becoming the sole candidate." The protagonist offers a reassuring smile, telling Haijin, "It wasn't something you planned yourself, so don't worry about it too much." Haijin, however, questions his sincerity with a thought, "Are you really saying that?" The smiling woman, now confirmed as the youth committee chair, offers her congratulations. She announces her new role as executive secretary, suggesting they collaborate on future tasks. The smiling woman lets out a surprised gasp while the protagonist confirms an official announcement is imminent. He assures her that, as the regional committee's administrative lead, he will fully support the youth committee's events. With a confident smile, the protagonist extends his hand, proposing they both do their best in their new roles. The smiling woman looks on, momentarily speechless. The smiling woman's hand hangs in the air as she processes the situation. She realizes the protagonist's calm demeanor stems from his superior position, acknowledging that she is now the one who must show deference. With a visible jolt, the smiling woman's hand finally clasps with the protagonist's, sealing their new professional relationship. The smiling woman forces a polite smile, declaring her anticipation for working alongside him. The protagonist maintains his confident, almost smug, expression as he acknowledges the title of Mr. Executive Secretary. The scene shifts to a phone screen displaying 6 a.m. as a hand taps it, signaling the start of a new day. The protagonist pulls up his shirt, revealing his toned physique, preparing for his morning routine. He begins his morning jog, breathing heavily as he moves through a scenic outdoor path. A sweat drop forms on the protagonist's temple as he continues his focused run. Suddenly, the smiling woman appears, stretching with a bright smile, greeting him with a cheerful, "Good morning." The protagonist, surprised by her presence, questions her intentions. The smiling woman explains that she learned from party members about his consistent jogging schedule at ActionToon. She elaborates, stating her desire to learn from him as a fellow party member and the future Secretary General, expressing her wish to follow his lead. The smiling woman points enthusiastically, reinforcing her desire to emulate him. The protagonist, however, internally notes her overly obvious intentions. The protagonist, bent over in exhaustion, warns her that keeping up won't be easy. The smiling woman confidently retorts that despite her appearance, she is quite athletic and takes good care of herself. Protagonist acknowledges her statement but firmly declares that he has no intention of matching her pace. The smiling woman, undeterred, asks if she can inquire about something. The protagonist curtly responds with a no. The smiling woman then directly asks if he is always so cold to everyone. As they jog, the protagonist refutes her claim, asserting that a politician who is cold to everyone should abandon politics entirely. The smiling woman smiles slyly, reminding him that she is also a citizen, then questions if they might need to join forces once he is officially in office. The protagonist muses with a thoughtful hum. With a challenging smirk, the protagonist tells her to prove her worth and make him want to join forces with her. The smiling woman reacts with a surprised "well, in that case," as the protagonist's foot pushes off, leaving her behind. The smiling woman's feet pound the pavement as she shouts for him to wait, eagerly suggesting they go together. From behind, the smiling woman looks exhausted, realizing with internal thoughts that the protagonist is already far ahead, muttering a frustrated "wow, seriously." Sweat drips from her face as the smiling woman looks up, her expression a mix of strain and fierce determination. Despite the smiling woman's fierce resolve, the political gears grind onward. At a critical steering committee meeting, the resignation of Secretary General Oh Dong-sik is officially announced, presided over by Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik. The Ethics Committee had deemed his act of shredding documents a serious incident, recommending a 1-year suspension from party duties. An official declares that the regional committee will follow the Central Party's decision, confirming Secretary General Oh Dong-sik's voluntary resignation. Even with Baek Young-sik's intentionally soft tone, the atmosphere in the meeting room remains palpably icy, leaving many on edge. A hand grips a leg in distress, while another man walks away, the tension from the meeting lingering in the air. The announcement is made. Kang Do-jun is appointed as the successor for the vacant Secretary General position, a decision protagonist observes with a composed expression. The smiling woman reacts with shock as others applaud the new Secretary General Kang Do-jun. Internally, she laments that things will be tough, feeling the new appointee's obvious dislike. She thinks about her aching body from jogging, something she never does, as the official announcement continues, assigning Kang Do-jun to lead practical affairs and Song Hae-jin to chair the youth committee. Protagonist watches the proceedings, his gaze sharp and observant, taking in every detail of the political machinations. The smiling woman, despite her internal struggle, forces a polite smile and claps, while protagonist maintains a subtle, knowing expression. As dusk settles, painting the sky in vibrant purples and oranges, the scene shifts to an exterior shot of a local building. Inside a bustling eatery, a welcoming voice greets new arrivals, exclaiming at the honor of having Mr. Secretary General among them. A server in an apron tries to maintain decorum, telling a patron not to be too formal, only for the patron to insist on clear hierarchy. At a table, protagonist's friend playfully chastises the server for calling him sir, insisting on being called hyung before ordering the usual 2 bowls of sundae-guk and a bottle of soju. As a bottle is uncapped, protagonist's friend remarks on the changed atmosphere, noting that even the sound of the place feels different today, hinting at the significance of the day. The server eagerly pours a drink for the Secretary General, showing deference and hospitality. Protagonist's friend takes a refreshing sip, savoring the moment. A satisfied sigh escapes protagonist's friend after his drink, as both he and protagonist share a relaxed smile. Protagonist's friend lets out a soft chuckle, enjoying the casual atmosphere. Protagonist smiles subtly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, reflecting on the recent events. Protagonist's friend, holding chopsticks, presses him for details. How did he manage to strike a deal with Chairman Baek Young-sik, and more importantly, how did he know Secretary General Oh Dong-sik had shredded his registration form? Over a steaming bowl of food, protagonist explains it was just a hunch, a feeling that something was off, especially after hearing rumors about Song Hae-jin being parachuted in and Oh Dong-sik's strange movements, even scheduling conflicts. His friend interjects, wishing protagonist had told him sooner. Protagonist's friend, looking slightly put out, acknowledges it was a mere hunch, but insists protagonist keep him in the loop from now on, feeling left out. Protagonist simply agrees. Protagonist, spoon in hand, calmly reveals that he told his friend to get a camera, which led to catching Oh Dong-sik red-handed, making everything after that easy. Protagonist's friend expresses surprise at the deal, asking if protagonist intended to take Oh Dong-sik's place. Protagonist clarifies he initially considered the youth committee chairman's seat, leading his friend to question if Song Hae-jin was the reason for the change of plans. Protagonist, with a thoughtful expression, explains it wasn't exactly that, but rather a realization that sitting as the youth chairman would be more dangerous. His friend immediately asks why. Protagonist smiles, revealing his strategic thinking. The youth committee holds no real power. He poses a rhetorical question, asking if his friend would trust someone who knows his dirty laundry and keep them around for long. Protagonist's friend, still processing the ruthless logic, points out that protagonist specifically targeted the Secretary General position to gain control over Baek Young-sik, calling the move cold. Friend expresses concern that protagonist's actions will only intensify Baek Young-sik's hatred, leaving him powerless to mobilize the organization or spend money. Protagonist calmly agrees, stating that Baek Young-sik is likely alone right now, plotting every possible way to get rid of him. Protagonist's expression tightens, a bead of sweat forming, as the gravity of the situation sinks in. His friend, clearly unsettled, asks if protagonist isn't afraid of the potential repercussions. Protagonist dismisses the concern, explaining that fear would only grip him if his ambitions were limited to merely joining the National Assembly. Protagonist's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with resolve as he declares his ambition far exceeds simple membership. He asserts that if he were to cower before his opponent, he might as well perish then and there. His friend, disturbed by protagonist's stark declaration, urges him not to speak of death. He then asks for the next step, to which protagonist calmly replies that he will simply continue as he always has. Friend presses further, questioning if protagonist isn't going to prepare for any retaliation. Protagonist scoffs, remarking that while violence might have been a concern in a different era, it's highly improbable in the current day and age. Protagonist confidently explains that no matter Baek Young-sik's perceived talent, he cannot simply dismiss a Secretary General without cause. He asserts that Baek Young-sik's next move is entirely predictable. He will resort to pulling strings. Protagonist elaborates, predicting that Baek Young-sik will either deploy powerful figures to force his resignation or patiently wait for him to make a single, crucial error. His friend questions this, to which protagonist confirms that one mistake is all Baek Young-sik needs. His friend, determined to protect him, vows to meticulously double-check everything to prevent any slip-ups. Protagonist chuckles, then asks his friend if he truly believes simply avoiding errors will be enough to thwart his opponent. His friend, perplexed, asks what else could happen. Protagonist reveals the chilling truth. His enemy won't wait for a mistake, he will create one. He reminds his friend of the past willingness to shred a registration form, questioning how difficult it would be to manufacture a scandal. Protagonist's friend is left speechless, a look of profound worry on his face, before finally asking what course of action they can possibly take. Protagonist, with a resolute expression, announces their first move. Starting tomorrow, they will meticulously clean up the party's membership roster, updating all contact information and activity history. Protagonist continues, detailing their plan to systematically categorize the entire database, logging everything from members' interests and occupations to their volunteer availability. His friend snaps to attention, confirming he will immediately begin the task. Protagonist further outlines their strategy, stating that they will begin publishing a weekly or bi-weekly Secretary General report, transparently summarizing the committee's budget, event schedules, and key regional issues. Protagonist reveals the crucial detail. This report will be widely distributed, not just among core members but also to the city councillors, eliciting a sharp gasp of understanding from his friend. Protagonist's friend's eyes widen in a sudden realization, exclaiming that if protagonist proceeds with this plan, then the implications are absolutely undeniable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit office, the assemblyman, looking stern, begins to pack his belongings into a box, his tenure perhaps coming to an abrupt end. A hand holds up a cherished photograph of a smiling woman, her cheerful peace sign a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere. An unseen voice coldly tells the assemblyman to take his severance and buy his daughter a gift, implying his dismissal. The assemblyman slams his hands on the desk, a guttural "damn it" escaping his lips in a fit of rage and despair. With a trembling hand, the assemblyman slowly picks up his glasses from the desk, his silence heavy with unspoken emotion. The assemblyman's face contorts with seething fury as he clutches a document, vowing vengeance against Baek Young-sik and refusing to let his downfall end here. The office clock ticks steadily, its hands indicating the passage of time as the day begins. Quiet office stands empty, rows of organized cubicles awaiting the arrival of their occupants, hinting at the early hours. Protagonist, now sharply dressed in a suit, glances over his shoulder, addressing his friend with a casual bro. Protagonist's friend approaches, presenting a meticulously organized folder containing the party member data, a testament to his diligent work. His friend, looking exhausted, jokingly asks if he drank alone last night, wondering how protagonist is so perfectly composed. Protagonist simply thanks him, noting his friend's earlier-than-expected arrival as he takes a USB drive from the folder. Protagonist's friend, now looking sharp and proactive, declares that if yesterday's predictions hold true, they're about to be swamped with work starting today, emphasizing the need for thorough preparation. He then commends protagonist's efforts and suggests they grab coffee to strategize the report's structure. Protagonist's internal thoughts reveal the treacherous political landscape. Not only is Baek Young-sik constantly seeking an opportunity to undermine him, but Oh Dong-sik, who was ousted, is also biding his time, plotting a comeback. He concludes that merely trying to survive and keep a low profile in such a critical period would only create an opening for his adversaries. A tranquil office desk is laid out, complete with a laptop, a warm coffee cup, and a refreshing iced drink, a calm scene before the impending storm of work. Protagonist, now clad in a sharp suit, critically examines the data. He notes that while it appears organized, the categorization is chaotic, and much of the contact information is outdated. Protagonist explains that simply sorting the data by age, gender, occupation, interests, and availability would be a massive improvement. His friend, however, groans, questioning when they'll ever finish such a monumental task. Protagonist's friend suggests bringing in some Excel whizzes from the youth wing for overtime. Protagonist sternly reminds him that the member database is his responsibility and he needs to mobilize people to get it done. Protagonist takes a sip of his coffee, confidently stating that people will readily assist if he asks for a quick favor. He then muses on the database's future importance, especially during public elections. The narrative highlights that organization is the bedrock of any election. In the cutthroat world of politics and campaigning, the individual who commands the organization wields undeniable power. With precise identification of each person's skills and group affiliations, they won't just control the regional committee's administrative functions but also accurately gauge local public sentiment. Protagonist's friend, now invigorated, exclaims his readiness and asks protagonist, as their office manager, how they should proceed with creating the report. Protagonist, with a subtle, knowing smirk, confidently declares that a weekly report schedule would be optimal. Protagonist's friend acknowledges protagonist's instructions, then inquires about the target audience for the report while a hand rapidly types on a keyboard. Protagonist, composed and strategic, specifies the target audience: representative officials, city and district council members, and influential party members. He then instructs to distribute it only to the core 30 to 40 key figures to maintain efficiency, a plan his friend readily agrees with. Protagonist's friend confirms the plan to email the report every Monday morning, then asks if they should also print a few copies for offline use. Protagonist, with a confident smile, explains that physical copies will allow everyone to react during official meetings. He anticipates Chairman Baek Young-sik's initial resistance, but knows he'll eventually be unable to conduct meetings without this data. Protagonist's internal monologue reveals his ambition to become indispensable to every party member, thus preventing anyone from pressuring him. A new person arrives, cheerfully greeting with a "good morning" to which protagonist responds with a polite hello. Protagonist, turning in his chair with a welcoming smile, returns the greeting and tells her there's no need to be so formal with him. Yoo Hai-won, identified as the Women's Committee chair, smiles warmly but finds it a bit awkward to treat the office manager like a junior, despite his invitation for informality. Yoo Hai-won remarks on protagonist's extreme diligence, noting he was always an early bird but is now practically at the office at dawn, wondering what he's working so hard on. Protagonist explains to Yu Hai-won that he's updating the party member list as the current roster is old and he anticipates many changes due to people moving or leaving the area. Yu Hai-won, with a laugh, comments that Protagonist is already showing off his new office manager vibe. Protagonist humbly replies that knowing the members is simply a basic part of his job, to which Yu Hai-won agrees. Yu Hai-won, observing Protagonist, acknowledges that member management is indeed the office manager's duty, but she finds it astonishing that he's updating the list on his very first day. Meanwhile, two colleagues are seen gossiping, questioning how long Protagonist will last. They point out the close ties between Oh Dong-sik and Baek Young-sik, concluding that the new office manager is bound to be replaced soon. The colleagues continue their disparaging remarks, questioning the point of Protagonist's hard work and what a kid like that could possibly know about politics. Yu Hai-won's thoughts drift, acknowledging Protagonist's long history of hard work since he was young, but her expression suggests an underlying reservation. A split panel showcases Protagonist in two different looks. On the left, he's in his casual sweater, smiling. On the right, he's in a formal suit, also smiling, highlighting his versatility or transformation. Yu Hai-won suggests they all go out for coffee. Protagonist's friend declines, mentioning they've already had coffee, but Protagonist readily agrees to the invitation. Yu Hai-won's internal thought reveals her true intention. It's time to butter him up. She then charmingly tells Protagonist that the coffee at her suggested spot is excellent. Protagonist's subtle smirk reveals his true thoughts. He knows exactly what she's trying to do, anticipating her every move. The title card for Chapter 6 flashes across the screen, titled A Politician Who Sees the Future. The scene shifts to the imposing facade of Hanwon University Hospital. Inside, the opulent VIP ward exudes an air of exclusive privacy and high-stakes dealings. Protagonist sits quietly in the lavish VIP ward, his expression unreadable as he waits. The wealthy client enters with a beaming smile, greeting Protagonist warmly. "Ago, it's been a long time." As they shake hands, the wealthy client invites Protagonist to sit, then Protagonist cuts to the chase, asking if he came all this way because of Ms. Song Hae-jin. Wealthy client smiles, explaining with a slight laugh that as her uncle, he can't help but worry about his niece. The wealthy client settles into his seat, stating he understands the situation and believes he can handle it himself, despite having already informed the chairman. The wealthy client's expression turns pensive, his internal thoughts revealing relief that Kang Do-jun took the office manager position, as Song Hae-jin's political career would have failed otherwise. The wealthy client's clasped hands betray his internal struggle, acknowledging that even with the Cheongsong Medical Foundation's immense power, crushing someone who built themselves from the bottom up is a different challenge entirely. The broad smile, the wealthy client announces that Hae-jin is starting her political career in Anyang, musing that he had hoped she'd become a corporate lawyer, finding her political ambition at such a young age quite fascinating. Protagonist offers a light laugh, agreeing that law school is always an option for later, while the wealthy client adds that he simply hopes Hae-jin grows well and becomes a great asset to the family. The wealthy client, with a calculating smile, asks Protagonist to look after Hae-jin, to which Protagonist responds with a hesitant, "Well, that's..." A hand slides a dark, ornate envelope across the table, a silent gesture of an offering. Protagonist's eye narrows in surprise and suspicion as he questions, "What is this?" The wealthy client smiles, revealing the gift is an anonymous golf club membership with all expenses already taken care of. Protagonist's hand hovers over the table, he feigns modesty, saying, "Haha, you really shouldn't have," before seemingly preparing to gratefully accept. Both hands move decisively towards the envelope, a silent agreement sealed with a firm grasp. The wealthy client's expression turns serious, stating, "Consider this a promise." As he lays out his expectation, Protagonist must pave the way for Hae-jin to make a name for herself. Protagonist's subtle smile widens as he accepts the terms, assuring the wealthy client that their foundation will fully support him in becoming an assemblyman or even a mayor. The wealthy client lets out a small, relieved laugh, acknowledging, "Understood." The wealthy client suggests he has kept Protagonist too long, but Protagonist assures him it's not at all, proposing they meet again soon. Protagonist bows respectfully, wishing the wealthy client safe travels, as the wealthy client offers a satisfied smile. Protagonist adjusts his tie, a frown creasing his brow as he internally labels the wealthy client a sly old raccoon for trying to outmaneuver him. Protagonist's grim expression deepens as he holds his phone, lamenting how he was outplayed by a punk, lost his right-hand man, and is now forced to support his niece against his will. Protagonist takes a call, hearing a voice greet, "Hello, uncle," and then ask, "Yeah, I heard the news. You became the youth committee chair?" Protagonist retorts, "News travels fast, huh? How about it? Your niece is a politician now." The caller responds, "Why wouldn't it be fast? I just spoke with Chairman Baek Young-sik." The voice on the phone presses, "Why?" Protagonist, still looking out the window, downplays it. "Don't be so surprised. I just went to ask him to look out for my niece. Nothing major." The voice responds with a skeptical, "Really?" Wealthy client, depicted in a chibi style, beams into his phone, declaring, "Of course," then invites protagonist to lunch, remarking, "It's been a while since I've seen you." When protagonist says, "I'll think about it," the wealthy client playfully adds, playing hard to get, "I'll give you some allowance." The wealthy client, still lost in thought, muses on a sharp young woman, reflecting that she is just like her mother. He considers her current position, deeming it a title without true power, a situation he cannot allow to persist. His thoughts then shift to a different individual, a young punk who dared to hold a knife to Baek Young-sik's throat. The wealthy client's expression turns calculating as he wonders about the true nature of this mysterious figure. The scene abruptly changes to a close-up, a hand clad in a vibrant red glove gripping a blue hose, vigorously spraying water as a distinct sound echoes. A man in a cap and apron, wearing the same red gloves, meticulously hoses down what appears to be a series of large fish tanks, diligently performing his task in a dimly lit environment. The wealthy client's voice cuts through, addressing someone named Hyung Jong and directly asking if he is interested in taking on a job, his hand extending a dark, nondescript shopping bag. Two men sit at an outdoor table, their conversation revealing deep resentment towards an unnamed individual who struts around like he owns the place, displaying a sense of unearned authority among various committee chairs. One of the men from the conversation, visibly agitated, drinks from a small glass, his face contorted in anger as he labels the target of their discussion arrogant and full of himself, a piece of shit despite how he was treated. The agitated man continues his tirade, recounting how Chair Beck promised to cover for the individual at the ethics committee, but he cannot fathom waiting 2 years for justice. From an overhead perspective, the two men discuss that Rat Kang Do-jun, questioning if there are any bad rumors about him. One suggests that no one is perfectly clean if you dig deep enough, hinting at the potential for uncovering hidden truths. The agitated man, now holding a lit cigarette, his face set in a grim smirk, instructs his companion to start digging and be thorough, his internal thoughts seething with animosity towards this bastard. The scene dramatically shifts to an empty, dimly lit PC cafe, an internal voice or unseen observer expressing surprise with a PC cafe? Protagonist, disguised in a hoodie and cap, sits with his back to the viewer, intensely focused on a blank computer screen, the rhythmic sound of a keyboard indicating his concentration. A close-up reveals protagonist's hands flying across the keyboard with furious speed, the sound effect emphasizing the rapid input of information. Protagonist continues his relentless typing, the computer screen now displaying a draft post detailing his intent to expose Secretary General Kang Do-jun for secretly accepting money and revealing his ugly reality and hypocritical mask. Man stands over protagonist, recounting how Kang Do-jun, despite initially appearing to genuinely love politics, revealed his true nature during a private drinking session, a stark contrast to his public persona. The man's narrative continues, describing how Kang Do-jun led him to a great place in the entertainment district near Byomji Station during one of their usual drinking outings, prompting a sigh of good grief from protagonist. The man's face contorts in a mixture of shock and anger as he recalls the events, vowing to discover the identity of which bastard was involved. A sudden, jarring sound accompanies a hand forcefully grabbing protagonist's shoulder, startling him from his deep concentration at the computer. Protagonist abruptly sits upright in his bed, eyes wide with alarm, the sudden awakening marked by intense and sound effects. Lying back down, protagonist presses a hand to his forehead, a troubled expression on his face as he wonders internally, was it another dream? Sitting on the edge of his bed, head buried in his hands, protagonist wrestles with the weight of the dream, realizing he can't just ignore this one either since a previous dream had proven to be real. Protagonist holds his phone, which glows with the time 4 o'clock, his thoughts consumed by the dream's details, a smear campaign accusing him of secretly taking money, and his regret at not seeing the face of the man in the hat. With a hand still covering his face, protagonist grimly concludes that his enemies, finding no real dirt, must have fabricated some corruption. He knows that even if proven false, such a hypocritical image would instantly shatter everything he has built. Protagonist exhales sharply, his profile revealing a hardened resolve as he acknowledges the truly vicious tactic employed against him. An extreme close-up on protagonist's intense eye underscores his internal struggle as he realizes he can't tell anyone about these precognitive dreams, forced to bear the burden of his foresight alone. Bearing the solitary burden of his foresight, protagonist rises with the dawn, questioning if an early start will help him navigate the day's unseen challenges. At the office, protagonist greets the arriving wealthy client, acknowledging his presence with a surprised, "Oh, you're here?" Protagonist then remarks on the wealthy client's unusually vibrant appearance, noting, "You look like you're glowing even more today." The wealthy client casually reveals he'd already worked out and visited the sauna, eliciting protagonist's incredulous questions about his early rising habits. This early in the morning? Wow, what time do you even wake up? A broadly smiling wealthy client immediately dives into work, instructing protagonist to review the previous database tasks and inquire about the summary for next week's Secretary General report. Protagonist hesitates, beginning to respond with there is, but only for the wealthy client to dismissively cut him off, stating, no, it's nothing, leaving protagonist confused. Observing the interaction from a distance, a colleague shivers, an internal thought echoing his unease. Why is he smiling so brightly today? It's scary. Protagonist quickly reassures the wealthy client, promising, I'll get it organized and bring it to you, to which the wealthy client simply replies, sure. As protagonist departs, the wealthy client's pleasant demeanor vanishes, his gaze hardening as he intently checks his phone. The wealthy client raises the phone to his ear, his expression unwavering as he initiates a call, the previous warmth entirely absent from his face. The scene shifts to the exterior of the April Committee building, where cheerful greetings echo, hello Tilda, and hello, Hyjin. Inside, the smiling woman warmly greets a male colleague, asking, hello, how have you been? Do you need anything? The flustered man replies, oh, hello, not in particular. Meanwhile, diligent hands rapidly type on a smartphone, meticulously organizing information and contacts. The smiling woman, now deep in thought, reflects on her progress, musing, great, I've spoken with all the young male members one by one. Next is. With her task in mind, the smiling woman walks purposefully through the office hallway, heading towards her next objective. Anxious thoughts cloud the smiling woman's mind as she considers her next move, sighing, if I go in and greet him first, it'll make me look fair and impartial. Still weighing her options, her internal monologue continues, but I still need to get the budget, before a voice from within the room grants permission. Yes, come in. The smiling woman enters the office, politely greeting the wealthy client with a hello, good morning, which he calmly reciprocates, yes, good morning. With a slight smile, the wealthy client remarks, I could hear your voice greeting people all the way in here, chair song, to which the smiling woman responds with a slightly awkward chuckle, ha ha, is that so? The smiling woman's hands clasp nervously as she internally processes the wealthy client's comment, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. The wealthy client then probes, how are things going, prompting the smiling woman to cautiously ask for clarification. What do you mean by that? Leaning back, the wealthy client elaborates, I'm just asking if things are going well. You took the Secretary General position at a young age, and it's your first time, so I was wondering if it's going well, that kind of thing. The smiling woman thoughtfully replies, it's not easy, but it is interesting. The wealthy client responds, really? Then it's your calling, before turning the question back to her, isn't it yours, Hyjin? The smiling woman asserts, I'm making it my calling, prompting the wealthy client to press further. Why are you so cautious? Unlike me, you have people helping you. The smiling woman recalls, you mean the event from the other day, referring to a youth forum where she spoke, as the wealthy client confirms, yes, it looked like the chair gave you some solid support. With a hint of resignation, the smiling woman admits, I can't exactly refuse a kindness, revealing her deeper desire, although I did want to try doing it independently. Her thoughts drift to the implications of accepting help, wondering, would that be the same as being subordinate to the regional chair's influence? She then concedes her current limitations, but I lack the practical know-how and the network. A knowing smirk plays on the wealthy client's lips as he shrewdly observes, oh, so you want independence? The smiling woman, her ambition clear, declares that while her heart desires independence, she isn't abandoning all avenues. She actively works to make her presence known, greeting people daily to establish her footing. The protagonist acknowledges her statement, then inquires about her current work. The smiling woman reveals she is preparing a report for the Secretary General. Her hand rests on a keyboard as she explains the report, a weekly compilation of regional issues and events which will be distributed to key party officials and city council members starting tomorrow. A moment of realization crosses the smiling woman's face as she processes the implications of her work. From an overhead perspective, the protagonist sits at his desk, observing the smiling woman. The narrator muses that a man named Kang Do-jun, a figure of influence, is destined for more than just a Secretary General position, hinting at the political landscape. With a hesitant excuse me, the smiling woman begins to speak, while the protagonist's hand clenches, a silent signal of his contemplation. The smiling woman, with a hint of nervousness, proposes an idea to the Secretary General, hosting a youth forum for jobs in Anyang City. The protagonist reacts with surprise, questioning her initiative. The smiling woman, flustered, repeats her proposal for a youth job forum. Protagonist deems it a good event, sparking a relieved and excited reaction from the smiling woman, who eagerly affirms its merit. The protagonist, however, points out the significant financial cost and the need for a large venue, raising practical concerns. The protagonist, his expression thoughtful, continues to dissect the proposal, noting the extensive manpower and promotion required for such a large-scale event. Sweat beads on the smiling woman's forehead as she nervously agrees, acknowledging the potential benefits if the event succeeds. Protagonist challenges her, asking if she believes this discussion will genuinely benefit the Daehan advance party rather than just being wasted effort. He cynically remarks that such forums often serve merely as photo opportunities, a stark visual of a politician posing for cameras reinforcing his point. The smiling woman, her head bowed in resignation, quietly concedes that she is aware of the political realities. With a stern expression, the protagonist explains the party has already held 3 major events, making it difficult to justify spending more money simply to promote a youth chair who isn't even Baek Young-sik. The smiling woman, her hand gripping a doorknob, internally chastises herself, regretting having spoken up at all. Just as despair sets in, the protagonist interrupts her thoughts, suggesting she consider a different approach. Looking up intently, the smiling woman listens as the protagonist reveals he understands her true goal: to gain attention from party members and residents, to establish her own identity within the Daehan advance party. A shrewd smile plays on the protagonist's lips as he leans forward, hands clasped, offering her a campaign that she could lead. With the same confident smile, the protagonist reiterates his offer, proposing a specific campaign for the smiling woman to spearhead. From an elevated view, the protagonist details the campaign: eradicating harmful facilities from school zones, highlighting the prevalence of adult entertainment establishments in Anyang. The smiling woman's eyes widen in surprise as she processes the magnitude of the task, asking if she is truly meant to lead such a charge. A wave of shock washes over the smiling woman as she realizes the scale of the problem. Not just a few, but dozens of such establishments exist, represented by dark, looming figures around her. With a profound sense of resolve, the smiling woman bows deeply, a gesture of acceptance and determination. Her eyes now burning with conviction, the smiling woman declares her understanding and her readiness to begin preparations immediately. As the smiling woman exits, her previous declaration still echoing, protagonist casts a questioning glance over his shoulder, a hint of surprise on his face. Protagonist, now alone, reflects on the encounter, wondering aloud, what was that all about? Why did she stop by? With a confident lean back in his chair, protagonist explains that the smiling woman seemed intent on drawing attention to herself, having asked to host a youth employment forum. An unseen voice then questions, "And you agreed to it?" Protagonist scoffs at the idea of agreeing to such a costly venture, asking, "No way, do you have any idea how much that would cost?" The unseen voice then presses, "Then why did she look so happy when she left?" With a hand to his chin and a surprised expression, protagonist reveals his counterproposal. "I made a suggestion. I asked if she'd be interested in leading a campaign to eliminate harmful facilities near schools." The unseen voice quickly responds, "Oh, that's a great idea, especially around here." Protagonist maintains his confident posture as the unseen voice suddenly exclaims, "Wait, did you forget who Baek Young-sik is associated with?" A silent exclamation hangs in the air, signifying a dawning realization. Protagonist's eyes widen, and he gasps sharply, "Ah." The wealthy client then verbalizes his understanding of the intricate scheme, declaring, "So you're going to use Song Hae-jin to strike at Baek Young-sik." Suddenly, phone screens light up with notifications as a mass email is sent to approximately 40 key figures, including major party officials, city council members, and influential members of the Anyang City Daehan Advance Party Regional Committee. The assemblyman, adjusting his glasses, meticulously reviews the contents of the email, noting the party DB status, volunteer budget execution details. At another desk, a woman efficiently types, her screen displaying a comprehensive report detailing trends in ordinance amendments, a summary of district council member QEAs, a list of cooperation requests from local public institutions. The woman beams, impressed by the meticulous organization, declaring that she's never seen a report this systematic before. In the bustling office, a man informs his colleagues that the new report will be updated every Monday, leading another to comment that preparing meeting materials is going to be much easier from now on. Two men discuss the recent changes, one remarking that things were run pretty loosely back then, while the other adds that the executive office system has completely changed. A smiling woman enters a room, offering a polite, if slightly surprised, "Oh, hello." An unseen man asks the smiling woman, "Did you see the report too, Hae-jin?" She replies, acknowledging its quality, "Yes, it was quite impressive." The smiling woman holds the report, her expression turning thoughtful and slightly concerned as she ponders its contents. As the smiling woman reviews the report, she notes with surprise that the campaign to eradicate harmful facilities is listed right there. She realizes, I only mentioned it yesterday. The smiling woman reflects, finding the swift inclusion of her idea a bit surprising, but not in a bad way. She concludes that since it's framed as a discussion on how the party will provide support, it'll be much easier for me to move forward with the work. A bead of sweat forms on the smiling woman's temple as a troubling thought crosses her mind, but in the end, isn't Kang Do-jun the one taking the initiative here? Man, clearly agitated, questions the news. An executive secretary report? You're saying everyone is praising this? The wealthy client scoffs. Why put in so much effort? That young brat. An unseen voice attempts to temper his negativity, asking, don't look at it so negatively. Isn't he a talent for the party? The wealthy client observes that Kang Do-jun fellow is moving as if he's been preparing for this since the moment he became executive secretary. He adds, he's quite ambitious. The unnamed man questions the wealthy client. You seem to find this quite pleasing. The wealthy client laughs heartily, declaring, ha ha ha, as long as the party prospers, I'm happy no matter who is responsible. The wealthy client proudly declares his ultimate goal is for their chairman to become the next mayor, questioning what's wrong with a talented young man making a name for himself. The protagonist, with a slight frown, responds, is that so? I envy how easygoing you are. The wealthy client advises, don't think like that. Oh Dong-sik is already gone. If you keep lingering on the past, it only makes things harder for you, Chairman. The protagonist remains silent, his expression unreadable. Turning his back to the room, the protagonist states, oh Dong-sik is like a brother to me. The protagonist acknowledges, I know, but it'll be hard for him to return. The wealthy client adds gravely, especially while Kang Do-jun, who holds such damaging evidence against Oh Dong-sik, is standing his ground. The wealthy client continues, I also realize the executive secretary is gradually restructuring the organization to fit his own style. But since you were the one who appointed him, it's hard for me to step in. Placing a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the wealthy client points to a report, stating, this report is the same. If these reports keep coming consistently for a month, the party's city council members will start relying on them. Perhaps in the future, they won't even want to attend meetings without this report. The wealthy client suggests, I suspect the executive secretary might have even anticipated that when he created this. You understand how I feel, right? The protagonist internally muses, he means he doesn't want to make an enemy of someone whose potential is unknown. With a frustrated sigh, the protagonist declares, that's enough. I'm tired, so I'm going to the sauna. You handle the meeting, Vice Chairman. My stomach turns just looking at this. A door slams shut with a resounding bang, marking the protagonist's departure. The wealthy client's hand calmly reaches out, taking hold of the report left on the desk. The wealthy client stands alone, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Regional Committee's weekly meeting proceeds smoothly, despite the absence of the most important person, the regional chairman. Everyone presents their reports, reaching conclusions without major issues. The narrator observes that the chairman's presence wasn't mandatory, especially with the executive secretary, who manages the funds and the organization, firmly in his seat. There was no reason for subcommittee chairs to seek out the chairman. The smiling woman states she will approve funding for policy development regarding infertile couples, privately thinking, I'll have to get even closer to him from now on. The protagonist, now wearing glasses, stands in the corner, observing with a look of surprise as he holds a stack of papers. Hands rhythmically tap a stack of papers, emphasizing a point or organizing thoughts. The smiling woman approaches the executive secretary, explaining, since this is my first time, I was hoping to get some guidance from the executive secretary. Could I get some tips on how to run the campaign and manage the organization? The narrator observes the smiling woman's sly smile, noting, Song Hae-jin probably doesn't realize that what she's doing is essentially backstabbing Baek Young-sik. That's why she's so passionate about it. Is he really going to help her with that? The executive secretary confidently replies, of course. The protagonist's eye widens in surprise, realizing the implications. The executive secretary lays out a meticulous plan for the campaign, detailing when, where, who, and how to conduct protests, publicity, rallies, or online petition drives, including a list of volunteer groups, media coordination, and banner designs. The protagonist, visibly shocked and sweating, thinks to himself, it's a good thing Chairman Baek Young-sik isn't here. The smiling woman profusely thanks the executive secretary, offering, I'll buy you a meal sometime when you're free, secretary. He smiles, responding, a meal is fine. I'm just doing my job. She then urges, then, please do your best. As the smiling woman beams, the protagonist, watching from a distance, feels a chilling sense of déjà vu. The protagonist, looking genuinely distressed, addresses the executive secretary. "I'm saying this just in case, but I hope you don't have even the slightest thought that I might betray you. I don't want to be your enemy." The executive secretary dismissively replies, "Don't talk nonsense." The protagonist questions the executive secretary, "But did you really need to lay it all out for Song Hae-jin in such detail? She's not stupid, and she has the resources, so she could have handled it herself if you just left her to it." The executive secretary, with a knowing smirk, explains his strategy. "When you fight someone, you have to put them properly in the ring. That's the only way their true self comes out." The protagonist, in a chibi form, looks utterly confused, asking, "What do you mean?" The executive secretary illustrates his point with a vivid metaphor. "If she only half prepares for the fight, she'll just turn tail the moment Baek Young-sik growls at her, right? Her psychology would be that since she hasn't invested much, it's okay to give up." Continuing his explanation with the boxing metaphor, the executive secretary states, "But if she prepares this intensely and enters the ring, her true character will show from that point on." The protagonist finally grasps the intent. "Oh tilde, so you're trying to find out what kind of mindset Song Hae-jin has toward politics?" The executive secretary confirms, "Exactly. Whether she's the type to back off appropriately and wait for a chance, or the type to keep fighting even if she gets beaten up." The smiling woman is shown in a determined boxing stance. The executive secretary elaborates on their intricate strategy, confirming that they will uncover the Kyeong-song Foundation's true stance on Song Hae-jin and also reveal Baek Young-sik's perspective on both Song Hae-jin and the Foundation. The protagonist, observing the layered plan, remarks on how many objectives they are hitting with a single move. The executive secretary, with a questioning look, presses the protagonist, asking what his next move will be once they uncover Song Hae-jin's true nature. The protagonist responds with a subtle smile, questioning the executive secretary's inquiry, stating he will simply gain knowledge of her character. The executive secretary then asks if that is truly his only objective. The protagonist, holding a paper cup, asks the executive secretary why young people are so drawn to MBTI. The executive secretary replies that it's likely due to boredom and a need for conversation starters. The protagonist dismissively retorts that such things are only for nerds like him. The executive secretary exclaims that the protagonist himself has never dated, to which the protagonist calmly replies that he chose not to, implying the executive secretary simply lacked the ability. The protagonist shifts the conversation, asking why people treat MBTI like a business card exchange. The executive secretary explains that it's a way to understand the person they are dealing with, enabling them to know how to effectively manage them. A look of realization crosses the executive secretary's face as he grasps the protagonist's true intention: to understand Song Hae-jin as a politician, to learn how to effectively utilize her. The protagonist confirms this with a single word. With a cunning smirk, the protagonist states they should simply wait and observe, his gaze hinting at the future of the smiling woman whose image is subtly superimposed below him. A frantic office worker bursts through a door, loudly demanding to know if chairperson Song Hae-jin is present. Protagonist observes as a woman in the background responds with uncertainty, claiming she doesn't know. The wealthy client, standing nearby, questions her lack of knowledge. The narrator reveals that Baek Young-sik, having taken the bait, spent the entire morning searching for Song Hae-jin. The protagonist, with a subtle smirk, opens a door, thinking to himself that lingering around and encountering the other party would only lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. He muses internally, knowing he'll eventually be implicated once Song Hae-jin reveals she received the idea from him, as a sign for the Secretary General's office is visible. Until that time comes, the protagonist decides he might as well focus on getting some work done in peace at his desk. The executive secretary bursts into the room, his voice urgent, declaring to the protagonist that they are in serious trouble. Protagonist calmly asks what's wrong. The executive secretary, visibly distressed, stammers that someone has posted on the party bulletin board revealing information about the protagonist and a girl from the orphanage. The protagonist, anticipating the accusation, asks if the post claims he was toying with a child. The executive secretary is stunned, questioning how the protagonist could have possibly known. The protagonist calmly instructs him to simply leave it be. The executive secretary, bewildered, repeats the command in disbelief. Dismissing the previous topic, the protagonist instructs the executive secretary to have the youth members search for Oh Dong-sik, adding that he's likely somewhere close by. The screen displays the title card for Chapter 9, A Politician Who Sees the Future. A chilling message appears on screen, stating that the writer can no longer remain silent under the weight of their guilty conscience and is compelled to write this. Narration continues, revealing the Seobuk orphanage as a place current Secretary General Kang Do-jun frequently visited during his time on the University Student Committee. A woman's distressed face is shown. The confession exposes the true, sinister reason for his visits: not to aid the underprivileged children. Two individuals are seen looking at their phones. Instead, he frequented the orphanage to engage in inappropriate relationships with the female students there. A woman's eyes widen, reflecting the shocking revelation. The confession details specific dates, times, and locations, including an incident on March 15, 2021, involving a female student behind the orphanage. The protagonist observes the detailed exposé, realizing that with such precise information, people will have no choice but to believe it. The gray-haired associate expresses profound shock and betrayal, lamenting that he trusted the individual to live an honest life and questioning how he could commit such acts. Another man echoes the sentiment, never imagining such a person could be capable of this. Another panicked office worker bursts in, urgently asking if the others have seen the scandalous post. The wealthy client sits at his desk, his hands clasped, a thoughtful and calculating expression on his face as he processes the unfolding events. A close-up reveals the wealthy client's subtle, knowing smirk, hinting at his deeper involvement or satisfaction with the current chaos. Following the wealthy client's subtle, knowing smirk, a man with glasses stares at his computer screen, his face contorted in shock as he questions if Oh Dong-sik is truly behind the current chaos. The protagonist, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declares that his bait has been set and his targets are already biting. He instructs his associate to not only locate Oh Dong-sik but also the individual responsible for the party bulletin board post, suggesting they start their search at a PC bang. The associate, still processing the instructions, hesitantly asks the protagonist if he already has someone specific in mind for the bulletin board post. The protagonist's eyes remain closed in contemplation for a moment before he reveals the name he suspects: Kim Hyong-jong. A grim flashback illustrates the man in question, Kim Hyong-jong, who was expelled from the regional committee for harassing Soo-yeon. The associate confirms, recalling that this is the same Kim Hyong-jong who only reappears during elections. The associate clutches his head, a look of profound disbelief on his face, as he grapples with the possibility that Kim Hyong-jong could be the one behind the malicious post. The protagonist, while unable to confirm with absolute certainty, instructs his associate to gather party members and scrutinize CCTV footage from PC bangs near Byomji Station, confident that this will quickly lead them to the culprit. With a reassuring smile, the associate confirms he understands the task. He adds that while he can't speak for everyone, those who worked with the protagonist on the university student committee will not be swayed by the rumors. The knowing smirk, the protagonist acknowledges that while people might not believe the accusations now, is certain that as time progresses and blame shifts towards him, they will eventually be forced to accept it as truth. A voice questions the protagonist's sudden departure, to which the protagonist replies with a smirk that he needs to leave, as people wouldn't dare openly curse him if he were present. As the protagonist walks away, he instructs his associate to tell anyone who asks that he's gone to investigate the truth, adding that he'll assign another task via phone later. The associate stares after the protagonist, an exasperated expression on his face, muttering to himself about the protagonist's seemingly unshakable calm. The protagonist's path is intercepted by a voice addressing him formally as Secretary General Kang. A woman with short dark hair confronts the protagonist, demanding to know if he has seen the post on the party bulletin board and suggesting that an explanation from him is long overdue. The protagonist turns to face her, his expression stern as he directly challenges her, asking if she truly believes he is responsible for the post. The woman lowers her gaze, a single tear welling in her eye, unable to voice her thoughts in response to his direct question. The unsettling flashback of Kim Hyong-jong forcefully grabbing a woman's arm replays, a stark reminder of his past transgressions. Her face contorts in distress as she finally manages to utter that she simply wouldn't know the truth. The protagonist pauses, then calmly tells the woman, referring to her as Madam Chair, to simply focus on her duties, implying he will handle his own. The protagonist walks away, leaving the woman standing alone, a lingering silence hanging between them. Outside a modern building, the protagonist answers a call, confirming his identity to the person on the other end. The protagonist walks away, a thoughtful hand to his face, confirming his suspicions were correct, and then expresses his reliance on the person he's speaking with. A phone vibrates silently on a polished surface, its screen dark. The protagonist lies on his bed, still in his suit, his phone resting beside him, contemplating his next move to contact Beamsu. With his eyes closed, the protagonist considers taking a nap, seeking a moment of respite amidst the unfolding drama. A cup of coffee sits on a table as an unseen voice commends someone for a job well done, instructing them to lay low and avoid public appearance for a while. Wealthy client, on the phone, dismisses a concern about hasty actions and insufficient verification. He asserts there's nothing more to verify, stating it's a known fact that the bastard came from an orphanage and frequently visited it. Lounging in a cafe, the wealthy client confidently explains that they merely embellish the truth, questioning who could possibly refute it. He then challenges whether his target could even prove their innocence, as his associate expresses concern about refuting evidence. The wealthy client's face contorts in frustration as he vehemently demands how his target could possibly refute the fabricated claims. The call concludes with his associate acknowledging the truth of his words, as the wealthy client ominously states he will see them soon, on the day of the national audit. The wealthy client's gaze sharpens, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips as he holds his phone, a silent acknowledgement of the intricate plans unfolding. It is late afternoon, well past lunchtime, as an emergency meeting is finally convened in conference room number 1, delayed by Secretary General Kang Do-jun's absence, as he left to investigate the incident himself. Inside the conference room, a hand slams onto the table as a committee member vehemently declares that the matter must be reported immediately to the Ethics Committee. The committee member, his face etched with concern, cautions the room, stating he understands their feelings but stresses the need for extreme caution regarding the situation. A female committee member, with a furious expression, challenges the committee chair, demanding to know why they aren't acting swiftly and decisively in such a critical moment. The wealthy client chuckles softly, recalling his initial impression of the man during the interview, remarking that he's no ordinary guy, especially with his eyes, and acknowledging his intelligence, even suggesting he be made Secretary General. Committee member, now with a thoughtful expression, places a hand to his chin, conceding that if the situation is as described, he understands the collective will of everyone present. From behind, the committee member's voice rings out, declaring that Secretary General Kang Do-jun's duties are to be temporarily suspended, effective immediately. The protagonist observes the scene from a distance. A voice calls out, "Chairperson," followed by an apology, "Excuse me for a moment," as someone prepares to exit the room. The committee member's eyes widen in recognition as he turns, realizing this voice is the guy who clings to Kang Do-jun's side like glue every day. The door opens to reveal an older woman with short grey hair and a red scarf, accompanied by a younger man in glasses, both entering with a determined air. The older woman greets them, introducing herself as Yang Sun-jae, the director of the Western Orphanage. The director explains her presence, stating she came because she heard Mr. Kang Do-jun was being unfairly accused, her voice firm with conviction. The director recounts the accusations against Mr. Do-jun regarding an unsavory incident with a child from her orphanage, vehemently asserting that is a lie, while the female committee member listens with a skeptical expression. A hand rests on the table, barely trembling, hinting at the simmering tension within the room. The committee member glares, exclaiming his intense dislike for Kang Do-jun, claiming he was on the verge of dumping that bastard into a cesspool, before sharply demanding, "Do you have any evidence?" In a monochrome flashback, the committee member maintains his serious demeanor, arms crossed, reiterating his understanding of their feelings but emphasizing that such matters must be handled with utmost care. The protagonist, clad in a sharp suit, sits deep in thought, reflecting on the discomfort caused by Kang Do-jun's presence as Secretary General, describing it not just as uncomfortable but as an irritating thorn that needed immediate removal. The director presents a thick binder, declaring, "This is the evidence." The female committee member takes the binder, her eyes wide with surprise as she asks, "What is this?" The director explains that Mr. Kang Do-jun has supported their orphanage for a long time, and the binder contains all the records of his extensive support and activities. The binder reveals volunteer activity logs, heartwarming photos, and even thank you letters lovingly written by the children, showcasing Mr. Do-jun's deep involvement. One photograph captures Mr. Do-jun dressed as Santa Claus, joyfully handing a gift to a smiling child, surrounded by festive decorations. Presented records detail that on March 15, 2021, Mr. Do-jun conducted group math tutoring with other college student volunteers, leading the assemblyman to declare that the claim he met alone with a female student is a complete lie. The director further clarifies that all volunteers are required to log their entry and exit times, along with activity details, and Mr. Do-jun consistently followed these rules, never meeting with children alone. The female committee member's eyes widen in shock as she comprehends the implications, muttering, "Then, it's false," realizing the accusations were baseless. The children, central to the false accusations, adamantly deny any wrongdoing, stating they would immediately speak up if anything truly happened to Do-jun. Their denial confirms the committee members' growing suspicion that the claims were baseless. Stern, older man listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the unfolding revelations. Suddenly, an excited man bursts into the room, exclaiming to his associate, Hyunsu, I found it. The man with glasses, Hyunsu, looks up, a surprised smile spreading across his face as he asks, You found it? The excited man confirms his discovery, revealing that the target was exactly where they predicted, at the OOPC cafe near Byomji station. Further investigation of the PC cafe's CCTV footage confirms the presence of Kim Hyongjong at the exact moment the incriminating board post was uploaded, providing crucial evidence. Elsewhere, an intense interrogation is underway, with a voice demanding why the suspect claims ignorance. A man in a work apron, wearing red gloves, defiantly retorts that he can only state what he genuinely knows, nothing. The excited man reminds his female associate that they had a contingency plan to mention Oh Dong-sik's name if the suspect continued to feign ignorance. As the man in the apron maintained his clueless facade, the mere mention of Oh Dong-sik's name instantly causes his face to drain of color, revealing his terror. The terrified man immediately bolts, attempting to flee the scene, but another hand reaches out to stop his desperate escape. The chase is on, and the authorities are swiftly informed, ensuring the fleeing suspect will soon be apprehended. A fish flops on the ground, a chaotic symbol of the unfolding drama. Protagonist, with a thoughtful expression, deduces that Kim Hyongjong has likely never volunteered at an orphanage, suggesting the entire situation is a setup. He then directly asks the director if she knows anyone by that name. The older woman, the director, shakes her head, her expression clearly denying any knowledge of Kim Hyongjong. Protagonist, standing firm, declares the entire incident a complete frame-up against Dojin and states his intention to report former director Oh Dong-sik to the police. A serious man addresses an unseen chairman, proposing a formal complaint to the ethics committee against both former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik and party member Kim Hyongjong. In a moment of intense fury, a man grits his teeth, cursing the crazy bastard for inadvertently turning Kang Dojin into a hero. The same man, now visibly stressed, tries to compose himself, realizing that any rash action could lead to both his and Oh Dong-sik's downfall. The wealthy client, with a knowing smile, agrees that justice should prevail, observing that the slander incident against Kang Dojin has quickly dissipated into a mere commotion. The aftermath of the incident sees public opinion divided, half expressing remorse for Kang Dojin and the other half filled with awe. The public learns that protagonist, an orphan himself, has quietly supported orphanages since his youth, a revelation that deeply moves many. Protagonist smiles gently, while the man with glasses and a woman discuss his incredible philanthropy, marveling at how he performed such good deeds without ever seeking recognition. The man with glasses adjusts his spectacles, a look of profound realization on his face, exclaiming how scary it is that protagonist meticulously recorded all his volunteer activities for years. Bathed in a soft glow, protagonist and the director stand together. As a collective thought emerges, it's as if he anticipated this very situation, meticulously preparing for his political aspirations. The man involved in the slander bows deeply in a gesture of profound apology, admitting his grave mistake. A man comments on the powerful impact of the revelations, noting that even the women's chair could no longer remain neutral after witnessing the truth. The woman, now enlightened, admits her judgment was clouded by her association with Hyongjong, realizing the true culprit was someone other than Kang Dojin. With a warm smile, the woman praises director Kang, playfully chiding him for keeping his wonderful acts of kindness a secret from everyone. Her support now unwavering, the woman declares her absolute loyalty to director Kang, vowing to defend him against any future detractors. The protagonist, with a confident smile, acknowledges the situation, remarking that there might be more to uncover than meets the eye. The woman vehemently dismisses any doubts, proclaiming her intent to spread word of director Kang Dojin's good deeds, ensuring all of Anyang's citizens recognize his name. With a calm, knowing smile, the protagonist suggests that rather than publicizing his achievements, the woman should focus on her own tasks. The protagonist stands firm, while the woman, now at a distance, seems to ponder his words. A flicker of surprise crosses the woman's face, her expression shifting with a sudden realization. The protagonist instructs the woman to fulfill her duties, and she solemnly agrees, stating her intent to do what is necessary. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, the woman contemplates the tasks that lie ahead of her. The assemblyman clutches his head in regret, apologizing for an action taken too swiftly. An unnamed man observes from the foreground as the protagonist converses with the assemblyman, who holds a tablet. The unnamed man, holding a stack of documents, reflects on the unfolding situation, noting that those who spoke ill will now face significant repercussions. The protagonist, with a knowing gaze, declares that the collective burden of public sentiment will now become a powerful advantage. An official reports that Secretary General Kang Do-jun's innocence has been proven, with former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik identified as the orchestrator of the incident. The official continues, detailing the arrest of party member Kim Hyong-jong, who confessed to posting the incriminating article under Oh Dong-sik's orders. He assures a serious response, including a complaint to the Ethics Committee. Voice formally addresses the protagonist, Secretary General Kang Do-jun, as his hand rests calmly on a chair. The wealthy client expresses his regret to the protagonist for being unable to offer assistance during the recent unfortunate incident. The protagonist smiles, reassuring the wealthy client that it's all right, even expressing gratitude that the incident brought much-needed attention, volunteers, and donations to the orphanage. The wealthy client laughs, affirming his admiration for the protagonist's character, noting his unwavering focus on the children even amidst personal adversity. Placing a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, the wealthy client declares that having such talent within their party is a profound blessing. The protagonist, with a subtle smirk, clarifies that his actions were simply his own desire, acknowledging the natural reasons for others' doubts while still feeling upset by them. The wealthy client, clearly impressed, murmurs his admiration for the protagonist's candidness. The narrator reveals that the protagonist's distinctive attitude quickly resonated and spread among the party members, solidifying his influence. Desperation etched across his face, Oh Dong-sik pleads into his phone, begging for anyone to help him. Oh Dong-sik frantically calls out to a chairman, begging for help, only to be met with a chillingly formal address from the other end, Mr. Oh Dong-sik. Standing alone in a cafe, Oh Dong-sik receives a final, stark message from the voice on the phone: "Don't call again. You and I have no relationship anymore." Oh Dong-sik's face contorts in agony as he confesses to the phone, "Hyung, I agonized over this. Should I betray you, Hyung?" His eyes wide with a desperate plea, Oh Dong-sik insists that despite everything, he had resolved to remain loyal until the very end. The man on the phone, standing on a lush golf course, coldly states that the past cannot be forgiven and demands Oh Dong-sik take responsibility for his actions alone. Oh Dong-sik's face twists with furious despair as he internally curses the man who abandoned him, believing that karma will inevitably strike him down for his betrayal. With a final, agonizing silence, Oh Dong-sik grips his phone. The conversation abruptly ended. A chilling notification echoes in the silence as the protagonist's eyes snap open, wide with a sudden, dreadful realization. Beads of sweat form, reflecting the cold, harsh light. A critical message flashes across the screen. Mr. Kim Hyong-jong has confessed, revealing he posted a smear article against Secretary General Kang Do-jun, all under the direct instructions of former Secretary General Oh Dong-sik. A twisted, hollow laugh escapes the protagonist's lips, a desperate sound laced with despair and dark amusement as sweat drips down his face. Rain streaks down the window as the protagonist stands, his back to us, a hand clenched over his mouth, the weight of the confession pressing down on him. As the protagonist sits absorbed in thought, two figures approach from either side, their presence ominous as one states, "You'll need to come with us." The scene shifts dramatically to the serene, manicured greens of a golf course in Huizing City, a stark contrast to the preceding tension. The protagonist stands on the course, phone in hand, a frustrated sigh escaping him. He mutters, "Ooh, what rotten luck," as another notification buzzes. Lee Jin-cheol, advisor to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party, approaches with a polite smile, asking the protagonist, "Is there something important going on?" as he dons his golf glove. Lee Jin-cheol places a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, reassuring him, "It's nothing special. There are just some people who are needlessly annoying, aren't there?" With a powerful swing, the protagonist sends the golf ball soaring, the impact echoing across the tranquil course as he executes a flawless shot. Suddenly, Lee Jin-cheol is on the phone, his face contorted in anger and disbelief as he shouts, "Chairman Beck, how can you do this, after all we've done for you?" His fury escalates as he demands answers. The harmful facilities eradication campaign, the protests, the placards. Isn't this telling us to demolish everything and leave right now? Wealthy client, calm amidst the chaos, attempts to soothe the agitated association president, asking for details. The president retorts, "You mean you don't know what your youth committee chairperson is doing?" A look of profound shock crosses the association president's face as he gasps a name, Song Hae-jin. Gritting his teeth, the association president vows to verify the situation immediately. The wealthy client, however, questions, "Verify? What is there to verify?" The association president, still on the phone, reveals the full scale of the disaster. "Right now, placards are hung all over Anyang City, and they are protesting in front of our shop. If you don't fix this immediately, our relationship is over." His face etched with desperation and fear, the association president stares wide-eyed at his phone, the weight of the unfolding crisis crushing him. Back on the golf course, the association president, oblivious to the call's content, politely asks Lee Jin-cheol, "Chairman, is something wrong?" Lee Jin-cheol apologizes to the group, explaining, "Something urgent came up in the constituency. I think I need to excuse myself first." The wealthy client presses, "What is it that is so urgent?" With a strained smile, Lee Jin-cheol promises to follow up once he grasps the situation, excusing himself from the golf course while the wealthy client bids him farewell. The association president stands, a polite smile on his face, seemingly unfazed by the sudden departure of Lee Jin-cheol. The wealthy client maintains a composed demeanor, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding events. As they walk, the association president muses, "Our chairman Beck is good in every way, but he makes quite a few mistakes, right?" The wealthy client agrees with the assessment, acknowledging, "That is true." He then adds, "Still, becoming a regional committee chairman means there are many people who like him." The wealthy client's expression sharpens as he subtly reprimands the association president, "In that sense, you have a tendency to have loose lips. Just because..." The association president smiles, unfazed, responding, "Because it seems you don't like Chairman Beck that much, advisor." He then adds, "Actually, that's how I am." The wealthy client's eye narrows, intrigued by the association president's bluntness. He asks, "You dislike Chairman Beck? Why?" With a chilling smile, the association president reveals his pragmatic philosophy, "I dislike people with many weaknesses. If that kind of person goes up, imagine how hard it is for the subordinates to cover for them." Wealthy client, continuing his chilling philosophy, directly asks why they might have thought he disliked Baek Young-sik. With a subtle, calculating smile, the wealthy client dismisses the topic entirely, suggesting they simply proceed with their golf game. The scene shifts to a bustling city street where the narrator highlights the alarming presence of at least 5 entertainment establishments within a mere 100 meters of the school's main gate. Zooming in, the narration emphasizes how entertainment flyers are scattered everywhere, cluttering the streets and creating a dizzying visual assault. A determined Song Hae-jin, speaking into a microphone, passionately questions what children will think upon seeing embarrassing flyers, urging everyone to work together for a safe environment where kids can study and grow. Addressing a crowd of supporters, some holding face-out signs, Song Hae-jin emphatically declares that harmful facilities around schools must be eradicated, a call echoed by the gathered protesters. As Song Hae-jin looks on, a male associate rushes towards her, urgently calling out chairperson. The male associate, with a worried expression, informs Song Hae-jin that Regional Committee Chairman Baek Young-sik demands her immediate presence in his office. A hand violently slams onto a table as an unseen voice sharply questions, "What are you doing?" Baek Young-sik confronts Song Hae-jin, asking if she failed to check the weekly schedule he uploaded to the meeting minutes while she stands silently, processing his words. Baek Young-sik, now visibly enraged, sarcastically demands if chairperson Song Hae-jin is present, internally grumbling about his original plan to appease her over a drink and scoffing at the idea that he would have bothered to read her detailed schedule. With a dismissive gesture, Baek Young-sik orders Song Hae-jin to immediately clear away her campaign, commanding her to cease all activities and never resume them. Song Hae-jin stares in shock, uttering a stunned pardon, her mind reeling at the thought that if he intended to refuse, he should have done so much earlier. Her hands clench behind her back as Song Hae-jin mentally protests, realizing she has a meeting scheduled with a reporter for tomorrow and cannot simply abandon the campaign in a single day. Baek Young-sik incredulously asks, "You can't," while Song Hae-jin insists that he must at least provide a valid reason for his sudden and unreasonable demand. Baek Young-sik erupts in a furious shout, asserting his absolute authority. "If I say don't do it, then don't do it," challenging her to quit her position if she disagrees. As Song Hae-jin stands her ground, Baek Young-sik's voice cuts through the tension, reminding her that he was the one who placed her in that very position. Baek Young-sik's warning echoes, his words demanding that she don't forget. Understood, as Song Hae-jin maintains a serious expression. Later, Song Hae-jin stands pensively by a scenic waterfront, her mind consumed by the daunting question of what she should do now. Her worried expression deepens as she holds her phone, her gaze distant, contemplating her next move in this difficult situation. The phone screen displays a contact simply labeled Uncle as Song Hae-jin hesitates, her thoughts trailing off before making a decision. Against the stunning backdrop of a sunset-painted sky, Song Hae-jin's desperate plea rings out, "Uncle, help me." From the other end of the line, the protagonist asks, "What's wrong?" as Song Hae-jin begins to explain that her harmful facilities eradication campaign was suddenly shut down and she was treated like a mere servant. Song Hae-jin's face is etched with frustration as she recounts the absurdity of the situation, revealing that Baek Young-sik threatened to end her political life if she dared to defy him. Protagonist, on the phone, calmly advises Song Hae-jin to calm down for now, assuring her that even Chairman Baek cannot recklessly mess with her, but then pointedly asks if she truly has to pursue the campaign. Protagonist's lips part as he utters a hesitant sound. From inside a car, the wealthy client, speaking on his phone, reassures, "Proceed for now. The work you are doing is just and right." A woman, standing outside, speaks into a microphone. The youth committee chairperson, sponsored by the Kyongsong Medical Foundation, stepped up to improve the educational environment. "This is also good for our image." She then adds, "Don't worry and do it confidently." The woman's face breaks into a warm smile as she says, "Thanks, uncle." A sign reads Bureau Chief's Office. Below it, a voice says, "It worked out just like you said, bro." Two men converse. One, wearing glasses, states, "Now Song Hae-jin becomes Baek Young-sik's right hand." The other replies, "Baek Young-sik almost had Kyongsong Medical Foundation as his backing." The man with glasses remarks, "They could bond while fighting and become even tighter." The other man, looking skeptical, replies, "Surely not Hilda." A man in a suit says, "We have to watch for now." He then elaborates, "I know Baek Young-sik well, but I don't know Song Hae-jin and the Kyongsong Foundation well." The word "under" is displayed in large, bold purple letters against a dark background. A hand holds a microphone, as if addressing a crowd. A voice thanks them. "Thank you all again for joining us on day 2. A woman speaks into a microphone, stating, "To ensure the children of Anyang can grow up in a safe and healthy environment, we will begin a signature campaign to eradicate harmful facilities around schools." In a black and white panel, a woman stands alone, speaking into her phone. The dialogue reads that a youth committee, sponsored by Kyongsong Medical Foundation, has stepped forward to improve the educational environment is also a good thing for our image. Don't worry, do it confidently. A woman holds a microphone close to her mouth, her expression earnest as she says, "We ask for your active participation." A white tent is set up, with a banner that reads, "Harmful Facilities Eradication Campaign Signatures." The background shows a street with various businesses. People line up at a table where a woman is seated, presumably to sign a petition. The website hivetoon.com is visible at the bottom. A woman with a friendly smile says, "You can sign over here." A man with glasses approaches a woman, asking, "Youth Committee Chair Song Hae-jin?" A man smiles and introduces himself, "I'm reporter Jong Jae-ho from Goryeo Daily." A close-up of a building's exterior, showing a sign that reads "Casual Dining with Operating Hours." A finger presses the screen of a smartphone displaying a recording interface with the timer showing 2.94 seconds. A woman speaks to a man across a table. "To be honest, I initially thought this was just a simple publicity stunt, but seeing it in person, it's getting a bigger response than I expected." The bottom of the image displays red at hivetoon.com to support US. A woman looks to the side, her expression serious, as she states, "That can't be. This isn't a simple event." She continues, "The issue of harmful facilities around schools in Anyang City is a serious problem that's been neglected for a long time." The woman looks directly ahead, her expression determined. She says, "My investigation shows that 50% of schools in Anyang have adult entertainment venues within 100 meters of their gates." She adds, "You even have concrete data." A woman smiles confidently and replies, "Of course." She then explains, "This isn't just an emotional play for votes, it's a policy-driven solution to a real-world problem." A close-up of a man wearing glasses, with a slight smile on his face. A woman asks, "What kind of change would you like to bring about through this campaign?" A man replies, "Our primary goal is to pass an ordinance banning these facilities within 200 meters of any school." A hand gestures as a voice explains, "And for existing businesses, we intend to prepare policies that encourage phased relocation." Another voice adds, "Of course, because this must also consider the livelihood issues of business owners, appropriate compensation and alternatives should be discussed together." A man smiles and comments, "That's a very systematic approach." He then inquires, "Is this campaign being carried out under the direction of Regional Chair Baek Young-sik?" A woman's mouth is slightly open, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. In the background, a blurred interior scene is visible. A woman, seen from the side, speaks with conviction. "This campaign is something I'm pursuing independently as youth committee chair." She continues, "While the party supports me, the leadership and vision behind this are entirely my own." That can't be. It's precisely because the party fully supports this that we can carry out this kind of campaign. Thank you for your kind words. The article is scheduled to be published in tomorrow's paper. A smiling woman looks on with a gentle expression. The protagonist shakes hands with the smiling woman, a deal seemingly struck. Title card: The Politician Who Sees the Future. Chapter 12. The camera focuses on the back of the assemblyman's head. Why don't you just fire everyone and call it a day? Because of Kyongsong Medical Foundation? I don't know how we should resolve this situation. We can't let Kang Do-jun find out about our deal with the Entertainment Business Association president. And Kim Joo-chan is furiously angry. I don't even know how to placate him. Rather than trying to forcibly block Song Hae-jin's campaign, how about showing support at the party level instead? What do you mean by that? If I publicly support the eradication of harmful facilities, Kim Joo-chan won't leave me alone. That's why I'm saying I'll meet Kim Joo-chan instead of you, chairperson. That does seem. He's offering to do the dirty work for me, so why not let him? Then I'll be in your debt. The wealthy client smiles, a plan forming. Secretary General Kang, did you really think I wouldn't see through this? Why are you trying to push Chairperson Baek into a corner? Why do you think I did that? If you're a key party official, you know that Chair Baek Young-sik has been receiving steady support from the Anyang City Entertainment Business Association president. No, at least not Oh Dong-sik. If Oh Dong-sik were still Secretary General, a campaign like this would have been killed in the first meeting. The protagonist observes with a knowing smirk. You're saying I egged Song Hae-jin on? If not someone as quick-witted as you, what would a mere kid who knows nothing about Anyang City do, holding a placard and grabbing a microphone? The protagonist leans back, a confident smile playing on his lips. What would you like me to do? For the party's sake, I don't want a talent like you wasting energy on pointless things, consuming the party's energy on pointless things too. That's what I mean by waste. That's not the case. What? I will definitely win the upcoming local election. We all work with that thought. I'll be a little different. I'm not just saying it. I will win no matter what. Wasted energy. If the work is necessary, it's never a waste. That's how you build political muscle and increase your endurance. Are you playing word games with me? He dismisses the idea, stating that sometimes one must expel the bad elements and bring in the good ones to progress. He questions if the protagonist was truly considering the party's interests. If so, he insists the protagonist should trust him. The protagonist explains that in Anyang City, specifically Dongsanji Gap, the Daehan Advanced Party is facing a complete defeat. He warns that if they prepare for the elections the same way as before, winning will be extremely difficult. The assemblyman leans forward, his gaze fixed on the protagonist, and asks if he intends to push Chairperson Baek out. Wealthy client states his position clearly. Whoever can defeat the United Future Party will have his absolute support. The protagonist's eyes narrow with intense focus, a silent promise in their depths. The wealthy client sweats, his expression a mixture of apprehension and surprise. The wealthy client offers a strained smile, assuring the protagonist, I'll do my best. Protagonist's hand rests on the table as he advises the wealthy client not to worry too much, adding that politics has a way of moving in unexpected directions. A street lamp casts a warm glow on a building facade at night, the scene quiet and unassuming. The protagonist walks down a city street at night, dressed in a sharp suit and carrying a bag, his expression calm and collected. The protagonist turns away, his back to the camera, as he approaches a sleek, dark car. Close on the protagonist's hand as he stands by the car, his fist clenched. From within the car, a voice asks, You're Kang Do-jun, right? Man with a confident smile inside the car introduces himself. My name is Lee Taesung. I'm the maternal uncle of Youth Committee Chair Song Hae-jin. The protagonist pauses, his expression unreadable, and states, I didn't come all this way to ask for some shady favor. I just wanted to talk. Lee Taesung suggests, if you're hungry, we can grab dinner. Or perhaps just a drink. The protagonist replies, even a cup of tea would do. The protagonist looks away, his expression thoughtful. Sharp sound is heard as the car door opens. The protagonist leans against the car door, a faint thump indicating his movement. He then states, if you want to talk to me, come in through the main entrance of the regional committee building. Lee Taesung, leaning into the car, smirks and retorts, you've watched too many movies. The protagonist looks ahead, his expression calm and confident. With a sharp tack, the car door is pulled open. Inside the car, a figure is silhouetted against the light, the faint sound of geoing indicating movement. The protagonist stands on the street, the city lights illuminating the scene as he waits. Lee Taesung looks at the protagonist with a knowing smile, remarking, trying to propose without even a ring. A warning message flashes on screen. Warning, read this from the official site to help US release faster. Hivescans.com more content, better quality, faster updates. A beautifully arranged platter of sushi and sashimi is presented. A voice says, thank you for coming today. Kim Joo-chan, president of the Kim Joo-chan Entertainment Business Association, sits at a table with food. He states, "To be honest, there's nothing more to talk about with the Daehan advanced party." Kim Joo-chan lights a cigarette, the flame illuminating his face. He says, "If I'd known things would turn out this way, I would have backed the United Future Party long ago." He then asks, "Do you have any idea how much I've supported Baek Young-sik?" The wealthy client, with a knowing smile, agrees, stating, "I fully understand that point as well." He continues, "In fact, I think we have to see this incident as a mistake that Chair Baek failed to properly control." Turning away, he lights a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face. He muses, how can he be that blunt about it? The protagonist, leaning forward, dismisses the excuse. Calling it a mistake isn't going to cut it, he states. He adds, "Don't just say you're sorry with words, you need to give me a countermeasure." The wealthy client turns, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Well," he begins, "from what I've looked into, it seems Chair Baek doesn't have much influence over youth chair Song Hyejin." A hand reaches out, fingers tapping an ashtray. A sharp sound cuts through the air. "So something really did happen to Baek Young-sik?" the protagonist asks, his tone sharp. "And so," he follows up, "I will do my utmost to stop it, but it is difficult to guarantee the outcome." The wealthy client, now looking up, states, "To be honest, if it were me, I wouldn't have made this kind of mistake." He elaborates, "For any politician, maintaining relationships with supporters is paramount, especially important supporters like you, President Kim." The protagonist narrows his eyes, taking a slow sip from a glass. "Is that so?" he questions. It's unfortunate that Chair Baek seems to have overlooked that point. Tense silence hangs in the air, broken only by a soft from the protagonist. He then asks, his gaze intense, "Then what are your thoughts, Vice Chair?" The camera focuses on the stern face of the wealthy client, his expression unreadable. The wealthy client pours a drink, his voice calm. "I am a realist," he continues. "Protecting youth is important, but I also think the local economy and the rights of existing business owners must be respected." The wealthy client, now seated comfortably, outlines his strategy. "First, in the short term, I'm thinking of gradually changing the direction of the campaign." He adds, "I will guide it so that the focus shifts from entertainment establishments to buildings which actually lower students' grades." The camera zooms in on the protagonist's intense eyes as he listens. Protagonist's voice is heard, "And in the long term, I'd welcome the chance to discuss this further with you, President Kim." The protagonist takes a drag from his cigarette, a thoughtful expression on his face. "In the end, he's a politician too," he murmurs. "A vice chair, at that." A hand reaches for a small cup, as if to pour a drink. "Well, for now, I'll just see how this plays out," the protagonist says. The protagonist looks at the wealthy client with a slight, knowing smile. "Understood," he says. "But if the situation worsens, we won't just sit still either." The wealthy client smiles back, his eyes conveying a sense of understanding. "I fully understand. I will do my best." A title card appears, Future-Gazing Politician and Chapter 13. Foot in a sneaker stands on grass. "Ah, what bad luck." A voice laments. "What are we going to do?" Two figures stand on the grass. One exclaims, "What do you mean? What? We gotta run." The other retorts, "You idiot. The CCTV will have caught everything." A third voice adds, "I don't know. Damn it. I'll just say it wasn't me." The protagonist stands in a field, the sky painted with the colors of sunset. He looks contemplative. He looks down at the fallen figures in the grass, his expression unreadable. The scene is dark and eerie. A close-up on a young man's face, bruised and disheveled, with a sinister smile. A hand, pale and slender, reaches out, glowing faintly. An eye snaps open, wide with shock, the pupils dilated. The protagonist sits up in bed, looking troubled. A single drop of sweat trickles down his temple. Feet in sneakers walk away. What kind of dream was that? The protagonist wonders. Based on their slang and clothes, they were definitely students. Could this be related to Song Hyejin's campaign? He jogs along a path, lost in thought. Or, for the first time in ages, was it actually just a dream? Another man, wearing glasses and a hoodie, approaches the protagonist. "You came?" he asks, a smile on his face. "I'm going to try working out every day following you from now on." The protagonist and the other man jog side by side. "You're wondering how many days I'll last, right?" the protagonist asks. "I can't guarantee it 100% either, but I still want to give it a try." The other man replies, "No harm in that." The protagonist and the other man jog side by side. "You're wondering how many days I'll last, right?" the protagonist asks. "I can't guarantee it 100% either, but I still want to give it a try." The other man replies, "No harm in that." The protagonist, his expression serious, jogs ahead while the other man, wearing glasses, struggles to keep up. The protagonist offers a bottle of water, asking, "Isn't it hard for you, Hyung?" Protagonist takes a drink, stating, after running continuously, this much is bearable. The protagonist, with a sly smile, asks, don't your parents say anything? The other man, looking exasperated, replies, they sure do tilde. He continues, their punk son was doing just fine studying law, then suddenly says he's going into politics and starts from the bottom, so how absurd must that be to them? Just yesterday too, they contacted me telling me to enter law school. The protagonist nods, saying, I see. He then asks, are they serious? The wealthy client explains, when you are rolling the dice in politics, anything can happen at any time. It'd be better to go to law school, get a lawyer's license first, then come back. Wealthy client, with a confident smirk, is shown. The wealthy client states, I don't want to. He adds, setting everything else aside, it's not fun. The wealthy client reminisces, do you know when I was the most excited in my whole life? It was when I was running around with you doing presidential campaign stumping. For me, jumping into the ever-changing political scene by your side suits me best. That's the most fun. The protagonist, smiling, replies, I'm jealous that you find it fun. The wealthy client asks, don't you have something? I honestly think you're the one having the most fun. He then asks, of course. The protagonist, with a subtle smile, says, I'm just treading water to stay alive. The wealthy client, unconvinced, states, treading water, huh? Come on, with your talent, you could climb the ladder even if you just stood still. The protagonist replies, I don't know whether it would really turn out that way. The protagonist tosses his water bottle into a trash can. The wealthy client asks, I heard Vice Chair Shim Hong-soo met with Association President Kim Joo-chan, and how did you find that out? Wealthy client explains, Vice Chair Shim Hong-soo's secretary is your fan. When I asked, she told me right away. The man next to her, presumably the secretary, says, a fan. The protagonist asks, you aimed for that, didn't you? Didn't you gently scratch Vice Chair Shim Hong-soo's side? The wealthy client replies, rather than scratching his side, I just gave him a reality check. Two stern-faced men are shown. One asks, where is Shim Hong-soo from? The other replies, Chungcheong province. The first man continues, right, he's an outsider. What about Baek Young-sik? The second man answers, Baek Young-sik also. Anyang is. Strictly speaking, neither of them is from this place. A building with papers flying around it is shown. A voice states, the regional chairs from here were all wiped out in the previous election, and on top of that, they even received final convictions for violating election law. So they parachuted those two in. From Anyang's point of view, both of them are outsiders. Man stands with his back to the viewer. A voice explains, from Shim Hong-soo's point of view, if he loses this local election, he'll either remain a vice chair continuously. Even if things go well, he'll just be an advisor for the Seoul City Party or Gyeonggi Provincial Party. He won't even dream of jumping into the race as a regional chair, who is the core of real power, or as a proportional representative. The protagonist is shown with two men behind him. The protagonist says, since Baek Young-sik was above him anyway, he thought it wasn't his turn yet and had stepped back a little. Oh Dong-sik and Baek Young-sik were on brotherly terms, but Shim Hong-soo probably didn't expect that Baek Young-sik would lead him. A message reads, read at hivetoon.com to support US. A voice states, after the local election is over, whether or not Baek Young-sik is elected, the regional chair seat will become vacant, and he must have thought that's when the real thing begins. An empty office desk is shown. A voice asks, but what happens if Baek Young-sik disappears here? The wealthy client asks, in this very local election. An older man in boxing gloves smiles. He states, right, he, who had been nothing more than a candidate, would be able to step into the ring with the Daehan Advanced Party number 2 etched on his chest. The protagonist and the wealthy client are walking. The protagonist says, if he's a person with ambition, he'll be looking for a way to push Baek Young-sik aside. If not, he'll be diligently praising Baek Young-sik while pacifying the association president. The wealthy client asks, so now you're going to help Vice Chair Shim and get rid of Baek Young-sik? The protagonist grins and replies, nope, I side with the winner, and whoever happens to be useful to me at the time. The wealthy client, in a chibi form, asks, weren't you on bad terms with Baek Young-sik? The protagonist confirms, yeah, we are. The protagonist, hunched over, seems to be experiencing some discomfort. As if summoned, a phone displays the name Regional Chair Baek Youngsk. The protagonist smirks. On the phone, the protagonist speaks, hello, Director Kang, come see me for a moment before the morning meeting today. He then responds to an unseen party, understood. Holding the phone, the protagonist asks, you heard that, right? He then muses, we're on bad terms, but we can still join hands, right? Another voice states, that's just the nature of politics, and you still think this is fun. A man with glasses, possibly the one who spoke, grins widely, it's fun. The dopamine hits hard. The protagonist, back in his hoodie, instructs someone, "You run a bit more before coming in." He then states his intention, "I'm going to wash up and go meet Chair Beck." The protagonist walks away, leaving the other person, who stares after him with a blank expression. The protagonist looks back with a confident, almost arrogant smile, and that face isn't one that's enjoying it. Stark warning appears. Warning, read this from the official site to help US release faster. Hivescans.com, more content, better quality, faster updates. An announcement details a merger between several scanlations, night scans, aurora scans, quantum scans, and leviathan scans, promising a massive variety of incredible series and lightning-fast releases. A stern-faced man, identified as Regional Chair Beck Young Sik, addresses someone. Regional Chair Beck Young Sik asks Du Jun for a very brief favor. "I'm asking you, immediately stop that ridiculous campaign." The protagonist, now in a suit, stands opposite the stern man, who leans over a desk. The protagonist remains composed. A close-up on the protagonist's face shows a slight, knowing smile. A woman with short brown hair, looking surprised, asks, "Stop it immediately?" The woman faces the protagonist, who is seated. She states, "You've probably already gained all the political advantages you could, haven't you? Your face is well known, and I hear you even did interviews with reporters." The protagonist gestures dismissively. The woman continues, "But it just started catching fire. There's a debate with parents." The protagonist calmly instructs, "Go attend the debate." He then asks, "Yes?" The protagonist elaborates, "Just don't hold pickets or the microphone. Just have a discussion with the parents in a quiet place. That should be possible." The woman reacts with disbelief and distress. "Do you know how ridiculous I'll look if I do that?" She continues, aghast, "Have you ever tutored anyone before?" The protagonist simply asks. She then answers herself, "Yes, why?" The protagonist's hand clenches. He replies, "I don't think you've ever worked part-time either." He then clarifies, "I did some part-time jobs in college, and of course, I tutored as well." The protagonist, with a confident expression, states, "Then the story will be easy. I mean, if it's not a difficult concept but the student just can't understand it." The woman looks flustered, her cheeks flushed. The protagonist, from a high angle, tells the woman, "You're mistaken. I'm not asking you to stop the campaign for my own benefit. I'm doing this for you." The woman looks up, asking, "Why?" The protagonist, now seated, explains, "If you don't listen, Beck Young Sik will get into a difficult situation." The woman retorts, "Then he'll pressure me even more, right?" The protagonist states, "I don't want to fight over meaningless things, so I'll return all party members who were mobilized for the campaign." A close-up of the protagonist's intense gaze. He asks, "And you?" The woman, looking at the protagonist, asks, "Hold a picket and speak alone, without any party members." The protagonist smiles thinly. "If you want to build an image of a warrior who overcomes the Daehan Advancement Party's oppression, I'll admit it. With that image, you can go to the Unified Future Party and apply for proportional representation the fastest." Woman exclaims, "Is it right to make me look like a fool like this? Doesn't anyone care about my face?" Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin, "Don't be mistaken. Right now, you're nothing. Parents, do you think they'll remember you when you run for the general election years later? Winning or losing depends not on who you are, but more on the atmosphere during the election. You understand what I'm saying? If you have nothing to say, go ahead." The protagonist walks into the room, his presence commanding attention as he stands opposite the wealthy client. A sudden, sharp sound erupts, signifying a dramatic shift in the atmosphere. Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. A text message confirms the decision. Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. The reply is simple, "Thank you." The protagonist's expression is unreadable, a mask of calm as he processes the unfolding events. Another message appears. Youth Chairperson Song Hye Jin has decided to stop the campaign. The response is curt, "Thanks. I won't forget this favor." A title card appears, displaying bold text, "The future is now." Another title card appears, with the text, "For the people." The protagonist's feet are shown as he approaches, his voice cutting through the tension. "Uncle, it's me." The other person asks, "What's the matter? Why are you like this?" The woman, clearly distressed, exclaims, "I'm really so angry. I feel like I'm going crazy." She then asks, "Where are you? Can you go out now?" To which she replies, "Yes." The instruction is clear, "Then let's meet at a cafe near Pwong station in 30 minutes. It's on my way." The scene shifts to a cozy cafe, its warm interior visible through the glass facade. The woman, looking troubled, states, "I'm not crying." I know, the protagonist replies, his gaze steady. Don't tell Mom or Dad. He assures her, I won't. Then he adds, working with adults isn't easy, right? I started this campaign truly for youth. I don't understand why Chairman Beck is opposing it so much. Her question hangs in the air. Could it be something with entertainment business owners? Politics, HYEJIN. Often the surface reason and the real reason are different, the protagonist explains. Chairman Beck opposing this is probably not just about the entertainment establishments, but about his relationship with the local merchant association. Merchant association, the woman questions, surprised. Yes, the Entertainment District Merchant Association is a key vote base in local elections and a significant source of donations. The protagonist continues, if you step forward claiming to purify the district, those people will feel their livelihoods are threatened and pressure Beck young sik. I understand the merchant's pressure, but the woman begins, still unconvinced. Honestly, in elections, votes are important, and aren't parents far more important than the merchant association? No, the woman, now in a chibi form, throws a tantrum, exclaiming, WHY? I understand, but why not tell me directly and go through Kang Dojun? The protagonist muses, a sly smile playing on his lips. That's politics. You use others' hands for dirty work. That young man, Kang Dojun, is smarter than he looks. He carries out the chairman's errands while also securing his own benefits. Securing benefits, the protagonist questions, taking a sip of his coffee. Since you quietly stepped back, he gets the bonus of being seen as successfully persuading Chairperson Song. I don't know how this will play out for Kang Dojun, though, the woman muses. What should I do? Just stay still like this? No, this is just the beginning. Learn from this and act smarter. Politics is like chess. Sometimes stepping back prepares you for your next victory. First, reframe stopping the campaign as taking time to gather broader opinions from local residents. Second, shift focus from entertainment establishments to issues like youth jobs or housing, which even party leadership can't oppose. And third, in the future, consult me first before taking important actions. From now on, I'll handle it directly. Don't rush, focus on building a solid base. Someone like Kang Do-jun could eventually be turned to our side. Come to my house this weekend, meet my father too, and plan the future in more detail. Understood, uncle. I'll act more wisely. Go back safely, and don't cry again. I'm not crying, really, Tilda. The car drives away into the city night. I used to think I was smart. I was ignorant about this world. The people here are far beyond my imagination. I won't lose either. 13,801. Thank you. Grandma Kim always calls my brother if there's no one else. He's not even a college student now. She does that because she can't trust anyone else. But she still pays a better hourly wage. Compared to a Secretary General's salary, the hourly wage is laughable. Well, that's just how I put it. Even if Grandma Kim passes soon, she'll still only vote for the Unified Future Party. Then we have to do better. That's how she'll vote for us. Even the local senior center she goes to is a potential vote base. Wow, really admirable. How can all her thinking lead to the same conclusion? Speaking of which, one question. Are we just letting Song Hae-jin go? She should be scolded. Where? Are you saying she walks around showing how angry she is? She's angry because she got scolded. It's understandable since it would seem like an unfair order. And remember, Song Hae-jin is impressive enough that Chairman Beck wanted her close by. That's why you can't beat a golden spoon. You're golden spoon enough yourself. Anyone seeing you would think you grew up poor. Your father works at a top law firm in Gangnam, totally different level from a foundation-backed kid. I didn't see Song Hae-jin as bad. She actually tries to act on her own ideas. Regardless of background, anyone entering politics first rubs their hands together. Haha, what partner? She can't even control her basic habits. I'm just saying she has potential. Not Song Hae-jin. If it's Kyongsong Medical Foundation behind her, then there's some sense. For now, Song Hae-jin isn't our enemy, right? The imposing structure of Hanyang University Hospital looms in the background. Soo-jun. Our Soo-young. We can't reach Soo-young. Hyun-soo, take Grandma to the police station immediately. A collage of intense, shadowy figures hinting at a dark and dangerous world. Inside a convenience store, a man instructs a younger person. Hyun-soo, take Grandma and go straight to the police station, he orders. Meanwhile, another person states, I'll gather the party members and look for Soo-young. Why the party members? The man questions, a look of confusion on his face. I'll explain later. Just hurry, is the urgent reply. A series of text messages appear. Pair up in twos and search around the park area. This is all for the citizens of Anyang. Please search with everything you've got. Treat this as if it were your own family. More messages confirm the search efforts. Okay Tilda, I'll check around Central Park and I'll check around Pyeongkan High. In a park at night, a man and a woman desperately call out, Soo-young. The man shouts, Soo-young, his face etched with panic and distress. A close-up on a shoe as someone begins to run, the sound of their hurried footsteps echoing. The frantic pace continues, sweat beading on a man's forehead. A person cries out, Yuri, their voice filled with anguish. Woman, tears streaming down her face, cries out, Yuri. A man's face contorts in distress, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A woman's voice narrates, my mother was working at the market with my younger sibling right beside her when she suddenly realized the child was gone. The narration continues. Through the CCTV, they grasp the circumstances. A screen shows a child walking away, captured by surveillance. Lying in bed, a person whispers, it's my fault. I messed up. I lost my child. It's because of you, a voice cries out. You could have found another damn job. Why? The question hangs heavy in the air. A man, his face etched with regret, admits, yeah, it's my fault. My fault. The narration states, eventually, my father stopped his solo protests. A dark, abstract image follows. The narration continues, that was when a strange look started to flicker in my mother's eyes. A close-up on a pair of crying eyes. This is a disaster that arose because of the unfair dismissal. A sign reads, unfair dismissal revoke. The narration adds, we have to get compensation. It's the only way we'll find Yuri. A young boy lies in bed, the narration explaining, I was only 10 years old. I only ever saw my mother right before bed. The boy and his mother lie in bed, seemingly asleep. The narration continues, even after the money was gone and we'd sold the house to live in a tiny goshiwon, she never gave up. The boy looks up, his mother beside him. We have to find Yuri. Yuri, a voice pleads. Another adds, we'll get compensation from the Gwangin group and with that money. The plea repeats, we have to find Yuri. A close-up on a blanket, hinting at someone sleeping or resting. Two police officers stand, one asking in surprise, you're Dojin. Narration reflects, I still can't forget the pitying look in the eyes of the police who suddenly appeared at the goshiwon. A police officer speaks to a young boy. It took a long time to uncover the truth that my mother had died instantly in a traffic accident. Dojin, over here. Where is Soo-young? Over there. I called 119. They're on their way. Protagonist stares up at the night sky, a look of shock and disbelief on his face. He lies on the ground, his face bruised and his clothes disheveled, but a faint, almost peaceful smile on his lips. Protagonist's eyes widen as he looks up, sweat beading on his forehead. A cigarette dangles from the lips of a figure in the background, smoke curling upwards. The paramedics said the injuries don't look too serious. Protagonist exhales a puff of smoke, a look of relief washing over him. Yeah, thank God. This could have been a disaster. A witness said they heard what sounded like kids fighting nearby. Protagonist smirks, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But how did you know Soo-young would be in this park? I just thought about where things usually go wrong around here. This was the only place that came to mind. A paramedic, identified by his uniform and the ambulance in the background, wheels a gurney towards an open ambulance trunk. Inside the ambulance, a young boy lies in a hospital bed hooked up to a heart monitor. Protagonist and another person, wearing a cap and jacket, sit side by side in the ambulance, their expressions somber. A close-up on the legs of the two individuals in the ambulance, with faint Korean text indicating distress. Protagonist looks intently at something off-panel, his brow furrowed with concern. A smartphone screen displays the name Baekhyungsik Regional Chair. Protagonist sits on the edge of a gurney in the ambulance, letting out a weary sigh. His eyes are wide with a dawning realization, his expression one of shock. The young boy lies in the ambulance bed, his eyes closed, bruised cheeks and a mark on his neck visible. Was this it? Protagonist's eyes are wide with shock and a touch of fear. The reason this kid appeared in my dream. Title card, The Future Seen by the Oracle, Chapter 15. The Hanwon University Hospital Emergency Room. The building stands imposingly against the night sky. A doctor reassures a woman. There are traumatic bruises and a mild concussion, but fortunately, it's not life-threatening. Woman wipes away tears of relief, her face etched with emotion. Protagonist and another man stand together, the latter with his arms crossed, looking relieved. So this is why you mobilized the party. It's a relief Soo-young was found so quickly. The woman calls out to protagonist, Dojin. Protagonist and the other man look towards her. I don't know if I've ever been this grateful in my life for finding our Soo-young. Protagonist gently holds the woman's hand. Thank you so much. Protagonist smiles warmly at the woman. I only did what anyone would do, Grandma. No, if it weren't for you, our Suyong would have. I can't even bear to think about it. The woman looks down, her expression troubled. To be honest, I didn't like it when a youngster like you fluttered around this neighborhood and that, saying you were doing politics. I used to wonder what you could possibly know about politics, but seeing how hard you work, I started to feel for you. She looks up at Protagonist, a faint smile returning. Did I ever change my mind just because you worked hard? It's still the same now. I've voted only for the United Future Party all my life, and I will continue to do so. If you ever run as a candidate, I will vote for you. I didn't find Suyong because I was hoping for that. I know that. You don't have to explain. I know who you are. I'm just saying that's how my heart feels. Just keep it in mind. The next morning. Why didn't you answer my call last night? I'm sorry. There was an urgent matter. What matter? A local resident's grandchild went missing. I was helping with the search. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you report it to me? It was an emergency. I didn't have a spare second. Clear your schedule for this afternoon. Do you know someone called Kim Ju-chan? Well, I'm not really sure. He's the president of the Entertainment Business Association. Don't let the title fool you. He's a notorious former loan shark from southern Gyeonggi. Word is, you can't survive in politics without taking his money. We're having dinner with him tonight. Read at hivetoon.com to support US. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in attending that meeting. Warning. Read this from the official site to help US release faster. Hivescans.com. More content, better quality, faster updates. KaneScan. We invite you to join our community Discord server for the latest updates. Your support is needed. What did you say? KaneScan.com to support US. I'm sorry, but if you insist on meeting him, Chairman, I'll try to arrange a place as quiet as possible. Who do you think you are, making decisions on your own? Are you just going to keep quiet? I simply have no desire to meet someone like that. I'm someone who's confident in doing whatever it takes to win an election, but even I have one ironclad rule. That is to never associate with people of poor character. Read this series at knscan.com to support US. If I were to meet someone like that now, it could come back to haunt me once I become a member of the National Assembly. You arrogant brat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other businesses to attend to. Ding. Song Hye Jin, Youth Committee Chair. Do you have a moment to talk? Song Hye Jin, Youth Committee Chair. Do you have a moment to talk? She gives a confident nod, a friendly smile gracing her lips as she gives a thumbs up. A subtle, almost imperceptible smirk plays on his lips. As the protagonist turns to leave, Song Hye Jin's expression shifts to one of surprise, a question mark appearing above her head. Her face flushes slightly as she looks down at her phone, a message displayed on the screen. He dismisses the idea, his thoughts focused elsewhere. Song Hye Jin, no, the Keong-som Medical Foundation. It's not time for that yet. Title of the series appears in bold, impactful lettering, The Politician Who Sees the Future. The exterior of a police station stands under a bright, clear sky, its sign prominently displaying police. A close-up of a disposable coffee cup sits on a desk, its contents dark and steaming. The investigation reveals that the suspects are all seniors at the same high school as Soo-young. Based on the CCTV footage and witness statements, it appears they ran into Soo-young, who was in the same class, started a confrontation, and it escalated into an assault. The protagonist, observing the scene, confirms his suspicions. Just as I expected, the direction shown in my prophetic dream is accurate. Do these students have any history of being involved in similar incidents in the past? A police officer, his face etched with concern, looks directly ahead. Yes, I've heard that a few of them have prior records of school violence. We don't have the records here, but I was told the school had taken administrative action against them. Could I get more details about that incident? I only heard about it, so I can't say for sure. It's a story I heard from a friend who was in the same class as Soo-young, and I haven't officially inquired with the school for precise information. Apparently, back then, that friend lived in Yeonjin and led a group in bullying someone, and after the victim's parents filed a strong case, they ended up transferring here. Is that all? Yes, that's it. We'd need to look into it more for the exact details, but for US to dig any deeper. I understand what you're saying. You've done more than enough by telling me this much. A fist clenches, ready for action, as the text urges viewers to support the series. I appreciate your understanding. I know well that Anyang City is safe thanks to the hard work of police officers like you. I'll do my best to ensure the Daehan Advanced Party pays more attention to the welfare of our officers. Oh, it's just our job. Thanks to you, I've managed to save some face with Kim Jae-chan. But Kim Jae-chan doesn't seem to fully trust me yet. Of course not. It's not like you've known him long. Seeing as Baek Young-sik is asking to meet Kim Jae-chan together right now, it's clear who Kim Jae-chan trusts more at this point. The protagonist offers a drink to the wealthy client who sits observing him. And, damn it, how can I pull Kang Do-jun over to my side? Baek Young-sik's strongest political backer is Assemblyman Lee Bok-young, who served 5 terms in Suwon. Lee Bok-young's 5 terms were thanks to funding from JoJo Construction. Kim Joo-chan managed a portion of that money. Now JoJo Construction is struggling, he's lost his support and is just running hostess bars, but he still holds considerable influence in the region. And if you, the Secretary General, and I were to meet Kim Joo-chan, then in one fell swoop. He laughs heartily, a wide grin on his face. Why are you laughing like that? I'm sorry, I just couldn't hold back my laughter for a moment. I'm asking what was so funny. The Assemblyman's face contorts with annoyance as he demands an explanation. Why are you so desperate to meet Kim Joo-chan? What's the big deal about him? What? So what if he has some local influence? It's just nauseating. Do you really think he's going to deliver some massive block of votes? Elections are about riding the wind. A few hundred votes that are guaranteed for the vice chairman. Sure, they're important, but you can't win with just that. Who doesn't know that? It's because nobody knows where that wind is coming from, how it's blowing, or where it's going to end up. Actually, there was an incident. Child on their way home from an academy was severely injured after being assaulted by someone. Fortunately, I found the child and prevented any major injuries. You did. Impressive. You really did a great thing. It was just luck that I was able to find that child. That's right. If things keep going this way, that is. The fact that the victim was a student is significant, and if the perpetrator was also a student. Are you talking about school violence? Yes. If I may mention one thing, Chairman Baek Young-sik doesn't have any definitive weaknesses that would violate the law. But he does have a few weaknesses that could become quite sensitive depending on how they're framed. Don't tell me. Yes, Chairman Baek Young-sik's son was once disciplined for school violence. Then the locals will use that against Chairman Baek. No, it's no fun going about it that way. There's still time left before the local elections. Do you think the locals will remember Chairman Baek's weakness until then? By then, some big national issue will have shifted the focus, and residents will just cast their votes based on their own political leanings. Then there's no fun in it. So, how can we make this into a truly magnificent masterpiece? You see, a truly interesting drama has to grab your attention from the very first episode. I'm going to highlight that issue in the Secretary General report to be issued next week. The stories from the city council members and party officials who know Chairman Baek's weakness well will circulate and make their way up. And the party leadership, wanting to reduce risk before the election, will push Baek Young-sik out. It would be only natural for you, the vice chairman, to take that empty spot. How does that sound? The protagonist's gaze sharpens, a flicker of calculation in his eyes. You like it? It's magnificent. Could I perhaps hear the story for the next episode too? From episode 2, there's a fee. Damn it, I guess I have no choice. Just don't make it too expensive. Thank you for reading at our website and supporting our team. Please make sure you always read quality works at the presented website of ours so you don't find problems like missing IMGS, bad resolution, IMGS misorder, etc. A computer screen displays a document titled Daehan Advanced Party Anyang City Regional Committee Secretary General's Report. The protagonist and the assemblyman review the report on the computer screen. I've noted that the party dues payment rate has increased by 5% over the previous month. Good, but this part needs to be written more specifically. Add an analysis specifying which districts saw the growth and the breakdown of those age groups. And I'll write this part myself. The recent youth assault incident that occurred in our area shows that the problem of school violence is still serious. In particular, unlike in the past, as various media such as social media and YouTube have developed, the amount of information that voters can obtain has increased rapidly. Also, due to severe inequality, voters' dissatisfaction and anger toward an unjust society have reached a peak. Tapping into this specific voter psychology is the only way we'll secure the election. Therefore, by taking a prompt and preemptive stance against school violence, we must select it as an issue so that we can enhance the party's image. Wow Baek Young-sik, I want to get angry but I can't. He makes you want to pick a fight but won't let you. You have to write it more subtly, without mentioning it directly, but in such a way the reader can make the connection. But isn't it dangerous? If Chairman Beck sees this, he might not be able to lash out publicly, but he certainly won't take it lying down. Of course he won't stay still, but it doesn't matter. Even if from the next report he makes it so we can't talk about school violence. True, but at the end of the day, I'm just a regional secretary general with no real power. I'm simply starting a conversation. If they tell me to drop it, I will. But will the higher-ups be as willing to let it go? If this content reaches the floor leaders, far from simply never being able to receive nomination, they'll be calling for a new regional chairman by morning. If we're lucky. From then on, it'll depend on Vice Chair Shim Hongsu's finishing ability to score. The protagonist smirks, a confident glint in his eyes. A sign on the building reads Anyang City Regional Committee. Shouldn't our party immediately mention concrete measures to eradicate school violence? If the opposing party preempts the issue first, our party will be at a disadvantage. And besides, never mind. For now, some policy may come out of the city council, so let's wait and see. Rather than just waiting, I'd like some kind of guideline to come out from the party. Only then can we look forward to the next election. Secretary General, I read the report and it was totally great, you know? If such high-quality reports keep coming up, the city council members and party officials will all end up just waiting for Director Kang's report. Protagonist sits in his office, lost in thought. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint hum of the city outside. A woman, who protagonist recognizes as an acquaintance, approaches him. She nervously touches her hair as she speaks, admitting that while his advice was helpful, she still feels out of her depth in the political arena. Protagonist, seated at his desk, asks if that's so. The woman, standing before him, confirms that following his advice, she'll halt her campaign to eradicate harmful facilities. Protagonist smiles, calling it a good decision. He elaborates that since the Daehan Advanced Party's sensitivity to harmful facilities has already been revealed, a little friction with the chairman won't hurt his image. The smiling woman's eyes widen slightly as she repeats his words, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She then smiles brightly, expressing her gratitude to protagonist. The smiling woman then reveals a shift in her thinking. She's decided to redirect her focus from the entertainment district to youth employment and housing initiatives. Protagonist looks at her, a slight smirk on his face, and asks if this new direction is advice she received from an uncle at the Gyeongsong Medical Foundation. He nods, deeming it a good idea and assuring her he'll instruct the young party members to provide her with support. The smiling woman bows deeply in thanks, a sense of relief washing over her. A door is heard opening, the sound echoing in the hallway. Protagonist sits at his desk, the nameplate reading Director Kang Do-jun. He appears to be waiting for something. He muses that this course of action should prevent further turmoil within the committee, as Baek Young-sik is poised to disrupt everything. Protagonist's expression shifts as he considers the implications. He wonders if Vice Chair Shim Hongsu's silence is due to this situation. He acknowledges that reading the air is indeed the most crucial skill in politics. Papers are violently thrown, scattering across the floor. The sound is sharp and sudden. Protagonist slams his hand on the desk, his face contorted in anger and frustration. He curses under his breath, calling someone a bastard. He leans over, head in his hands, filled with regret. He questions if he should have investigated further when he first heard about the missing local resident, lamenting that he should have prevented such a tragedy. A man, Assemblyman Go Jongguk, glares with intense fury, his face a mask of anger. Assemblyman Go Jongguk shouts protagonist's name, his voice laced with rage. He warns that if city council members and key party officials see this, it will spread to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party and the Seoul City Party. He slams his fist down, demanding that protagonist be called in immediately, along with that punk. Protagonist, in the background, seems to be processing this. Protagonist sighs, pacing his office as he speaks on the phone, seemingly conflicted about what he's supposed to do. He continues his conversation, urging the person on the other end to pick up. The person on the other end, who appears to be advisor Lee Jin-cheol, answers the call, feigning politeness. He greets the caller, Chairman Go Jongguk, asking what brings him to call so early. Chairman Go Jongguk laughs, dismissing the pleasantries and stating he has something urgent to tell advisor Lee Jin-cheol, asking if he can spare some time. Advisor Lee Jin-cheol, grabbing his jacket, agrees to meet immediately, asking if he should come to the chairman's location. The scene shifts to the Daehan Advanced Party Gyeonggi Provincial Party office in Yeonjin. Advisor Lee Jin-cheol, now in a suit, apologizes for taking the call, explaining it was urgent. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk dismisses his apology, stating he understands the need to take important calls. He then asks how things have been. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk replies that things are complicated. He explains that after losing the general election, he's working tirelessly to win the upcoming local election. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk smiles, a glint in his eye. Actually, there's something that caught my eye today. He continues, explaining, it's the report that the Secretary-General of the Anyang City Regional Committee puts out every week. It's providing various viewpoints and information in many ways. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk leans forward, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Is that so? His eyes narrow, a calculating expression taking hold. The wealthy client chimes in, his tone dismissive. I don't like people with a lot of weaknesses. If someone like that climbs the ranks, imagine how difficult it becomes for their subordinates to cover for them. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk, seated comfortably, nods in agreement. I personally really agree with that. The sky paints a dramatic backdrop of purple and orange hues as the sun begins to set. The protagonist, dressed in a sharp suit, walks away from a doorway, his jacket draped over his shoulder. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk gestures for the protagonist to enter. Come in. Inside, the assemblyman addresses the protagonist, who stands before him. What brings you here so suddenly? Protagonist, his expression strained, begins to speak. I'll speak frankly. Please help me just this once. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk, his hands clasped, stares intently at the protagonist. Baek Young-sik, I've rarely seen a man bow so low. The protagonist feigns ignorance, his eyes downcast. I don't understand what you're talking about. The assemblyman continues, his gaze fixed on the protagonist. A young Secretary-General added something in a report that should not have been included. The protagonist looks up, a subtle plea in his eyes. You're not asking for disciplinary action, are you? The assemblyman replies, would a request for that even work? It wouldn't. It would only make things harder for you, Chairman. The protagonist's face contorts with worry. I'll find a way to contain the situation before it spirals any further. A stern voice calls out, Kang Dojin, could you send that punk to another region? A warning screen flashes, urging readers to support the official release. The protagonist and assemblyman Go Jong-guk sit across from each other, a tense silence hanging in the air. The protagonist begins, to put it simply, a school violence problem has arisen in our area. He elaborates, when kids grow up, they get into fights and all that. It's not like these kinds of problems only happen in our area, right? Assemblyman Go Jong-guk chuckles lightly. That's right. I also got into a lot of fistfights in my younger days. Protagonist continues, his tone serious. It could have been overlooked, but some young Secretary-General had to start filing reports and making a scene. They made a huge scene and ran that story as the centerpiece. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk leans forward, his interest piqued. I've heard about it. I hear the Secretary-General for Anyang City has been putting out weekly reports lately. That true? The protagonist nods, his face etched with concern. It's quite well regarded, so everyone is paying attention. And of all things, it happened to contain something that would make you, Chair, uncomfortable. Is that it? The protagonist continues, his expression pained. It's not something I can decide. You know, a move like that requires the authority of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair at the very least. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk's eyes meet the protagonist's. I know. The protagonist states, that's why I came to see you in person, advisor. System box displays crucial information. Advisor Lee Jin-cheol is very close with Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair Ji-yu Hyungpyo. It's an open secret among party officials that the two of them belong to the same faction. Assemblyman Go Jong-guk looks down, a pensive expression on his face, before a silent ellipsis appears in his speech bubble. He finally speaks, his voice filled with regret. I'm sorry, but I can't grant that. The protagonist calls out, Advisor. Protagonist expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that while he wanted to ask for something, the other person's concern for him comes first. The older woman, with a warm smile and crinkled eyes, dismisses his thanks, stating it's nothing. She then adds a soft, "Really?" Protagonist, turning to leave, mentions that if any news comes from the police, he'll hear about it again. He then confirms his understanding with a polite "Okay, thank you." Protagonist's confident smile widens as he walks away, a hint of calculation in his eyes. The scene shifts to the exterior of a modern office building, identified by signage as the Anyang City Regional Committee. Protagonist enters the building, his expression calm and composed as he opens the door. The perspective shifts to protagonist sitting at a desk in an office, his back to the camera, facing a wall of shelves filled with files and binders. A close-up on wealthy client's profile as he turns his head, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Wealthy client's foot steps forward as he greets protagonist, stating, "Hello, Secretary General. We meet again." Wealthy client beams, his smile genuine as he gestures slightly, seemingly pleased by protagonist's arrival. A sharp, intense close-up on protagonist's eyes, his gaze focused and unwavering. Protagonist and wealthy client clasp hands in a firm handshake, sealing their agreement. Protagonist acknowledges the meeting, saying, "Nice to meet you. You really came." Wealthy client replies, "You told me to come see you, so I have to come. Otherwise, you wouldn't have met me, would you?" His smile suggests a playful challenge. Protagonist confirms wealthy client's statement with a simple "That's right." The two men shake hands again, protagonist now inside the office. Protagonist steps out of a car, speaking through the open window, "If you want to talk with me, you can come in through the front entrance of the regional committee building." Protagonist, leaning out of the car window, gives a knowing smirk and remarks, "You've watched too many movies." Protagonist's inner thoughts are revealed. If he were someone without sense, he would have kept sending other people or asking for a meeting over the phone, and if he had, I would never have agreed. Protagonist places a business card onto a desk, the card identifying Kyongsong Medical Foundation and Lee Taesong, Director of External Cooperation. Protagonist, holding the business card, asks, "Does Song Hyejin know that her uncle has come to see me?" Protagonist explains, "I was going to say hello when I met her, but I haven't seen her yet." Wealthy client then questions, "Then what did you tell the party members as the reason you're here?" Protagonist states, "I told them honestly." Wealthy client then elaborates that I'm someone working in the medical field in the region and that I had something urgent to discuss with the Secretary General. Wealthy client acknowledges this. "Ah, I see." He then adds, "Someone working in the medical field in the region, huh? It's not completely wrong." Wealthy client questions protagonist's motives. Even though the Secretary General is not a channel for directly hearing the grievances of local residents, "Do you have a reason for coming to see me?" A close-up on protagonist's face, his expression sharp and attentive as he prepares to answer. Protagonist, seated calmly, observes wealthy client. He notes internally, he's definitely around the same age as Hyejin, but the atmosphere he gives off is different. He continues, he clearly has some experience that's not typical for his age. Protagonist leans forward slightly, his smile subtle as he says, "You may not believe it, but by pure chance, I saw a report you had written, Secretary General." Wealthy client's smile turns sharp, almost predatory, as he retorts, "By chance, you say?" Protagonist kneels, his hands clasped, and confirms, "Yes, by chance, I came to see my niece and happened to see you focused on the report, and somehow," he pauses, prompting wealthy client to ask, "And somehow?" Protagonist looks up, his expression thoughtful as he reveals, "I was curious whether I had correctly grasped the intention contained in that report." Protagonist looks up, his expression thoughtful as he reveals, "I was curious whether I had correctly grasped the intention contained in that report." The wealthy client leans forward, a sly smile playing on his lips as he asks, "This isn't really something you should be meddling in, is it, Chief?" Protagonist's eye narrows, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The wealthy client's smile widens as he continues, "If I've grasped it correctly, I was thinking we could make a very powerful partnership. You and me, Chief." The wealthy client's grin is predatory. Protagonist stares back, his expression unreadable, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. The wealthy client leans forward, his gaze intense. "You dare with me?" he asks, before a more thoughtful tone enters his voice. "Is that what he's saying?" Protagonist sits alone, pondering the conversation. "Why am I getting agitated? This isn't like me." The wealthy client addresses someone unseen. "You know this too, Secretary General. In the end, to succeed in politics, you need someone above you to pull you up." Wealthy client maintains his confident smile, observing protagonist. The wealthy client states, "Even if Vice Chair Shim Hongsu becomes regional chair, he wouldn't have the power to pull you up. Do you acknowledge that?" The wealthy client continues his explanation. We need someone with a competitive edge, a guaranteed win for the next local election. Someone with direct ties to the floor leader, the true heart of the party. He then poses a hypothetical. Now, if a person like that were to become regional chair. Protagonist's eyes widen slightly as he asks, are you referring to Assemblywoman Song Yunmi? A flicker of surprise crosses protagonist's face. How did you? The wealthy client explains, it's obvious. She's well connected, her husband is a doctor, and she's in the floor leader's faction. On top of that, she's currently a city council member, so she has strong competitiveness for the next mayoral election. Protagonist interlaces his fingers, a silent contemplation. The wealthy client, however, dismisses the idea. That won't do. Protagonist stands firm, stating, unless those above decide to parachute someone in as regional chair, if they say they won't listen to the regional committee's opinion, I'll formally submit my refusal. The wealthy client looks at protagonist, a question in his eyes. Why is that? Protagonist flashes a confident smile. Because you requested it. The wealthy client leans forward, his expression serious. Because I requested it, he confirms, to which protagonist simply replies, yes. The wealthy client's gaze shifts to a larger, imposing figure behind protagonist. Then what if I had requested Vice Chair Shim Hongsu? Protagonist smiles confidently. Then I would desperately recommend someone else, and I would make sure that person became regional chair. The wealthy client's smile returns, though it holds a sharper edge. It's not simply because you dislike me, is it? Protagonist's eyes are half closed, a slight smirk on his lips. Of course not. How much have I even seen you, Chief, to dislike you? Protagonist stands tall and confident. This Enyang city belongs to Kang Dojin. Is that what he means? Protagonist nods in understanding. Understood. If there's ever something you need, contact me anytime. I'll look into what I can do for the district. A title card appears, the politician who sees the future. Protagonist walks away, his footsteps echoing lightly. Protagonist turns to face a young woman, a slight smile on his face as he approaches. A young woman gasps in surprise, a faint escaping her lips. The wealthy client offers a smug, knowing smile. Against the backdrop of a cityscape, a voice questions, why did you come, and why didn't you tell me? Protagonist and the smiling woman sit on a park bench. The protagonist explains, with Secretary General Kang, while the smiling woman adds, after reading the report you gave me, I wanted to have a talk. The smiling woman exclaims, what did you say, with a triumphant grin, while the wealthy client simply hums thoughtfully. The wealthy client ponders, why? Because I still can't tell whether going today without telling you was the right call. The smiling woman, now in a chibi form, shouts with excitement, wow, I'm dying of curiosity. She then demands, tell me everything from start to finish, starting with why you went to see him. In the distance, skyscrapers loom. A voice questions, Secretary General Kang Dojin is openly trying to get rid of Chair Baek Youngsik, right? Why is he going that far? Smiling woman touches her chin, deep in thought, asking, are they on such terms that Baek Youngsik absolutely can't stay? A thought bubble appears, I was curious about that too. The wealthy client and the smiling woman are shown. He states, I understand what's happening, but I figured he wouldn't answer even if I asked, so I didn't. The wealthy client continues, but after finishing the whole conversation and coming back, I kind of have a guess. The protagonist sits on a bench, hands clasped, asking, what is it, with a thoughtful sound. The smiling woman looks concerned, saying, okay, then something else. She then asks, why did he say that anyone my uncle recommends is absolutely no good, if he even said he didn't want Vice Chair Shim Hongsu? The wealthy client, in chibi form, ponders with a finger to his chin. The smiling woman, also in chibi form, asks, who doesn't know that? Figure with their back to the viewer sighs, you're like a student who knows the formula but can't solve the problem. They then muse, let's think about it. If I recommended Song Yunmi and she became regional chair, who would Song Yunmi be grateful to? A close-up on the smiling woman's eye shows a dawning realization. Ah, I see. A thought bubble adds, no matter whom she trusts to do well, she'd be more grateful to Uncle than Secretary General Kang, right? The smiling woman, seen from behind, walks away. Right, that's why Secretary General Kang Dojin said that. A thought follows, that it's not because he dislikes me. That guy reads the nature of politicians far too well. A pause indicates silence. A hand clenches into a fist. A thought bubble exclaims, he's not even that much older than me, followed by a frustrated grunt. Another thought follows, just what do I have to do to be able to catch up? Wealthy client asks, he's not normal, huh? The smiling woman replies, it goes beyond just not being normal. He then asks, Uncle rates him that highly? A split image shows the wealthy client looking up with a smile, while the other shows a man with a cold, calculating gaze. The man in the shadow says, "He was practically judging me as beneath his notice. The mood was that he had no intention of facing someone of my level." The wealthy client dismisses this. "That's ridiculous." The protagonist states, "No, that's right." He elaborates, "If I didn't have the Kyongsong Medical Foundation behind me, he wouldn't have bothered showing his true colors." The smiling woman, in front of a hospital building, asks, "Why?" The protagonist explains, "He doesn't see me as a partner, but the foundation, that's a different story." He adds, "That's why he showed it, what kind of person he is." The smiling woman asks, "What do you mean by that?" A moment of silence hangs in the air. Hands clasped, the protagonist says, "Later, when some time has passed, you'll come to know what I mean." Smiling woman, in chibi form, pouts and asks, "Then why can't you tell whether it was the right thing or not?" The protagonist, seated at a desk, explains, "What I mean by thinking it might have been good is that it gave me a chance to learn what kind of person Kang Dojin really is." He then asks, "Then what's the reason you think it might not be?" The wealthy client smiles knowingly, stating, "Because I met him unprepared and took a real hit." The smiling woman turns away, as the protagonist and the wealthy client are seen sitting on a bench. A voice asks, "Didn't it just end with Kang Dojin refusing?" The answer comes firmly, "No." Another voice then explains, "Kyongsong Medical Foundation has already shown its will to work to create a person who has the possibility of becoming Anyang's mayor. If only for your sake right now. If I pull out like this, how do you think Kang Dojin will treat you? He'll see you as some punk who tried to flex for personal gain and backed out when it didn't work. Even if he doesn't consciously see you that way, he'll treat you like that." So no, we have no choice but to watch Secretary General Kang Dojin's mood, if only for your sake. Frankly speaking, with the power the Foundation has, we could blow away someone like Kang Dojin, but all Kang Dojin would lose is at most the Secretary General position. But what about us? Kang Dojin knows that exactly. Besides, the power Kang Dojin has here in Anyang City is greater than you'd think. He's a guy who knows exactly what weapons he has. It's so frustrating. Ever since coming here, I feel like I've been moving like Kang Dojin's puppet. You don't have to think of it too negatively. There's exactly one benefit that you get. What is it? You. If you stick by his side, he'll probably be the one you can learn the most from, to the point that there's no one better as a tutor. You're telling me to learn that person's politics? There's nothing bad about that, but you have to keep this in mind. He's like the embodiment of a perfect politician. What's wrong with that? He acts like an angel toward the district residents who give him their votes, but toward political rivals he's worse than a devil. The wealthy client's calculating smile widens, confident in his assessment. Can you really stay by his side and continue to be useful to him? Warning. Read this from the official site to help US release faster. Hivescans.com. More content, better quality, faster updates. The building signage reads, Social Welfare Organization BB Welfare Center. Below it, a banner announces, Byomjidong Senior Citizens Association 15th Anniversary Event. So I ended up getting invited after all. While younger individuals tend to avoid discussing politics, the elderly do not hesitate to speak of their political beliefs. A gathering place for people who are always ready to proclaim their political beliefs based on their convictions. That place is precisely the Senior Citizens Association. The reason is simple. After a candidate of the Daehan Advanced Party became mayor of Anyang City, the budget for senior welfare in Byomjidong was sharply cut, forcing them to move from the originally large Senior Citizens Center into this smaller place. Read at hivetoon.com to support US. Dojin, over here. Come on over. Why are you calling out so loudly? There are many people around. Are you embarrassed? I called you over, so what are they gonna do? This is Grandma Yuzin, my best friend. This is the guy who saved our grandson. To be honest, I was skeptical at first since he's one of those Daehan Advanced Party guys, but the way he carries himself is solid, and he's diligent, and he's nothing like the typical kids these days. I heard you saved Suyong, right? I'll remember that. This is Dojin, my grandson. Haha, nice to meet you. This grandma, even though she looks like this, used to be a principal Tilda. Byomjidong Senior Citizens Association. Dear sisters and brothers, nice to see you again. Byomjidong Senior Citizens Association. Dear sisters and brothers, nice to see you again. The protagonist, sharp in his suit, greets the day with a confident, almost smug expression. He's clearly ready for business. The assemblyman questions the protagonist, just how much energy did they drain from you? The protagonist, standing outside a building, responds, you left all lively, but came back looking half dead. The protagonist, looking weary, simply replies, "Don't even ask." He then explains to the assemblyman, "As if I'd become a National Assembly member, I had to shake every single hand." The protagonist, holding his head in exhaustion, muses, "The elders are all lonely, so they keep holding on and don't let go, right?" He then adds, "Yeah, that's right. I'm tired, so I should get some rest." The assemblyman agrees, "Sure, I'll finish up my work then." The grey-haired associate sits in a waiting area, reviewing documents. The room is sparsely furnished with sofas and a glass coffee table, suggesting a professional yet somewhat sterile environment. The protagonist sits back in his office chair, arms crossed, eyes closed. Sunlight streams in, casting long shadows, giving him a moment of quiet contemplation. The protagonist's eyes are closed, a faint smile on his lips. He thinks, to get into a place the Daehan Advanced Party couldn't wedge itself into, this is truly overwhelming. The assemblyman, face contorted in anger, shouts, "The locals are in an uproar, saying the whole region would fall apart without me." He then questions the protagonist, "Are you really going to give up on the local elections like this?" The protagonist, silhouetted, asks, "Are you absolutely confident?" The wealthy client, with a sly smile, retorts, "I'm telling you, do you know how loyal the party members are to me?" Wealthy client declares, "I'll show you firsthand that Anyang City's organizational power is the strongest it's ever been." A subordinate pleads, "Chairman, just trust me this one time." The protagonist, in shadow, questions, "Chairman, you mean?" A figure in the foreground, looking dejected, confirms, "No way, the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chair." A close-up on the protagonist's eye, sharp and alert, as someone calls out to him, "Hyung, you've got a call." The assemblyman informs the protagonist that he has a call, holding out a smartphone. The protagonist looks on, his expression unreadable. The protagonist, looking annoyed, asks, "Why did you wake me up at the most crucial moment?" The person on the other end stutters. Dismissing the interruption, the protagonist states, "It's nothing." He glances at his phone. Sharp focus on the protagonist's eyes, intense and questioning, as he receives an incoming call. The phone screen displays the caller ID, Gyeonggi Provincial Party Vice Chair Yoo Song-hee. The protagonist reacts with surprise, "Vice Chair Yoo Song-hee." The protagonist answers the call, "Hello, Vice Chair." On the other end, Yoo Song-hee introduces herself, "Hello, Secretary General Kang Do-jin. I'm Yoo Song-hee, Vice Chair of the Gyeonggi Provincial Party." The protagonist asks, "May I ask what this call is regarding?" Yoo Song-hee replies, "It's nothing much. There are just a few things I'd like to confirm. Would it be possible to check them over the phone?" "Could you tell me what the matter is about first?" the protagonist inquires. Yoo Song-hee explains, "It's nothing major. I'm just looking into a few local activities." The protagonist's expression shifts as he realizes the implications. Depending on this question, Baekhyungsik's fate could be decided. The protagonist suggests, "If you don't mind, could I come and discuss this with you in person?" The assemblyman, surprised, asks, "Pardon? You'll come in person?" The protagonist confirms, "Yes, I haven't been to the Gyeonggi Provincial Party office yet, and I happen to have some business nearby." The protagonist adds, "Also, I've been hoping to meet the vice chairwoman once. Would that be alright?" The assemblyman replies, "Well, alright. When can you come?" With a confident smile, the protagonist states, "Right now." The assemblyman is taken aback, exclaiming, "Not just anyone, but the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chairman." He continues, "And on top of that, he even agreed to meet Baekhyungsik and listen to him." Protagonist walks down a hallway, his back to the camera, carrying a briefcase. A voiceover states, "There's not enough information." The same voice continues, "The same goes for Vice Chairwoman Yoo Song-hee." The narration continues, "All I know is that she ran for the National Assembly in Jimpo and lost." An election poster for Yoo Song-hee is shown, with the text amplifying the voices of Jimpo citizens and leading Jimpo in the right way. The narration adds, "Yoo Song-hee was a talent recruited from outside by the party leader before the election, so there's no information about her." Yoo Song-hee extends her hand for a handshake, smiling warmly and saying, "Nice to meet you." Yoo Song-hee, looking surprised and impressed, remarks, "Goodness, I never imagined a Secretary General could be this young. And this handsome too. How old are you?" The protagonist replies, "I'm 26. Yoo Song-hee, looking surprised and impressed, remarks, "Goodness, I never imagined a Secretary General could be this young. And this handsome too. How old are you?" The protagonist replies, "I'm 26. Yoo Song-hee, taken aback, asks, "Since high school? So, you're still a student now?" But a student can't sit in the Secretary General position. He clarifies, "I graduated earlier this year." When asked which university, he proudly states, "I graduated from Seoul National University's Department of Political Science and International Relations, notably as the valedictorian." Yo Song-hee, processing this, exclaims, top graduate of SNU's Department of Political Science and International Relations. So that's why you're a Secretary General at this age. I had no idea there was talent like this. She adds, oh, that's alright. You must have been very busy. The protagonist smiles, responding to her comment about being busy. Busy with what? If there's talent like this, you have to make time even if you don't have any. He then muses, I was agonizing over how to win over the vice chair. It's a relief that she showed interest first. Yo Song-hee, now seated, remarks, it's rare for the Anyang City Secretary General to come personally like this. And you said you wanted to meet me too? She then asks, is there any particular reason for that? The protagonist explains, since I've been involved in politics from a young age, because I was young and lacked experience, there weren't many places where I could voice my opinion. He continues, but when you were campaigning in Jimpo, I noticed something. I wanted to give you my opinion. Yo Song-hee, surprised, questions, your opinion about the election strategy back then? The protagonist confirms, that's right. This might sound presumptuous, but I believe if you had only slightly adjusted your election strategy, the outcome would have been different. A graph shows the vote gap was only 3.5%, wasn't it? Yo Song-hee, astonished, covers her mouth and exclaims, oh my, you remember that? Of course. I was really disappointed back then. So, Yo Song-hee asks, a knowing smile playing on her lips, what do you think was lacking? The protagonist explains, your approach to policy, specifically infrastructure projects like the extension of Subway Line 5, and your focus on boosting the local economy were solid strategies. He elaborates, however, since the opponent also made similar pledges, I believe you should have shifted your strategy midway. You should have pointed out that although the opposing assemblyman served 3 terms in Jimpo, he fulfilled only 30% of his pledges. Yo Song-hee, her eyes widening, questions, 30%? Wasn't his pledge fulfillment rate around 60%? Protagonist firmly states, no. Compared to the pledges he made in his campaign booklet during the election, the pledges he fulfilled while serving as an assembly member were far fewer. When I calculated it, it turned out to be about 40%. If you had appropriately inflated those facts and painted him as an incompetent amateur who achieved nothing despite serving 3 terms, I believe you could have overturned that 3.5%, the protagonist explains with a confident smile. Yo Song-hee remains silent, her hand resting on the table, contemplating his words. She then asks, you're the Anyang City Secretary General, have you ever thought about moving to a different area? The protagonist chuckles, haha, I'm sorry. I've been here for quite a while now, so moving somewhere else? Not at all. He then adds, so, Anyang is Secretary General Kang Do-jun's backyard, huh? It's quite tempting. He reaches into his briefcase, preparing to present a document. And, I publish a weekly report. Would you like to take a look? Yo Song-hee receives the papers, her expression unreadable as she looks down. She looks up, her gaze intense, and asks, what do you think of Chairman Baek Young-sik, Secretary General? A system box appears. Director Lee Taesung is an outsider to the party. Now that his true intentions have already been exposed, I don't mind letting a bit of my own slip. It's mentioned that a key party official like Vice Chairwoman Yo Song-hee. The protagonist responds, I believe he is a truly remarkable individual. He is someone who is constantly thinking of the region and deeply devoted to the welfare of its residents. Moreover, I highly regard him for his supportive and leadership skills. Yo Song-hee, holding a document, asks, is that so? Of course. I think he's a good person. System box states, the unfavorable elements regarding Baek Young-sik would have already been identified by her through the report. Yo Song-hee comments, the analysis of the school violence issue is quite impressive. The protagonist states, therefore, there's no need to tarnish my reputation by meddling in this. This image contains a warning about recruiting raw providers and promoting the official site. The protagonist is discussing a matter that has become a significant concern in the region, while his associate adds that it was included because it could potentially affect the party's image. A document titled Business Operations Report lies on the desk as a woman with a serious expression looks at it. The woman's eyes, filled with a subtle unease, ask for a moment's patience. Knock at the door precedes the entrance of a smiling woman who announces that Secretary General Kang, the provincial party chairman, would like to meet them and requests they follow her. The protagonist and his associate follow the smiling woman down a well-lit corridor. The protagonist walks with a determined stride, the weight of the conversation clearly on his mind. The protagonist enters an opulent office facing the provincial party chairman seated behind a large desk. The chairman, Gu Hyong-pyo, addresses the protagonist, recognizing him as Secretary General Kang Do-jun. Gu Hyongpyo compliments the protagonist, introducing himself as the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair. He reveals that Vice Chair Yo Song-hee mentioned the protagonist's report and invites him to sit. Protagonist, with a slight smile, is asked if he personally wrote the report. The protagonist confirms he was organizing his thoughts on local issues and election strategy. Gu Hyongpyo commends the report, particularly the section on school violence. Gu Hyongpyo notes that even the Central Party has expressed concerns about Chairman Baek Young-sik regarding this matter. The protagonist internally acknowledges that Chairman Baek already knows but isn't directly addressing the issue, which he deems a bad sign. Gu Hyongpyo mentions he knows Chairman Baek well, stating they are from the same hometown and have been involved in politics together for a long time. The protagonist acknowledges this, adding that he also believes Chairman Baek Young-sik is an exceptional individual. Gu Hyongpyo observes that the protagonist seems to place great trust in Chairman Baek. The protagonist confirms this with a simple "of course." Gu Hyongpyo then asks if there shouldn't be any issues. The protagonist questions if there's a problem. Gu Hyongpyo explains that the higher-ups had doubts about winning the local election in Anyang City. He trails off, implying that if there are no issues, then. The protagonist wonders if Gu Hyongpyo is probing for his true intentions behind writing the report. The protagonist states that winning an election requires many things, but this particular race has a unique aspect. The smiling woman inquires about this unique aspect. The protagonist explains that the United Future Party's strongest contender is Nam Youngmin, who was trailing during the presidential election but is known to have been elected to the Yoido Strategy Office by President Oh Seong-tak. Gu Hyongpyo reacts with mild surprise, asking, "Oh is that so?" Protagonist asserts that they should prepare for the upcoming election while keeping these factors in mind, questioning if Gu Hyongpyo will let this local election turn into a policy debate. A close-up on Gu Hyongpyo's eye suggests a moment of contemplation. An announcement is made: Regional Chairman Baek Young-sik has arrived. Gu Hyongpyo, with a stern expression, instructs them to let Chairman Baek in. Chairman Baek enters, looking surprised and slightly bewildered. Chairman Baek questions why the protagonist is standing, inviting him to sit. Simultaneously, Gu Hyongpyo dismisses Secretary General Kang Do-jun. Secretary General Kang acknowledges the dismissal, expressing that it was an honor to be present. Secretary General Kang acknowledges the dismissal, expressing that it was an honor to be present. The wealthy client's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he glares. Protagonist's gaze is intense, his brow furrowed in thought. A thought echoes, "Kang Do-jun, why is this bastard here?" A bead of sweat forms on the wealthy client's neck, his jaw clenched. The title card appears, The Strategist, followed by the chapter number, Chapter 21. Soft clink as a teacup is placed on a saucer. The wealthy client's lips curl into a calculating smile. Protagonist, seated, speaks to the chairman. "Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, there are many different paths in politics. Being a politician doesn't strictly mean being a member of the National Assembly." He continues, his gaze steady. "Even if you don't wear a badge, you could still assist the president as one of the many policy advisors at the Blue House." The assemblyman interjects, looking surprised. "Chairman, no, assemblyman." The wealthy client calmly states, "I know what you're trying to say." He leans forward, his expression turning serious. "But let me ask you just one thing. Can you win, even if your opponent will grab onto your weaknesses and drag them into the light?" Protagonist's reply is resolute, "I'll find out a way." The wealthy client's smile widens as he interprets, "You're saying run for mayor or the National Assembly as the party representative, right?" He then declares with conviction, "Then you must win, no matter what." Protagonist's eye narrows as he responds, "If there's something you want to achieve, I won't stop you regardless of how you go about it. Go ahead and fry chicken in a rice paddy for all I care." The assemblyman questions protagonist, "You're not under the illusion that our party exists to make Chair Baek Young-sik's dream come true, are you?" The wealthy client's expression is grim. He elaborates, "Of course, as the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair, Gu Hyongpyo lacks the authority to remove me from the regional committee chairmanship. However, he carries enough weight to influence the Central Party's decisions." He continues, his hand clenched, "If the Gyeonggi Provincial Party Chair insists that I should be excluded from nomination in all elections." The wealthy client states, "That aside, any involvement in school violence will result in a penalty during the nomination screening. In fact, this was essentially my last chance, and it has slipped away." Protagonist reassures, "I'll prepare a place for you in Gangwon Province, so please rest there. Once the local elections are over, I'll secure one of the city or provincial governor positions for you as they become available." Wealthy client places a hand on protagonist's shoulder, his face etched with concern. He advises, consider it a service to the party, performed with the humble heart of a common soldier. If you show that kind of devotion, the heavens will surely grant you a position. Protagonist's jaw tightens as he corrects, not the heavens, it must be the central party. He adds with a hint of weariness, thank you. The wealthy client explains, if the party officially removes you, it will be hard to bring you back later, so use your health as an excuse to step down and rest. I will be in touch in a few months. Protagonist nods in understanding. I understand. A conversation unfolds. Is it really necessary to go that far? It seems there's no more use for him. He's the type of man who will eventually move to another party to exert his influence if he's not with our side. If we have to part ways, so be it. Don't be so stubborn about making enemies, or you won't last long in this business. Yes, I understand. I still have a lot to learn. A press conference was suddenly convened and local media reporters gathered. Party officials and key members took their places. Everyone, I am here today to inform you of an important decision. Today, due to personal circumstances, I have decided to step down as the Anyang City Regional Committee Chair. I want to deeply thank all the party members and citizens for their support during my tenure. The assemblyman bows deeply. Chairman, what is the reason for this sudden resignation? Chairman. The assemblyman walks away from the podium. The assemblyman walks away. The assemblyman's stern gaze pierces through the room. As Baek Young-sik came down from the podium, his eyes briefly met Dojin's. An unspoken tension flowed between the two men in that brief moment. Deep resentment burned in Baek Young-sik's eyes, but Dojin met that gaze calmly. Advertisement. The Republic of Korea Anyang City Regional Committee building stands under a dramatic sky. I'm feeling a bit dazed all of a sudden. For now, let's all head home. Why yes. He said he's stepping down because of his health, but he looked fine on the outside. Who will be the next regional chair? Did Baek Young-sik really step down on his own? Of course not. Either the Central Party pressured him because they want to win the election, or the Gyeonggi Provincial Party chair warned him directly. Something happened. There's no way he'd quit all on his own. You think he'd quit just obediently because someone told him to? Politics isn't as simple as children taking candy from one another. Sometimes you have to give up what's in your own hand, and you also have to be able to take what's in someone else's hand as if it were yours. Baek Young-sik must have agreed to get something in return for giving up the regional chair position. That's scary. I knew for sure it wasn't just a simple dream, but those prophetic dreams are like milestones on my political journey. Young, what happens now? Who will be the next regional chair? The party will open applications, but isn't the outcome already predetermined? Read at hiveteen.com to support us. Vice Chair Shim Hong-soo, right? Of course, it'll be a single candidate. What if someone else applies? No matter how powerful the central party is, they can't ignore the public sentiment of local party members. If they put someone the party members don't want into the regional chair position, from that moment on, the election in that area is as good as over. It doesn't matter. The person I'm backing will become the chair. The protagonist, with his glasses on, listens intently. Title card, The Seer Chapter 22. After that, everything proceeded just as Dojin had expected. Even from the Central Party's point of view, putting Shim Hong-soo, who had been the vice chair, in the regional chair position was the safe choice. And since there wasn't much talk behind it either, things moved ahead swiftly. News article displays the headline, Kyongpung Daily, who is regional chair Shim Hong-soo, the man that succeeded former regional chair Baek Young-sik. Below it, an image shows Shim Hong-soo bowing. The protagonist looks at a smartphone displaying the same news article. Of course, the Central Party probably doesn't see Shim Hong-soo as far as being a candidate to run in the next mayoral election. Congratulations. Me, not the chair. I know that this was Director Kang's doing, you know? Who said that? Was it Section Chief Lee Taesung? Well, I'm perceptive enough to know that much tilde. So, what are you going to do now? What do you mean? You have a goal, don't you? You blew Chair Baek away, so what's the next goal? If someone saw us, they'd think Chair Song and I were plotting some kind of scheme. Come on, I'm just saying we should help each other a little. Did Section Chief Lee tell you to change tactics, to try getting close to me? No, he didn't. You seem very curious, so go tell him. Tell him not to try making a move before the local election is over. And you too. The protagonist and smiling woman stand facing each other in the hallway. Geez, every time I say something. Sign reads, Regional Chair's Office. The protagonist stands outside the office, looking sharp in his suit. It's Kang Dojin, come in. The wealthy client sits in his office, a smug look on his face. Congratulations. Thank you. I know this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to sit in this seat so quickly. In politics, opportunities don't always come in order. Even if he had that kind of weakness, it was because you dug into it and pulled it out that this result was possible. Anyway, you've worked hard. I won't forget it. It'd be a problem if it ended with just anyway. What are you planning to do now, Chem? Well, as you know, in local elections, it's usually former lawmakers or people from the central government bureaucracy who run in the mayoral race. Before fighting the United Future Party candidate in the election, you have to fight them in the primary and become the candidate. And you win. You've got me, right? You're going to help me, aren't you? Me? Why? No, because we promised to help each other. As for me, no matter who it is, if a mayor-elect comes from our party, that would help my career within the party too, wouldn't it? Surely you're not saying I should hand over the party primary to? Still, if I step aside from the regional chair position, wouldn't that let you climb higher? I'll rise even if you're still there, chair. If you keep holding that position, then I'll have to rise by fighting if I must. The next general election, the National Assembly election. There are 4 years left now. If you're still in that position by then, you'll have to face me in the party primary before the general election. Ha, ha, well. So that means you have to win this primary, right? What do I have to do? Even if you won't do it in my place, you can at least tell me, can't you? If I tell you, will you follow what I say? If I follow what you say, can I win? No matter who drops in as a parachute candidate, I'll make sure you won't lose easily. Good, then I'll do as you say. Go ahead and tell me, what do I have to do? Then starting tomorrow morning, go do a one-man protest in Seoul every day without a break. A one-man protest in Seoul at that? Who would respect someone shouting for food from the inner room? Even if you're going to raise your voice, you have to do it outside for the people inside the house to acknowledge you. Go protest, saying Anyang needs more bus routes and that the GTEC line should begin construction quickly. Do that for a month without a break. If no article comes out even after you do it every day for a month without a break, I'll put out an article myself. The wealthy client's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A stark warning flashes across the screen, urging viewers to support the official release for faster updates. A person in a suit holds up a sign that reads, "Begin GTEC construction in Anyang." In the middle of a city street, the wealthy client stands holding a sign that says, GTEC. The sky above is a vibrant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A bare, skeletal tree branches reach towards the heavens, its stark form a contrast to the bright day. New leaves are beginning to sprout on the branches of the tree, hinting at the coming spring. The sky remains a bright blue canvas with scattered clouds. Sunlight streams through the lush green leaves of a tree, casting a vibrant, dappled glow. The scene is alive with the energy of nature. A text box appears. In that time, Anyang City's political landscape has changed noticeably. Below, the sky is a brilliant blue, streaked with sunlight and scattered clouds. A modern building stands in the distance. A text box reads, in front of Anyang City Hall. The image shows a large, modern building with many windows, its facade gleaming. A large blue sign with yellow lettering proclaims, ensure safe playgrounds for our children. A close-up of the wealthy client's face, his expression stern and calculating. Wealthy client turns to face a woman who is fanning herself. She greets him. "Oh, you must be tired." The smiling woman continues, her expression cheerful. "It's been so long since they said they'd build the playground, and I was frustrated it still wasn't done. But the chairman is actually paying attention to this." The wealthy client, smiling broadly, replies, "Please make sure to improve our children's playground." A text box appears, but to recognize and support an unknown regional chairperson. The image focuses on the legs of someone walking. Another text box states, all of this was the result of following Secretary General Kang Dojin's advice. The scene shows a person walking up a set of stairs. The camera follows the person ascending the stairs, focusing on their legs and feet as they move. The wealthy client's face is shown, his expression thoughtful as he prepares to speak. A speech bubble emerges, containing his thoughts. Perhaps now is the most important period of my political life. The exterior of Anyang City Hall is shown. A speech bubble floats upwards, with someone saying, "Chairman, you worked hard again today." A hand holds a towel, while another offers a bottle of water. A voice asks, "Weren't you hot?" The wealthy client accepts the water and towel, replying, "Thanks." He then wipes his brow. A sign on a door reads, Secretary General's Office. Hands are shown reviewing documents and a pen resting on a paper filled with text. Protagonist, dressed in a sharp suit, sits at his desk holding a document. His nameplate reads. Protagonist looks directly at the camera, a slight weariness in his expression, and says, I'm exhausted Tilda. The wealthy client is seated in a plush armchair in a well-appointed office, addressing protagonist who is at his desk. He asks, Director Kang, how long do I have to keep doing this? The wealthy client continues, his voice filled with a hint of complaint. You know what? I've lost 7 kilos since I was vice chairman. Protagonist calmly replies, it's good that you're getting healthier. The wealthy client sighs, lately my knees don't seem good either. Protagonist offers advice, you should do some thigh exercises. That's good for the knees. The wealthy client looks up, a hint of concern on his face as he asks, still no word from the Central Party? Of course, there's no word for you, Chairman. You're openly posing like, I'm going to run in this local election, so the Central Party is probably watching cautiously. I'm glad I listened to Director Kang back then. If I hadn't, they would have already tried to force a single candidate nomination on me. Thanks. It's because of you. I played my part, but above all, it's because you, Chairman, took action yourself. The protagonist smiles, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Kang Do-jun analyzed Anyang City's current issues weekly through the Secretary General's report and suggested which issues Shim Hongsu should speak out about. Prompt construction of GTEC route, expansion of bus routes, creation of youth jobs, improvement of elderly welfare, etc. The issues that Chairman Shim Hongsu mentioned and made into topics numbered about 10. Each time, local residents came to recognize his face. Wealthy client looks on, his expression unreadable. What about the United Future Party? Baek Jung-ki from the Uedo Strategy Office. It'll probably be him. The party primary won't be easy either. First, you need to prepare to win the primary. I've done this much and built up a lot of favor with party members, and you think it'll be difficult? I think it depends on who the Central Party sends down, so you should just continue doing what you've been doing. Until I get elected. Once the local election starts, it'll be even harder, so you shouldn't think of resting until you're elected. Eat lots of good things. Beef ho. Okay, eat eel, eat beef. The sound of a door opening. The protagonist is seen working diligently in his office. Moved Secretary General Kang Do-jun's office to a slightly larger one. The party officials noticed who this Anyang City Regional Committee was revolving around. Knock knock. Director, do you have a moment? And Youth Committee Chair Song Hae-jin. Starting from waiting with a smile without showing any discomfort, unlike before. Song Hae-jin sits composedly, her posture exuding confidence. My uncle mentioned the name Jong Hee-song. Former Assemblyman Jong Hee-song. Read at hivetoon.com to support US. Protagonist sits, his sharp gaze fixed on something unseen. The weight of a serious conversation hangs in the air. A woman, her expression earnest, asks protagonist, my uncle told me to ask whether you're thinking of switching to former Assemblyman Jong Hee-song. Oh, and he also said this, we're just giving information, so we have no intention of gaining anything from it. She continues, he said that if former Assemblyman Jong Hee-song runs in the local election, wouldn't his probability of getting elected be higher than Chairman Shim Hongsu's? Protagonist interrupts, his voice firm, let me ask one thing. He stands, a commanding presence. The woman, her back to us, reacts with surprise, thinking, oh my, to think the director would ask me. Protagonist stares, his expression unreadable, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. The woman, now facing us, smiles brightly and says, yes, ask me. Protagonist asks, why did Kyongsong Medical Foundation choose Anyang City? He leans forward, his gaze intense, as the woman sits across from him in the office. She begins, well, as far as I know, my father was quite close with former chairman Baek Young-sik. Protagonist smirks, his eyes glinting with a hint of skepticism. Not that kind of excuse. Confused, she retorts, it's not an excuse, that's the real reason. He said that if it's Chairman Baek Young-sik, he would guide me well. Protagonist ponders, tapping his chin. I don't know. He then states, I'm telling you, I don't know. The woman's expression shifts to frustration, her fists clenching. Let's say that's true. Protagonist leans back, a calculating look in his eyes. Are you perhaps interested in becoming a city council member? Woman's eyes widen in surprise at his sudden question. She asks, bewildered, what does that mean? Protagonist remains impassive, his hand resting on the arm of the sofa. His hand is visible, fingers splayed on the furniture. Close-up on protagonist's hand as he grips the edge of the sofa. Suddenly, the woman grabs protagonist's arm, her voice urgent. Wait a minute. Protagonist looks down at her, his expression stoic. Her hand is still gripping his arm, her fingers delicate against his suit. They stand facing each other, a moment of tense silence. Woman, now seated again, looks up at protagonist with a hopeful smile. Are you saying I should try running for city council? Protagonist, standing, clarifies. I asked if you're interested. He continues, Chair Song still has a lot to learn. It means I'll consider it if you're interested. The woman's expression shifts, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She asks, her voice tinged with curiosity, why are you asking if I'm interested? Sometimes, people who aren't qualified can't hear the answer to a question. Are you saying I'm not qualified? Because you don't understand the intent of my question. Ask your uncle, he'll understand what I mean. Well, not that it matters if you don't. Are you making fun of me? You're imagining it. I've asked with the same intent from the beginning. You said it doesn't matter if I don't tell my uncle. That's right, because it's the same as having heard your answer. Hello. Secretary General Kang Dojin? Ah, yes, hello. I'd like it if we could meet and talk sometime. How about some time this weekend? I know a pretty good restaurant near the party headquarters, so why don't we at least have a meal together? It seems the primary season has finally begun in earnest. If you let me know the exact time and place, I'll make sure not to be late. Understood. Hello. Welcome. The food here is great. You're okay with eel, right? I thought someone might have come along to assist him. Why is he alone? You know Chair Shim Hongsu, right? Is that Secretary Kang's work? Rather than calling it anyone's work, I'd appreciate it if you'd kindly see it as Chair Shim Hongsu's ambition. But isn't his name a bit weak? Has someone already been picked out? Former Assemblyman Jong Heesong. How did the Kyeongsong Medical Foundation know about this? At this point, doesn't it seem like we could take over Anyang City? No, we can't. We can't. With former Assemblyman Jong Heesong, it won't be easy to beat the United Future Party. Why? A subtle clink as the cup is set down. Voters, elections are also a kind of entertainment. TV has ratings, right? Elections have voter turnout. A close-up on the eyes of a woman, her gaze intense. What are you trying to say? He's someone who wore the badge twice in Yangcheon-gu, Seoul. His name is well known, but to voters, he's a boring and predictable person. His name is well known, but to voters, he's a boring and predictable person. He's not interesting. Then people make the familiar choice. As they have, they'll vote for the United Future Party. That's all. We can't just win because of that. We lost every previous local election and general election. What I understand even less is trying to win with a predictable person. A woman sips her drink, a contemplative expression on her face. Really? Fine. I'll back him for a single nomination. You mean Chair Shim Hongsu? Yeah. You said he can win, right? I should trust you. Why? You don't like me trusting the person Secretary Kang wants. This isn't about backing him. Why? Like I said, because it's not interesting. Put Shim Hongsu and the former lawmaker against each other in a primary because the race gets interesting only if the two of them face off. What are you going to do if he loses? Even a stray dog starts with an advantage in his corner. Do you think he can't win? So Chair Shim Hongsu can at least be a guard dog? Yes, and quite a beloved one, too. Interesting. Indeed, this is going to be very interesting, isn't it? A wide shot of a modern office building under a clear blue sky. An assemblyman, looking distinguished with his glasses and neat hair, reviews some documents. Where are you thinking of sending former Assemblyman Jong Heesong? Chem, isn't he going to Anyang? Didn't you just go talk to that young Secretary General in Anyang City? She confidently states that she did, but then adds a crucial detail. But I think former Assemblyman Jong Heesong is going to lose. The Assemblyman, adjusting his glasses, questions her bold prediction. You think he's going to lose? A close-up focuses on the Assemblyman's hand as he delicately handles his glasses, a gesture that hints at contemplation or perhaps a subtle shift in his demeanor. He probes further, not about the general election, but about the internal party primary. Not against the opposing party, but in the local party primary. There must be a reason you think that, right? Hesitant, she admits, I know that if I say it, you'll think little of me, Chair. The wealthy client, a picture of relaxed confidence, reassures her. I won't think that, so feel free to say it. With a wide, knowing smile, she reveals her initial plan. I really wanted to lure him into my district, you know? The assemblyman responds, I had a rough idea. Her expression shifts, a sly smile playing on her lips as she elaborates, so I thought I'd try to win him over well. She continues, detailing her strategy. If he wanted it, I was even going to pester you, Chair, and get him a single nomination. The wealthy client cuts to the chase, stating the outcome. He refused. The wealthy client, sitting at his desk, asks for clarification. Why did he say he didn't want it? The smiling woman replies, he said it's not interesting. The smiling woman, now seated in a plush chair, explains his reasoning. Elections are entertainment, so a single nomination isn't interesting. He said the ratings would go up only if former Assemblyman Jong Heesong faced Chair Shim Hongsu. The wealthy client pauses, a silent contemplation evident in the ellipsis. The knowing smile, he offers his perspective. I think it's natural to feel like you can do anything when you're young. He then directly addresses the smiling woman's earlier point. Are you looking negatively on Secretary General Kang Do-jun's confidence? This goes beyond confidence. It's excessive arrogance. The assemblyman, his expression hardening, counters, in politics, you have to be humble. He's someone who's worn the badge not once, but twice. He then poses a rhetorical question. Do you think someone like that would lose to a mere local chair with no position? The scene shifts to a close-up of the wealthy client, who seems to be considering the assemblyman's words. The dialogue bubble simply states, in that case. He gives a curt, decisive answer, yes. Wealthy client, his gaze intense, states, to say he'll run, not that he'll go through a primary. He elaborates on his assessment of the situation. Former Assemblyman Jong Heesong doesn't think he'll ever lose in the primary. The smiling woman, looking down, reiterates the core issue. Former Assemblyman Jong Heesong doesn't think he'll ever lose in the primary. She appears contemplative, her gaze lowered, as if processing the implications of the conversation. She acknowledges the accuracy of the chair's words, but a hint of curiosity lingers. I know full well that what the chair said is correct, but... Her curiosity is palpable as she voices the question on everyone's mind. I'm curious too. Who'll win? This panel displays a title card in Korean, politician who sees the future, followed by chapter information, indicating a transition in the narrative. The scene shifts to a sleek, modern building. The text overlay identifies it, Gangnam, a 5-star hotel. A young woman, sipping a drink, asks her uncle, Uncle, how busy are you that you haven't come to Anyang even once? The uncle, holding a cup of coffee, responds with a slight smirk, you must think your uncle's unemployed. He continues, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Don't you think you're not paying enough attention, knowing your niece has an election coming up? The smiling woman retorts, I told you to become a doctor, but you're the one who insisted you hated it and wouldn't do it. She fires back, you're not a doctor either, uncle. He clarifies, I could not because I wasn't good at studying. You just said you wouldn't do it. It's not bad. I get treated pretty well for my age. Even though I'm only the youth committee chair, there are people here and there who invite me. Nice. But why are you looking for your uncle so much? There's still some time left before the primary, isn't there? What are you talking about? People are already making a huge fuss about someone being dropped in, and the chair is on edge too. Did you tell him about Jong Heesong? Yeah. I mean, even after going out of my way to tell him, I got brushed off so badly. Brushed off? No. First of all, he didn't have much of a reaction to hearing that former Assemblyman Jong Heesong was coming. That part, fine. But then out of nowhere he asked me why I chose Anyang City. And, what do you mean? And, I told him my dad asked Chair Baek Young-sik to send me here. But, he didn't believe you, right? No text, visual only. What? Is there something I don't know? If it's a group on the level of the Kyeongsong Medical Foundation, there's no way the chairman doesn't have connections in politics. Not just current assembly members, even key lawmakers from both parties are acquainted with him. Even so, they still sent you to Baek Young-sik, who's never even worn a representative's badge once. So Kang Do-jun couldn't help but be suspicious. Read at hivetoon.com to faster update. Then what's the real reason I came to Anyang City? And what else did he say? No text, visual only. City council member. When I asked if he'd make it possible for me to run, he said if I was interested, he was going to consider it. Then I asked why he was asking that. He said he couldn't tell me. Something about how if I couldn't even understand the intent behind his question, I wasn't qualified to hear the answer. No text, visual only. Near Anyang City, there's a considerable amount of land under the foundations and the chairman's names. In particular, they own quite a lot of lots and forest land around Donggan-ji-yu and Gwacheon City. Wow, you totally fooled me. I wouldn't exactly call it fooling you. You're the youth committee chair now anyway, and I figured it'd take at least 5 to 6 years before you'd be in a position to wield influence in the city on land development matters. And that's fast. And by then, you might not even be in Anyang City anymore, so there wasn't any need to bring that up. But then he asked you, who knew nothing, whether you had any intention of becoming a city council member. He was sounding you out. Why? There could be a few reasons. One is that to start preparing campaign pledges for the local election, and he may be worried about vested interests that would get involved. He may have been planning to push someone close to him into a city council seat. Because if the Daehan Advanced Party takes the lead in the number of city council seats too, he'd think he'd have all of Anyang City in the palm of his hand. Kang Dojin's gesture. Is this a trap? Or? Hyojin, can you set up a meeting with Director Kang Dojin? I should talk to him. What? Wouldn't it be better to just not meet him? He might misunderstand and think you're trying to interfere for no reason. The fact that he went out of his way to sound that out in front of you could mean his calling for me. Then Secretary General Kang could have just asked to meet you, uncle. The fact that he went out of his way to voice that in front of you suggests his signaling me. Secretary General Kang could have simply asked to meet you, uncle. If I ask for the meeting, I'm essentially forced to grant his request. He said there was no need to tell you, uncle. He seemed to think he already had his answer. Really? Then I'm even more intrigued. Why? A fork pierces a piece of cake, lifting it from the plate. He extends his arm, moving the fork through the air. The fork approaches the mouth of the person opposite him. The person reacts with surprise, eyes widening at the sudden gesture. He smiles knowingly, having successfully caught his companion off guard. Uncle, how old are you? Aha, what I just did is what Kang Dojin did to me. He's teasing me as if he's going to hand it over. The problem is, it's unlikely to be free. Right now, I can't be sure what Secretary General Kang Dojin is thinking. Is he trying to spite me, or is he attempting to lure me in? Going by my instincts, honed through countless social and romantic experiences, this feels more like a temptation. A document titled Guide to the Primary for Selecting the Anyang City Mayoral Candidate lies on the desk. Phew. Why are you so nervous? My opponent is former Assemblyman Jong Heesong. He was a lawmaker for 8 years. And now I can't count on your help anymore, can I? Life is a solo act, after all. It's not like I'm going to stay under you forever, Chair. It's important that you learn to win this primary on your own. Damn. A hand grips a pen, preparing to sign the official resignation document. I realize that since you're no longer the chair, you can't officially support me. You have to stay neutral. You aren't secretly joining forces with Jong Heesong, are you? You're awfully suspicious, and I have no reason to align with candidate Jong Heesong. Why not? He's someone with plenty of connections and power. Aha, you said it yourself. That's exactly why. Chem. A handsome man grows bored quickly, no matter how beautiful the woman approaching him is, because a man like that already has plenty of such women surrounding him. Since you can't help me directly, at least give me a hint. What do I need to do to win? He gives a subtle, confident smirk, holding the secret to victory. Don't try to win. What? If you struggle to win within the party, you'll only make yourself look ridiculous. You're telling me to give up on party opinion? If I do that, how am I supposed to win? The party primary is decided by a combined score of member polls and ordinary citizen votes. The conversation begins with a mention of a Secretary General in Anyang City named Kang Dojin. The wealthy client observes the protagonist with a calculating gaze, remarking on his unusually young start in the political arena and the weight of his current title. Setting down his tea with a sharp click, the protagonist dismisses the gravity of his rise, attributing it all to mere luck. The wealthy client probes further, questioning if the pressure of an upcoming primary and election is starting to get to him. With a calm smile, the protagonist insists he isn't nervous at all, noting that he has no specific role in the primary and has already survived previous elections. The wealthy client wears a thin, knowing smile, clearly amused by the younger man's confidence. Undeterred, the wealthy client reminds him that this is still his debut as Secretary General, to which the protagonist replies that he is leaving nothing to chance. The wealthy client watches him closely, silently noting his composure before offering praise for the impressive reports the protagonist has produced. The protagonist humbly claims he was only trying to assist the party, while the wealthy client pivots, stressing the absolute need for neutrality during the primary. The protagonist assures him there is no cause for concern, his tone remaining steady. The wealthy client brings up the one-man protests of former chairman Shim Hongsu, pointedly asking if that was the protagonist's handiwork. The protagonist clarifies that he only submitted routine reports and that the chairman acted on his own initiative, though he expresses regret over the situation. The wealthy client offers a chilling warning, musing on the dangers of a political novice being swayed so easily. His eyes narrowing, the wealthy client declares that politics is about unity and organization, not games or business, and urges the protagonist to remember that. The protagonist reflects internally, finding the wealthy client's rigid view of politics to be quite detached from reality. The wealthy client scoffs, dismissing the protagonist as someone who treats politics like a game, insisting such people must be crushed before they cause trouble. The protagonist remains unfazed, silently acknowledging that his opponent is too rigid to appreciate his methods. Protagonist notes the wealthy client's disdain for half-baked advice and his underlying fear of losing control once the election cycle begins. The wealthy client sits in silence, his posture rigid and his expression unreadable. The protagonist offers a polite, calculated promise to support the assemblyman should he win the primary. The wealthy client remains silent, his face darkening as he processes the offer. A man stands on the street holding a sign demanding the expansion of bus routes, a simple plea amidst the complex political maneuvering. The protagonist approaches the man, acknowledging his hard work, to which the man responds with polite gratitude. The man holds his sign while the protagonist takes a seat on a nearby bench, looking relaxed. The protagonist enjoys an ice cream, his demeanor casual and unbothered by the heat. The man sits down heavily on the bench beside him, the wood creaking under the weight. Protagonist glances over at his companion, who is now settling in. The man offers a knowing, mischievous grin while holding his ice cream. The man comments on the intense heat, addressing the protagonist by his official title, prompting the protagonist to ask if they are acquainted. The man laughs, noting that everyone in Anyang knows the Secretary General, to which the protagonist replies that he wasn't aware of his own fame. The man retorts that only those uninterested in politics would be unaware, then asks if it's truly wise for the protagonist to speak so freely, given that neither side has settled on a candidate yet. The man introduces himself as Baek Junki, his expression sharp and calculating as he makes his opening move. Protagonist maintains a steady pace, jogging through the quiet morning air. Protagonist listens as his companion warns him about his form, but he brushes off the nagging, urging him to keep moving. The focus shifts to a small, energetic dog, with his companion noting how well the pup is growing and urging protagonist to take better care of himself. The conversation turns to the political race, with his companion light-heartedly asking when protagonist plans to run for office. Protagonist takes a drink, explaining that he came out early simply because he couldn't get any sleep. His companion questions why protagonist is so nervous about the election, specifically asking about the political standing of former chairman Shim Hong-soo. Protagonist remains composed, stating that if a candidate wants to win, they must put in the work themselves, noting that the situation is out of his hands. They discuss the political landscape, noting how difficult Jung Hee-song is to beat and observing the sycophantic behavior of those surrounding him. The conversation shifts to the unified future party's primaries, with protagonist confirming his belief that Baek Joon-gi will likely emerge victorious. Protagonist insists that Baek Joon-gi possesses a unique quality that will rally the party members behind him, regardless of his rival's past credentials. Noticing a promotional banner for a meat sale, protagonist wonders if there is some kind of special event taking place. His companion excitedly points out the discounted price of pork belly, eager to take advantage of the deal. Suggesting a meat party with drinks, his companion tries to convince protagonist to join in on the celebration. Protagonist agrees to the plan, offering to treat, though his companion insists on paying since he just received his paycheck. A foot steps onto a pile of discarded flyers, marking the end of their morning routine. A politician speaks into a microphone, emphasizing the necessity of experience and connections for the advancement of Anyang City. The politician's voice booms through a megaphone, promising to take full responsibility for the city's future. The man holding the megaphone looks on with a tense, sweating expression. The man continues his protest, holding a sign that demands the expansion of local bus routes. His companion checks his phone, visibly rattled by the poll numbers showing a 14% gap between the candidates. He confronts protagonist about the seriousness of the gap, but protagonist remains calm, stating that the result was entirely expected. Protagonist scoffs at the idea that the gap is significant, suggesting that it is actually the rival candidate who should be shocked. Protagonist analyzes the situation, noting that Shim Hong-soo had already abandoned hope of gaining favor within the party. His companion remarks that regular citizens rarely care enough about party primaries to actually cast a vote. Protagonist counters that the constant, visible work Shim Hong-soo has put into the city over the last year will drive a higher turnout than expected. They debate the numbers, with the companion questioning if those few hundred voters will truly be enough to secure a win for Shim Hong-soo. Protagonist offers a confident smile, telling his companion to simply wait and see how the situation unfolds. His companion realizes that the gap, which once seemed insurmountable, is starting to feel much smaller than anticipated. The conversation shifts toward a new target, Baek Joon-gi. The directive is clear: they need to monitor his every move, his associations, and his political focus. Frustration flickers across his face as he snaps back, tired of being treated like a novice who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. He offers a firm assurance, promising to deliver nothing but concrete intelligence as the sun sets on the horizon. The traditional building stands silent under the night sky, a stark contrast to the high-stakes political maneuvering happening inside. The meeting begins with a formal bow, the tension between the two men thick enough to cut with a knife. Protagonist remains composed, dismissing the formalities and keeping the focus squarely on the business at hand. As the meal is served, the conversation turns to the political climate, specifically the state of the upcoming primaries. Protagonist notes the surge in public energy, signaling that the electorate is more than ready for the main event. The wealthy client pivots, questioning the true intent behind the earlier inquiry regarding his niece's political ambitions. The wealthy client dismisses the niece's confusion, asserting that he isn't playing games and has no time for trivial theatrics. Protagonist confirms his stance, making it clear that his intentions are as serious as they are calculated. A heavy silence fills the room as they exchange glances, neither willing to yield an inch of ground. The wealthy client presses further, demanding to know if there is a deeper, more strategic reason for the interest in his niece. Protagonist brushes off the suspicion, claiming he simply wants to ensure the right candidate is chosen for the party. The wealthy client remains unconvinced, his skeptical smile betraying his lack of trust in the explanation provided. Protagonist sets down his cup with a sharp click, demanding a more transparent and open dialogue between them. The wealthy client lays his cards on the table, full support from his foundation in exchange for backing his niece. A cynical laugh escapes the wealthy client as he mocks the idea of total honesty between two people in their line of work. Protagonist finds the request for openness refreshing, admitting that perhaps such a bond isn't as impossible as he once thought. Wealthy client challenges him, pointing out that even lifelong friends don't just hand over millions without an ulterior motive. Protagonist scoffs at the offer of hospital funding, pointing out that Anyang City has no shortage of medical facilities. The wealthy client clenches his fist, clarifying that he isn't talking about infrastructure but political backing for the Progressive Party. Protagonist smiles, unfazed by the threat, and politely declines the offer with a calm, predatory confidence. The wealthy client stares in disbelief as protagonist declares that he will handle the recommendation himself by his own authority. Protagonist dismisses the need for business donors entirely, asserting his ability to run the election on his own terms. He raises a single finger, laying down one final condition that will guarantee the outcome he desires. He notes that the mayor's party alignment makes this a strategic win, provided they don't overreach and alienate the citizens. The wealthy client breaks into a sweat, his eyes widening as he realizes the magnitude of the demand. Protagonist drops the hammer. He wants proof of director Lee Taezong's personal corruption, something truly damning. The wealthy client looks up, cornered and desperate, realizing that fulfilling this wish is the only way out. The protagonist hesitates, his expression tightening as he admits he isn't sure if the situation warrants such extreme measures. Wealthy client calmly clarifies that he has no personal vendetta against the chief or the medical foundation. Visibly unsettled, the protagonist presses for the real motive behind these cryptic demands. The client reveals his true intent. He needs the protagonist to act on his behalf exactly once in the future. The client dismisses any further questions, insisting that the details are not yet for the protagonist to know. With a cold, calculating smile, the client waits for an answer, effectively locking the protagonist into the deal. The protagonist looks up, cornered and desperate, realizing that fulfilling this request is his only way out. The scene shifts to a meeting room at the Anyang City Regional Committee headquarters. A woman smiles and asks the Secretary General for his perspective on the current political climate. She continues, shifting the focus to the implications of the latest primary poll results. She questions how the numbers should be interpreted in the current political context. As documents are reviewed, the discussion turns to whether Jung Ha-sung will accept the primary's outcome. The data shows a widening gap, with Jung Ha-sung leading Shim Hong-soo by 22 percentage points. Despite the clear lead, the woman senses an underlying unease, questioning if the results are truly sufficient. The Secretary General deflects the inquiry, firmly stating he has no intention of discussing the primary. The assemblyman studies the documents, his face unreadable as he contemplates the situation. Internal tension rises with the realization that the lead should have been much more dominant given the circumstances. The assemblyman turns to Chair Choi, demanding an assessment of their current standing. The two men sit in the quiet room, the weight of the political numbers hanging between them. Chair Choi reassures the assemblyman that a 22-point lead is a definitive victory, urging him not to worry. The assemblyman remains skeptical, feeling that these hollow platitudes are not the answers he is looking for. The woman finally reveals the truth. The youth members are heavily favoring Shim Hong-soo. The assemblyman questions if Shim Hong-soo holds that much sway, or if there is another hand guiding the youth. The woman narrows her eyes, the silence speaking volumes about the hidden influence at play. She explains that the youth have been observing the Secretary General's political maneuvers with extreme scrutiny. The assemblyman listens, his face tightening as he realizes the magnitude of the threat. Realization settles in. The Secretary General is manipulating the primary, yet he has left no trail to prove his bias. The wealthy client extends a hand in a calculated greeting, his expression masking a deeper agenda. Pressure mounts as the directive comes down. The campaign must be reinforced, and they need to secure more members immediately. The assemblyman grips a document tightly, his knuckles white as he notes the stagnation. Jung Ha-sung at 61%, Shim Hong-soo at 39%. Not a single point has shifted. Sweat beads on the assemblyman's brow as he mutters in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the numbers remain deadlocked. The assemblyman's eyes narrow, the tension in his face revealing a desperate, calculating mind. Inside the office of the Secretary General, the air is thick with unspoken agendas. The assemblyman cuts through the pleasantries, accusing the Secretary General of covertly backing Shim Hong-soo. Protagonist remains unmoved, calmly insisting that he has maintained strict neutrality and avoided any public endorsement throughout the primary. Protagonist continues, emphasizing that he hasn't even held private conversations with the candidates, labeling the accusation a serious misunderstanding. The assemblyman scoffs, arguing that this is merely a formal facade as the youth members are already convinced of his bias. Protagonist maintains his composure, retorting that he cannot be held responsible for the subjective beliefs of the party members. The assemblyman's lips press into a thin line, his silence speaking volumes. Pushing further, the assemblyman demands a public statement to dispel the perceived unfairness of the current situation. Protagonist questions the necessity of such an announcement if his actions already reflect his neutrality. The assemblyman insists that a statement is vital to prevent protagonist from exerting any further influence on the younger members. Protagonist finds the request absurd, realizing that a forced declaration would only make it look like he is siding with Jung Ha-sung. Protagonist firmly rejects the proposal, noting that such a move is exactly what his opponent wants. The assemblyman leans in, his expression sharpening as he frames his demand as an opportunity for protagonist's future. The assemblyman promises that the Central Party will recognize this display of fairness, boosting protagonist's political standing. The assemblyman spells out the bribe, cooperate now, and the path to the party's core will be cleared for him. Protagonist remains unmoved, refusing the bargain because he knows it would eventually become a shackle on his own freedom. Protagonist declares that he acts according to his own principles and will not issue a statement that interferes with the primary. The assemblyman's eyes narrow, his gaze cold as he warns protagonist that this decision will lead to regret. Protagonist offers a calm, icy smile, accepting the responsibility for his choice without hesitation. The assemblyman stares, his frustration visible in the set of his jaw. The assemblyman rises from his seat, his tone clipped as he prepares to leave. The heavy office doors slam shut, the sound echoing through the room. Protagonist is left alone in the quiet office, his posture relaxed yet thoughtful. Protagonist sighs, reflecting on the encounter and noting that the assemblyman simply lacked the conviction to see his own plan through. Protagonist muses that had the assemblyman pushed harder, he might have actually had a chance at success. Protagonist muses that had the assemblyman pushed harder, he might have actually had a chance at success, but he worries about the potential fallout and the consequences of going too far. The wealthy client wears a calculated smile, engaging with his associates as if victory is already within his grasp. He remains convinced that his massive lead in the polls guarantees a win, completely blind to the shifting tides. Protagonist walks into the room, his gaze locking onto the wealthy client who stands there with an air of unearned confidence. The wealthy client turns, his expression shifting as he acknowledges the presence of protagonist. With a casual tone, the wealthy client asks if protagonist has already cast his vote, masking his underlying tension. The wealthy client confirms his own participation, his eyes betraying a hint of nervous anticipation. Protagonist watches him with a cold, calculated stare, observing the man's every twitch. Though he projects an image of absolute calm, protagonist knows that deep down, the man is a total wreck. The room falls into a heavy silence as the official announcement for the mayoral primary finally begins. The atmosphere in the conference room turns suffocating, with everyone waiting on edge for the results. The wealthy client sweats, his heart pounding in his chest as the moment of truth arrives. Every second feels like an eternity, the pressure mounting on his face. Even his associates are visibly shaken, their hands clasped tightly as they brace for the outcome. Protagonist remains unflinching, his sharp eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. The presenter reveals a 10-point difference, the weight of the numbers hitting the room instantly. A sudden, guttural cry erupts from the wealthy client, shattering the tension. The room erupts in shock, the wealthy client reeling back in disbelief at the turn of events. His face contorts in pure agony, unable to process the reality of his crushing defeat. The verdict is final, candidate Shim Hong-soo has won, and the wealthy client is left staring into the abyss of his failure. The wealthy client bows his head in defeat, the silence in the room deafening after the announcement. His hand clenches into a tight fist, trembling with a mix of fury and despair. He forces a strained smile, offering hollow thanks for the support he thought he had. He pivots his rhetoric, claiming his politics are still for the people, framing this loss as merely the starting line. He desperately attempts to rally his remaining allies for the general election, looking for any sign of loyalty. The crowd begins to applaud, though the enthusiasm seems forced and uncertain. Wealthy client continues to clap, desperately trying to maintain his composure as his world crumbles. The wealthy client continues to clap, desperately trying to maintain his composure as his world crumbles, offering a forced, hollow expression of gratitude for everyone's tireless efforts. A close-up reveals his eyes, cold and calculating, betraying the facade of the polite professional. The rhythmic clapping echoes in the room as the wealthy client fixates on a single, haunting name, Kang Do-jun. Protagonist stands nearby, his expression unreadable and composed, seemingly detached from the tension radiating from the others. A subtle, knowing smirk tugs at the corner of protagonist's lips as if he holds a secret that could shatter the entire room. A sharp, digital chime cuts through the silence, drawing immediate attention to the device in the wealthy client's hand. Protagonist watches with a calm, predatory focus, waiting for the inevitable reaction. His brow furrows in genuine confusion as he contemplates how his private contact information was compromised. The wealthy client stares at the screen, his smile tightening into a mask of forced civility as he reads the message. The message is clear and ominous, a demand for him to keep his word, promising a confrontation on the front lines. At the party office, the mood is grim as news of the primary results spreads like wildfire. A man on the phone lets out a heavy, defeated sigh, confirming the crushing 10-point loss against Shim Hongsu. He leans over his desk, struggling to contain his frustration while promising to follow up shortly. The phone hangs up, the screen dimming as the weight of the political fallout settles in the room. With a curse, he slams his hands onto the desk, unable to comprehend how the campaign collapsed so spectacularly. A sudden, sharp knock at the door interrupts his spiral of rage. A smiling woman enters the room, her expression calm and composed in stark contrast to the chaos inside. She carries herself with an air of professional authority, her eyes scanning the room with calculated precision. She announces that the nominations for every district are finalized and that she has prepared the strategic briefings. The man collapses into his chair, physically exhausted by the turn of events. She places a document on the table, her voice steady as she questions if the focus remains on the former assemblyman. The protagonist leans back, his expression sharp as he challenges the notion that he would waste time dwelling on a wounded ego. The woman across from him dismisses the idea immediately, her voice calm and composed. She clarifies that his pride isn't the problem, steering the conversation toward deeper strategic concerns. She argues that a high-value strategic resource has been squandered, noting that deploying Zhong to a more competitive district could have secured a better comeback narrative. The protagonist narrows his eyes, internally acknowledging that this specific decision will likely come back to haunt him. She notes that the situation unfolded exactly as predicted by the office director, urging him to leave the past behind and move on. Protagonist closes his eyes, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he suppresses his frustration. Wealthy client observes with a calculating gaze, remarking that it's only natural for someone of that age to believe the world is theirs to command. Wealthy client questions if the director's self-assurance has crossed the line into blatant hubris. Protagonist sighs, conceding that the topic is exhausted and it is time to move on, though the irritation remains palpable. She chuckles, finding it refreshing that he can admit to a miscalculation, and asks if he is sulking over the setback. Protagonist clears his throat, admitting that despite the friction, the director's confidence is genuinely impressive. Protagonist acknowledges his obligation to the party's candidate but admits he lacks the bandwidth to focus entirely on Anyang while dealing with a formidable opponent like Baek Junki. She remains composed, questioning if the campaign managed by the director is truly destined to collapse so easily. She suggests that the upcoming contest will likely be far more balanced than anyone expects. Wealthy client smiles warmly, stating he is fully aware that he owes his current success to the person before him. Protagonist smiles back, sweating slightly under the pressure of the moment. Wealthy client insists that the victory was hard-earned through his own relentless effort. Wealthy client admits he hadn't expected the situation to be handled with such effectiveness. Wealthy client humbly deflects, asking who else could possibly provide such clear and decisive direction. Protagonist remains silent, observing that the ability to place total confidence in another person is a rare gift. Wealthy client offers his congratulations, warning that while they should enjoy this victory, the real battle begins tomorrow. The exterior of Gwacheon Kyeongsong Hospital looms under the night sky, setting a somber tone for the next phase. A folder lies open on the desk containing photographs and personal documents detailing the candidate's history. Protagonist stares at the tablet, questioning whether he is truly prepared to hand over this responsibility. Protagonist reflects that under any other circumstances he would have laughed off such a request, but the timing is simply too perfect to ignore. Protagonist laments being an outsider in the Foundation's hierarchy, merely the brother-in-law to the chairman's daughter. He considers the potential of positioning himself as the indispensable political counselor to Song Hae-jin. Protagonist notes that even if the director misses the nuances of their family politics, the proposition remains undeniably alluring. Protagonist concludes that this isn't just about Song Hae-jin, it's a calculated risk for his own future. Protagonist moves through the office, clutching a tablet as he weighs the heavy implications of his next move. Under the cover of a clear, star-studded night, the tension in the air is palpable. Protagonist pauses, his attention locked onto a drink in his hand as a voice cuts through the silence, noting how something has clearly captured his entire focus. Protagonist turns to face wealthy client, the weight of their conversation hanging heavy between them. Wealthy client observes him closely, remarking that it is obvious protagonist has been agonizing over this decision. Wealthy client continues, his expression calculated as he points out that such a choice is not made in a fleeting moment. Protagonist presents the tablet, the black screen reflecting the dark waters nearby as the final piece of his plan falls into place. Protagonist looks toward wealthy client with a sharp, demanding gaze, asking if this will finally suffice.